A light rain fell from the sky, the damp air carrying a chill. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, awakening from a cold daze, and saw a broken wooden frame roof covered with thick thatch. Where is this? Lin Xiao's mind was full of questions. Did I travel through worlds? He stood up, intending to look around. Ow! A whooshing sound came from behind, and he felt a sharp blow on his back. Lin Xiao cried out in pain, rolled forward, and turned to look. He saw a half-human-tall monster with bark-like skin holding a stick, grinning at him with bared teeth. The bark monster lunged again. Lin Xiao quickly rolled aside and at the same time stuck out his leg to trip the creature. The bark monster indeed fell flat on its face. He snatched up a stone from the ground and struck the bark monster's back of the head. The creature writhed in pain, rolling and swinging its club wildly. Lin Xiao stood up, circled the monster, and struck its head with a stone whenever he had a chance. Gradually the bark monster stopped moving. Unknown energy detected. Do you wish to absorb? A pleasant ethereal voice rang in Lin Xiao's mind. Is this a system? My system has arrived. Lin Xiao felt excited. Absorb. Thin strands of golden light slowly rose from the bark monster, converged into a stream, and entered Lin Xiao's nostrils. I don't look like a good person like this. After the golden light was absorbed, the bark monster's corpse disappeared. The ethereal voice spoke again. Extracted 1 copper coin, extracted 1 energy point. Currently have 3 energy points. Loading basic functions requires 100 energy points. System will continue to hibernate. A copper coin appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, and beside it an extraction button glowed. He thought of it, imagined clicking the button in his mind. The button flashed, and the copper coin appeared in his hand. A cool touch felt. Interesting. How do I store it back in my mind? After the coin appeared in his hand, there was no button beside it. The system didn't respond. Lin Xiao had to put the coin in his pocket. So I need to kill 97 more monsters. Let's first load the system and try it out, then think about other things. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, looking around, thinking. According to convention, this should be the most urgent matter. He wondered what place this was as he walked out of the wooden shed. Looking around, he saw a flat area about 5 zhang wide, covered with shrubs and weeds. The small clearing was embraced by a crescent-shaped hill behind, and ahead 2 dark hillocks blocked the way. The wooden shed was built where the hill met the flat ground. Lin Xiao decided to climb the crescent moon hill to see the surroundings. He went back to the shed, picked up the bark monster's abandoned club, and headed up the hill. Along the way he pushed through the bushes and soon reached the top of the hill. He stood on a rock at the summit and looked. Nearby were small hills covered with shrubs and weeds. To the left, far away, a dark forest could be seen. Suddenly the bushes on the slope seemed to move several times, as if something was burrowing through. Lin Xiao quickly raised his club, retreated behind the rock, and only left his eyes to watch the shaking bushes on the slope. The shaking bushes, like a green caterpillar, crawled from far to near, climbing toward the summit. Closer it was bark monsters, snarling, a swarm of about 30. Too many. Lin Xiao thought about retreating slowly. Don't move. Deadwood monsters can't see stationary things, nor can they hear sound. A clear voice came from behind him, startling Lin Xiao. He shrank his head, about to turn around. Don't turn around, don't move. We'll talk later. Who are you? Lin Xiao asked without turning, gripping his club tighter. I'm a lumberjack from the Little Hill Woodyard. Deadwood monsters can't hear sounds, so you don't need to whisper. Just don't move. You're not familiar with Deadwood monsters. Their combat power isn't high. Why be so cautious? You suddenly appeared, making me nervous. Lin Xiao recalled the one he killed earlier, asked. Can the 2 of us take these 30? I can take about 15 or 16 without injury. Can you handle the rest? If we force through these Deadwood monsters, we'll probably get hurt. Actually, these creatures appear near our woodyard sometimes. Though deaths are rare, many have been injured by these ugly things. And after one dies, other Deadwood monsters nearby can sense it and gather. If we can't finish quickly, more will come. The other person spoke a long string. They are going down the hill. Lin Xiao had been watching the Deadwood monsters. In that direction they're heading to Faiyuan Flat. We have a shelter there. Can I move now? Lin Xiao asked. Yes. Are you from town? You don't look like you're from the nearby villages. Lin Xiao turned around and saw a clear-faced youth about 18 or 19 with a short fringe, carrying a long bow, crouching beside a bush not far away. Dressed in a reddish-brown short jacket with a knife at the waist and a bamboo whistle around the neck, the youth's gender was unclear. The youth was staring at him. Lin Xiao asked. You don't look like a lumberjack either. I live in town. I'm a patrol member of the woodyard. I also cut wood occasionally. How did you come to our woodyard? Are you looking for excitement in the forest alone? The forest is a devouring wilderness, the world of beasts and monsters. The youth raised an eyebrow, eyes falling on Lin Xiao's clothes. Your outfit is quite strange. I came to hunt those deadwood monsters. Lin Xiao looked at his own jacket and hiking boots, then at the youth. My name is Lin Xiao. Can you sell me that bow? My name is Li Qianghua. The youth scratched his head and asked, how much are you offering? Not a strange name. Although the fact that there were monsters in this world made Lin Xiao a bit worried about the survival issues ahead, hearing a name like Li Qianghua felt somewhat familiar and comforting. They'll offer 1 copper coin. Lin Xiao took the copper coin from his pocket and showed it to the youth named Li Qianghua. What is this? Li Qianghua looked puzzled, took the coin, examined it, and said, it's quite delicate. A trade coin minted by your town's trading. It's useless here, but I can trade you a cake for it. The coin looks nice. So this coin wasn't the currency of this world, Lin Xiao thought. They'll trade this pen for your bow. Lin Xiao felt in his pocket for his hero brand fountain pen and 2 egg custard pies. He pulled out the pen and showed it to Li Qianghua. Li Qianghua took the pen, uncapped it, wrote a few words on his palm, and said, this pen with an excavated style is rare here, but it's not enough to trade for my bow. My bow is blessed by the gods, not an ordinary one. They'll trade my knife for it. I am a lumberjack from the Little Hill Woodyard. Deadwood monsters can't hear sounds, so you don't need to whisper. Just don't move. Alright, he'll trade. Give me the blade. Lin Xiao thought to himself. This world has gods. Why don't you join our patrol team? With your build, after a few years at our timber yard, you can earn a blessed weapon. The young man spoke, taking off the blade and handing it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the blade, unsure of the young man's intentions, and replied casually, maybe. Can I try your bow? No. Li Qianghua refused immediately, then paused and added with a slight smile, you can touch it. Saying that, she brought the bow forward. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to touch it. The material was very hard. On the inside of the bow was a circular pattern, but the details were unclear, as if covered by a thin layer of mist. Good bow, Lin Xiao said, although he couldn't distinguish good from bad, but that didn't stop him from complimenting it. He added, I have to go. I need to hunt those withered monsters. Farewell. If you ever want to trade something or want to join our patrol team at the timber yard, you can use my name at the Small Hill Timber Yard over there. The young man looked very happy, pointing in a direction. He continued, townsmen, don't go too deep into the forest. Farewell. After saying this, he turned and went down the mountain. Lin Xiao went down the mountain in the opposite direction, intending to find some lone withered wood monsters to kill to accumulate some energy points. After walking for a while around the corner of a dirt mound, he saw a withered wood monster sitting on the ground, staring blankly into space. Without a word, Lin Xiao raised his blade and struck at the monster's head. The monster dodged the blade, hitting its neck. It felt like splitting wood. There was no blood. A few more strikes ended the fight. Unknown energy detected. Absorb. Absorb. Lin Xiao tried to answer in his mind. Precipitated 1 copper coin. A pair of withered wood monster eyes absorbed 1 energy point. Answering in his mind had the same effect as speaking aloud. He thought from now on he could communicate with the system entirely in his mind. Lin Xiao continued searching for lone withered wood monsters. As he walked, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Energy crystal detected. Absorb. What's going on? Lin Xiao was confused but instinctively answered. Absorb. Energy absorbing. Suddenly Lin Xiao felt a dizzying spin, the world blurred, and then his vision slowly cleared. What came into view was a closed space about 2 meters square. On each of the 2 walls was a patch of light. At his feet was a circular array, its lines shimmering, with a glowing excised stone in the center. Turning around, he saw an iron door. In the center of the right side was a large round protrusion, seemingly with some patterns on it. Energy absorption complete. Gain 23 energy points. So much. What did I absorb? Lin Xiao looked around, noticing the stone in the center of the array had gone dark. Could this be a teleportation array? The energy stone is drained, how will I get out? Thinking this, he tried to call out. Teleport. No response. Looks like he'll have to search inside. Maybe there's a way out. Lin Xiao walked to the door, reached out to twist the circular protrusion, but it wouldn't budge. He tried pushing it inward. Click. The protrusion sank in and the door slowly slid to the left. In the dim light, he saw a larger room. On the left was a large cabinet. Opposite was a double door. To the right was a dark shadow lunged straight from the right corner. Lin Xiao quickly swung his blade, hitting the shadow, the impact jarring his arm. The shadow was knocked to the floor, making a cracking sound. He looked closely, and could vaguely make out the shape of a dog. Lin Xiao readied himself. The dog adjusted its stance and lunged again. He struck the dog on the nose, knocking it down. He pressed the attack, striking it repeatedly until the black dog twitched a few times and stopped moving. Unknown energy detected. Absorb. Wait a moment. Lin Xiao carefully examined the dog's corpse. It was mostly dried up with decayed holes in its throat and back. Absorbed then. Precipitated 2 copper coins. 2 fangs of the corpse dog absorbed 2 energy points. He walked into the room, and on the right side he saw a black riot shield placed on the floor and 2 fire extinguishers in the corner. Lin Xiao walked to the cabinet on the left. He held his blade across his chest and with one hand pulled open the door. The top shelf contained 2 automatic pistols and 2 boxes of ammunition, 50 rounds each. Next to them was a box with a wooden texture. The bottom shelf of the cabinet contained 2 sets of clothes. They looked like some kind of combat wear, thick to the touch. Lin Xiao took one set and put it on. He also put the pistols and ammunition into his pockets. There was still one box left. Lin Xiao placed his blade beside the box, gently pushed it. It didn't move, then slowly opened the lid. The lid was heavy. As it was opened, a bright light shone out. It was 4 dazzling stones identical to the one in the center of the array. Energy crystal detected. Absorb. It seemed the system couldn't sense the crystals inside the box. Lin Xiao took one out, closed the box and said, "Absorb." Energy absorption complete. Gain 200 energy points. System remaining energy 228 points. Loading conditions met. Load system and enable basic functions. Load. Lin Xiao said, a surge of joy in his heart. He murmured, "This thing has so much energy." System basic functions loaded successfully. Remaining energy points 128. Scanning host. Host information as follows. HP 12 EP5. Level 1. EXP 4100. SDR 6. AGI 5. INT 5. SPI 5. DX 5. Inheritance none. Skills none. Equipment C07 Auto Pistol X2 Bullets X100 D07 Defense Suit Top Bottom. Accessories none. Items none. Badges none. Flags none. Phantoms none. Pets none. Stat points none. Skill points none. Evaluation unremarkable. 2 light screens appeared side by side in front of him. Lin Xiao reached out to touch them but found nothing. Is this a direct projection onto the visual cortex of the brain? One screen had a number of buttons labeled warehouse shop and so on. The other screen displayed Lin Xiao's own information, a backpack interface, a skill interface, and an equipment interface. Lin Xiao mentally clicked on the warehouse. A grid of squares appeared. Only the first row of 10 squares was lit up. He clicked on the backpack. Another grid. 2 rows of 20 slots were lit up. Above it were columns for energy, money, and so on. Lin Xiao saw he had 128 energy points and 4 copper coins. The backpack slots contained a pair of eyeballs and a phone. He clicked on the shop. Whoa. A dazzling list of items appeared with various categories but mostly empty with no purchasable items. Lin Xiao looked at the weapons section under the equipment tab. The weapons section had 3 columns: enchanted, standard, and standard issue. Lin Xiao opened the enchantment tab and found only one weapon. Swift longbow. Category equipment. Enchantment swift. Grade F. Property arrow, initial speed 1. Evaluation: this bow allows you to hit fast-moving targets with greater precision. It was marked with a price of 50 energy points. This should be the same as Li Qianghua's bow, at least they look very similar. It seemed that equipment he had seen, or perhaps come into contact with, could be purchased in the system shop, though only one piece was available. The ordinary category had 2 weapons, a machete, and AC-07 automatic pistol. The standard category had 3 weapons: standard automatic pistol, standard flamethrower, and standard flashbang. Among the standard weapons, only the automatic pistol was lit, the others were grayed out and unpurchasable. Lin Xiao had no intention of exchanging these equipment for now. Instead, he took off his windbreaker, stored it in his backpack, and put on only the defensive suit. At that moment he suddenly recalled being abruptly pulled into this place without warning. So he said to the system in his mind, "System, from now on only appear when I call you. Don't take the initiative to ask me." Understood. The system will no longer take the initiative to ask and will remain in a state awaiting your call. Lin Xiao then opened the box in the cabinet that contained energy crystals. There were still 3 energy stones inside, and next to the box was a pickup button. He tapped it lightly and stored the box into his backpack. Opening the backpack, he found that there was an additional standard energy isolation container inside. He then stored a pistol, ammunition, and another set of defensive suit into the backpack. Glancing at the backpack, the suit was called D07 standard defensive suit, and the pistol was called C07 automatic pistol. Lin Xiao picked up the machete, walked to the riot shield on the right side of the room, and stood the shield upright. After just one glance, he quickly pushed the shield away and stepped back, holding the knife up. After a while, seeing that the shield did not move, Lin Xiao slowly walked back to the shield and gently turned it over. There gripping the handle was an arm emitting faint fluorescent light somewhat withered with a jagged cross-section at the elbow. Near the cross-section there was also a half-circle of broken red tattoo, but it had shrunk so much that the pattern was no longer discernible. Lin Xiao tried to touch the severed arm with the back of the knife, but there was no reaction. He poked it with his fingernail, and nothing happened, so he pulled the severed arm off the riot shield's handle and put it into his backpack. He saw that the backpack now contained a cursed severed arm. He turned around, picked up the fire extinguisher in the corner, and tried it. To his surprise it still worked, so he directly stored it into his backpack. After doing all this, Lin Xiao returned to the circular array, took out a new energy crystal, and replaced the dimmed one in the center of the array. Soon the array lit up again. "Teleport!" he tried to call out. There was no response. He fiddled with it for a while but found no clue. Lin Xiao had no choice but to take out the shield, grip his machete tightly, and prepare to explore deeper. He quickly walked to the inner door of the room, slowly turned the handle, pulled it open a crack, and was about to peek inside. Suddenly the door crack was forced open wide by a powerful force, and a dense swarm of black bats surged out from inside. Lin Xiao quickly dropped the shield and used both hands to forcefully shut the door tight. He pulled out a fire extinguisher from his backpack and sprayed it at the bat swarm. In no time one extinguisher was emptied. Most of the bats were knocked into chaotic flight, while a few clung to his face, biting him fiercely, causing him such pain that he almost cried out. He immediately threw away the empty fire extinguisher, plucked the bats from his face one by one, stomped them on the ground, and then swung his knife to kill several bats that lunged at him. By then the small room was filled with white mist, becoming so thick that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He could only cover his mouth and nose with his collar, squint his eyes, and swing his knife blindly based on the sounds he heard, cutting down many more. Gradually his vision recovered a bit. Lin Xiao quickly sheathed his knife, picked up the shield, and swung it forcefully with both hands, making a whooshing sound. When the white mist settled, a layer of bats lay scattered on the ground, some motionless, others still fluttering. He quickly stomped each one. After stomping all the bats on the ground, Lin Xiao picked up his knife and swiftly finished off the remaining few bats huddled in the corner. He casually picked up one from the ground and examined it. They were all mummy-like bats. Lin Xiao quickly opened his information panel and checked. He didn't find any abnormal status like poisoning, but his face was burning with pain. These things are no match for me, Lin Xiao thought to himself. Easily dealt with. But he didn't know how many were left inside. Judging from the situation, the number must be large. He needed to think of a plan. Total extracted copper coins 112, energy points 86, black bat fangs 86, experience points 86. Lin Xiao glanced at his information and found that he had lost 3 health points. His previous 12 health points were now only 9. Not bad, he could still withstand it. These bats didn't deal much damage. He wanted to buy a flamethrower to deal with the remaining bats inside, so he opened the shop and found the flamethrower, but it was unavailable for purchase. It requires your honor points to reach 10. How do I obtain honor points? The current obtainable method for honor points: opening one black iron chest yields 1 honor point with a limit of 10 times per week. Lin Xiao quickly found the black iron chest in the shop and saw that it cost only 10 energy points each. He immediately bought 10 of them. He took one out and turned it over in his hands but couldn't figure out how to open it. It requires a black iron key to open. Then he found the black iron key in the shop, also 10 energy points each, and chose to buy 10. He used the key to open a chest and a light screen popped up showing 9 grids. The center grid contained a box of pistol bullets with a collect button beside it. The surrounding 8 grids held items such as gale boots, sapphire earrings, and so on. Below there was another button. Pressing collect would likely directly obtain the bullets in the center, while the items in the 8 surrounding grids could be drawn by pressing a button. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and then pressed the draw button. A ring of light began to scroll across the 8 surrounding grids, gradually slowing down. It slowly stopped on the sapphire earrings. Before he could even celebrate, the light moved again, and finally settled firmly on copper coins 10. This was worse than not spinning. Choosing the center bullet would probably have been more valuable. Lin Xiao casually opened the remaining 9 black iron chests, obtaining gale boots 1, worn sapphire ring 1, and copper coins 70. He checked the information of the 2 items: gale boots category equipment enchantment, gale grade F property movement speed 1 evaluation run. Worn sapphire ring category accessory grade none property none evaluation, a pretty ring with no attributes, purely decorative. This ring has no attributes at all, but he might as well wear it since it wouldn't hurt. So he equipped both the gale boots and the worn sapphire ring. He took a few steps in the small room, and indeed his movement speed was a bit faster. The feeling of opening chests was quite pleasant, especially when he got useful equipment like the gale boots, Lin Xiao thought. With sufficient honor points, the flamethrower and flashbang in the shop became purchasable. Lin Xiao spent 5 energy points to buy a flamethrower, leaving him with only 9 energy points. He was about to open the door and teach those damned bats a lesson with the flamethrower when he suddenly remembered the powder scattered on the ground. That wouldn't do. He had to deal with the powder first. After a bit of effort he cleared away the powder and gently placed it in the corner beside the circular array. Having done this, Lin Xiao opened the door to let some bats and then immediately shut it. He started blasting the bats with the flamethrower, and before long the bats were scorched and fell to the ground. He then had the system absorb their energy. Repeating this process several times exhausted the flamethrower's fuel. In total he obtained 327 copper coins, 275 energy points, 275 black bat fangs, and 275 experience points. He spent another 5 energy points in the shop to refuel the flamethrower, and continued burning the bats. After one wave, Lin Xiao was collecting the remains when his head suddenly felt tight as if cinched by a tight band. Looking up he spotted a large red bat in the corner, its mouth emitting faint rippling waves. He quickly raised the flamethrower and sprayed the red bat, but the creature stood unmoved. Lin Xiao's head grew heavier, and he felt as though the blood vessels in his brain were about to burst. His vision began to blur. Struggling to stay upright, he grabbed a knife and charged forward with a roar, slashing at the bat. The bat, unable to withstand the blade, flew to another corner. At that moment his mind cleared a little. He realized that the bat couldn't attack with sound waves while moving. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He quickly chased after the bat with his knife. Fortunately the room was not large, and he slowly wore down the red bat until it died. He then had the system absorb its energy. The extraction yielded 1 silver coin, 10 energy points, 1 red bat vocal cord, 1 red bat nose leaf, 1 skill metal directed sonic cannon, 5 red bat jerky, and 10 experience points. Lin Xiao examined the information on these items. Skill metal directed sonic cannon, active category metal, effect deals continuous damage to enemies in a straight line in the specified direction. The first target hit gradually slows down by 99/3 seconds, with the effect lasting until the skill ends. Consumption consumes 1 chi point per second. Note: you cannot move while casting this skill. Can be equipped to use. Fusion slots 3. Red bat jerky restores 3 HP when consumed. Reduces sonic type damage by 50 for 15 seconds after consumption. Red bat vocal cord can be fused with the skill metal to slightly increase the power of directed sonic cannon. Red bat nose leaf can be fused with the skill metal to slightly increase the attack range of directed sonic cannon. After fusing the vocal cord and nose leaf with the metal, Lin Xiao equipped the metal and tested the skill. He felt that this skill would require a teammate to coordinate, as it was easily interrupted otherwise. After collecting the remains, Lin Xiao checked his status and found that his experience had reached 426 points. It only took 100 experience points to level up to 2, so he leveled up. After leveling up he noticed he had enough experience to level up again. Upon leveling up once more he saw that each of his 5 attributes increased by 1 point per level. Additionally he received 1 free attribute point per level. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and allocated the 2 free points from his level ups to agility and strength 1 each. After allocating the points he checked his status: HP 16, Chi 7, level 3, experience 126,400, stamina 8, strength 8, intelligence 7, spirit 7, agility 8, legacy none, skills none, equipment standard flamethrower C07, automatic pistol 1D07, defense suit set, top bottom, wind boots, machete, accessories worn, sapphire ring, items none, metals skill, metal directed sonic cannon, attribute points none, skill points none, rating unremarkable. After leveling up Lin Xiao felt his body brimming with strength, and his fatigue vanished. His perception of his surroundings sharpened slightly. Just then his stomach growled. He only had 2 egg pies in his pocket to ease the hunger. He wolfed them down one by one, but they only made him hungrier. He should have bought a pancake from that young man. Would he starve to death here? Could the red bat jerky fill his stomach? Maybe he should try some. He took out a piece of red bat jerky about half the size of a palm, dark in color. He tried biting into it, and the jerky instantly turned into a stream of energy that flowed down his throat. Burp! Lin Xiao let out a satisfied belch. The jerky really filled his stomach. It felt like he had eaten several bowls of rice. The burning pain on his face also subsided. He touched his face, which felt smooth and new. The bite marks from the bats had completely faded. Sated, Lin Xiao burned 2 more waves of bats, including 1 red bat. This time, aside from the usual extracts like silver coins and energy points, he only obtained 5 additional red bat jerky. Gradually the bats began to dwindle. This time when he opened the door only a dozen came out. He easily burned them and tallied the gains: 147 copper coins, 122 energy points, 112 black bat fangs, and 122 experience points. Lin Xiao figured there weren't many bats left inside. He decided to enter and see what was there. He slowly opened the door and found the interior illuminated by a pale yellow light. It looked like a large annular area with the center enclosed to form a circular space. He couldn't tell if it was empty inside. Lin Xiao entered and searched around the annular area, feeling a bit uneasy. However, there were only a few stray black bats which he dispatched easily. Before long he reached a row of sealed glass cabinets containing several large glass jars. The jars were filled with liquid in which floated the internal organs of some unknown creatures already yellowed and spotted with black. He didn't look further, afraid he might vomit. He searched the entire annular area thoroughly but found nothing other than these glass jars. Unwilling to give up, he searched again, and finally discovered a small hole in the wall of the central circular area just big enough to insert a finger. The interior was invisible. Lin Xiao wondered if he should feel inside for any switches or mechanisms, but he had an uneasy feeling that sticking his finger and might get it bitten off. For now he hadn't found anything else unusual. He decided to first stuff the corner of his clothes into the hole to test for any danger. With this thought, Lin Xiao quickly pulled the jacket from his backpack, twisted one corner of it tightly into a spiral and thrust it into the small hole in the wall. Nothing stirred, seemingly no danger, Lin Xiao thought to himself. He then wiggled the corner of the jacket left and right within the hole in the wall, but still nothing happened. So he tried inserting his left little finger into the hole in the wall, groping around inside. It felt like there was a small protrusion, vaguely a button, ice cold to the touch. Lin Xiao pressed the button slowly with his finger, but nothing happened. Undeterred, he pressed it a few more times, glancing around but found no change. He was at a loss now, trapped in a dead end. He had no choice but to go back and check if there was something odd about the glass cabinet containing the jars. After taking a few steps, he was startled to see a silver-gray door embedded in the wall of the cylindrical space in the center. The door was old and matte, engraved with simple rough patterns, and had a large silver-gray bat-shaped handle. A bat-shaped handle. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted, and he jumped back sharply. Damn, that wasn't a bat-shaped handle. It was a giant silver bat crouching on the door handle. Lin Xiao circled around the cylinder to the other side of the door, which was the entrance to the circular area. He leaned against the door connecting to the outside room, brandishing the flamethrower, ready to retreat outside at the first sign of trouble. After waiting a while, the bat didn't pursue him. Lin Xiao let out a huge sigh, his whole body bristling as if struck by lightning. He felt a lingering fear chill down his spine, and cold sweat soaked his clothes. After a moment to recover, Lin Xiao summoned his courage and slowly circled back to the bat. The bat came into view, its silver-gray wings tightly wrapped around its chest and abdomen, its head resembling a dog's with dull black eyes, and its claws firmly gripping the door handle, crouching there. Lin Xiao crept closer. The bat remained motionless like a specimen. Cautiously he poked the silver bat with the nozzle of the flamethrower. No reaction. Was it dead? System absorb energy, Lin Xiao silently commanded. No detectable energy found. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Xiao intended to remove the bat from the door handle. He reached out to grab the bat's legs. But as soon as his fingers touched the bat's spine, a piercing chill invaded his fingertips, forcing him to let go immediately. Then a sharp pain shot through his fingertips, as if countless awls were stabbing and twisting into them. Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat from the agony. His fingertips began to glow with cold light, the chills spreading toward his palm. The pain was like his hand being caught between two rolling steel drums, slowly crushed and ground to pieces. System, what's wrong with my hand? Lin Xiao asked, clutching at a lifeline. You have been afflicted with an frank curse. You can consume 1 franc enchanted equipment and 100 energy points to remove the curse. The system replied calmly. Lin Xiao quickly removed his gale boots and added 100 energy points, then had the system remove the curse. A flash of light passed over his hand and the pain vanished instantly. His hand returned to normal as if nothing had ever happened. The curse has been removed. You will be immune to the same type of curse for 30 seconds. The system's ethereal voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. With this benefit, Lin Xiao immediately pried the giant bat off the door handle and tried to toss it into his backpack. This eerie thing didn't seem alive. Sure enough, the bat was stored in the backpack. He checked its information: curse statue, silver bat. Any creature within 3 centimeters of the statue will receive an frank curse, glittering cold stream. Monsters, zombie dogs, zombie bats, and now a curse statue. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall to catch his breath, pondering what kind of world he had fallen into. He had too little information with no clear idea. After a moment's rest, he approached the silver-gray door again. He hesitated briefly but finally turned the handle and pushed the door open a crack. Aside from a musty smell emanating from inside, there was nothing unusual. Pushing the door open slowly, he saw a flight of stairs leading to a circular array identical to the one that had sucked Lin Xiao in. Around the array were several chairs scattered beside a ring-shaped workbench. Against the wall above the workbench was a row of drawer cabinets. A ring of light not far above the workbench illuminated the entire space. On one of the chairs sat a skeleton, its gray-white bones seemingly weathered by time. Lin Xiao slowly descended the steps and approached the skeleton. The skeleton wore a beige suit, its left hand resting on its right, and around its neck hung a silver chain with a bronze-colored anchor pendant about an inch long. On the workbench before the skeleton lay two small gray-brown metal blocks each with a button on top. Lin Xiao picked one up and examined it. Not seeing anything special, he pressed the button. Nothing happened. He looked around and found no anomaly. Then he picked up the other block and pressed its button. A light flashed behind him. Lin Xiao whirled around staring at the circular array. He pressed the button again and the array flashed once more. So this is the switch for the array. The other one probably controls the array at the entrance, Lin Xiao thought. He pocketed both switches and began meticulously searching the drawers of the workbench. Pulling one out, he found it empty. One by one he pulled out all the drawers, but they were all empty. Feeling disappointed, he walked back to the skeleton and murmured an apology. He reached out and took the necklace from the skeleton's neck, storing it in his backpack. He checked its information: Anchor of Ages, category item, grade white, attribute strength 1, evaluation O. Captain? My captain. After equipping the Anchor of Ages, Lin Xiao noticed a slight bulge in the right pocket of the skeleton's jacket. He felt it, soft. He pulled it out and found a small soft-covered notebook. Opening the first page, he saw intricate patterns. In a flash, a streak of white light seemed to flicker, but when he looked closely, it was still. Turning the page, he read a sentence. Failed again. Turning further, another sentence. No time left. The cataclysm is coming. Damn. Another page said. Hope Dr. Chin has good results. The rest of the pages were blank. Incomprehensible. He stored it in the backpack. He checked its information: notebook No. 3, category item, grade white, attribute intelligence 1, evaluation. This is No. 3. After equipping it, he thoroughly felt all the skeleton's pockets, but found nothing else. No pen. How did it write? Lin Xiao paced around the workbench, ensuring nothing was left behind, then checked his personal information. HP 16, stamina 7. Level 3. Experience 262,400. Physical strength 8. Strength 81. Intelligence 71. Spirit 7. Agility 8. Inheritance none. Skills none. Equipment C07, automatic pistol 1, defense suit set, upper lower. Accessory worn sapphire ring. Items: Anchor of Time, white, notebook No. 3, white. Metal skill, metal directed sonic cannon. Attribute points none. Skill points none. Evaluation utterly ordinary. Seeing his attributes had increased, a flicker of excitement stirred within Lin Xiao. He then glanced at his backpack inventory. Withered tree monsters, eyeball 2, wooden club 1, corpse dogs, fog 2, D07, defense suit 1, cursed severed arm 1, riot shield 1, standard energy isolation box 1, black bats, fog 487, fire extinguisher 1, red bat, meat jerky 9, C07, automatic pistol 1, pistol bullets 2, boxes, flamethrower 1, parka 1, cursed statue, silver bat 1. Energy 363 points, silver coins 4, copper coins 644. The backpack had only 5 slots left, so he took out the useless wooden club and placed it on the workbench. Its attack power was negligible. He would keep it as firewood when the weather turned cold. Though he had no idea where the circular array in the center led, he still wanted to teleport out and survey the surroundings. If anything went wrong, he would immediately return. With that thought, he picked up the controller, walked directly into the center of the circular array, and prepared to attempt teleportation. After glancing around, he pressed the button. Everything began to blur, and his head started spinning again. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a dense forest. The light rain had stopped. Fragments of sunlight filtered through the treetops, scattering across the ground covered in withered leaves. Lin Xiao quickly climbed to the top of a large tree to survey the area, but all he saw was an endless expanse of trees, nothing else but dense forest. He found a branch to sit on, took a deep breath of fresh air, and reflected on the events that had just transpired. The most important thing now was to understand the situation of this place. He could stay in the laboratory-like area for now, but the problem was food. Perhaps he should first go check out the timber yard that Li Qianghua had mentioned. Lin Xiao dared not wander recklessly through the forest. Though he hadn't encountered any beasts or monsters yet, he couldn't rule out a surprise encounter around the corner. With that in mind, Lin Xiao used his machete to carve a mark on the tree, then picked up the controller to test if he could teleport back to the laboratory from the tree. He pressed the button and immediately returned to the laboratory. Lin Xiao then walked over to another circular array and pressed the button. Nothing happened. Huh. Right, he recalled that the energy crystal of the teleportation array had been drained by the system. After trying voice control to no avail, he had removed the new energy crystal he had installed and only left the drained one in the center of the array. So he took out a new energy crystal, replaced the dull one, and casually tossed it into a corner. He pressed the button again, and with a dizzy spell he was teleported out this time. He emerged not far from the foot of Yuya Mountain, the same spot where he had been sucked in earlier. The sun had already begun its descent. As he was about to head to the timber yard to find Li Qianghua, he suddenly remembered the incident of being sucked in. Hurriedly he asked in his mind, "System, how far can you sense energy crystals?" "The system has provided you with the correct answer." "What?" Hearing the system's response, Lin Xiao was left puzzled. Forget it. He would set that aside for now and explore later. Glancing at the sun's position, he estimated it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He decided to head to the timber yard first. With that thought, he oriented himself in the direction Li Qianghua had indicated and set off. After about half an hour of walking, he spotted some wooden and stone structures rising on a flat stretch of land. Strangely, he hadn't encountered a single wither tree monster along the way. He had originally planned to catch one to test the directed sonic cannon. Lin Xiao stopped pondering about the withered tree monsters and approached the cluster of buildings. It was a courtyard enclosed on 3 sides by houses, with the remaining sides sparsely guarded by a few barricades. In front of the central wooden barricade lay a thick log, its outer side planed flat and inscribed with the words, "Shaoshan Forest Farm," deeply carved and painted black. At that moment, a burly man in military attire emerged from a house on the left. He stopped by the barricade, planted his long sword on the ground, and stared at Lin Xiao. "Is there something you need?" Lin Xiao took in the man's military garb, his thick brows and large eyes, and the gleaming white blade of his sword under the setting sun, clearly a formidable figure. He ventured to reply, "I'm from the town here to hunt. I ran into someone from your timber yard earlier who mentioned your patrol team is recruiting, so I came to check it out." "What's the name of the person you met?" the man asked with a hint of doubt. "Li Qianghua." "Ah, so Captain Li sent you." Hearing this, the man broke into a smile and gestured to Lin Xiao. "Come inside and sit for a while. Captain Li is still on patrol and should be back soon." Lin Xiao followed him through the gate and into the room on the left. The room was about 20 square meters with a large door that, when opened, revealed the entire outside. It seemed to be a kind of security booth. Inside there was a table surrounded by 3 chairs, with the side near the door left empty. A young man in a tight-fitting combat suit sat on a chair against the wall. On the other side of the table stood a weapon rack holding a bow and arrows, a square shield, and a set of pitch-black gleaming armor. The seated man was scrutinizing Lin Xiao with a serious expression. "Have a seat." The burly man pulled out a chair, inviting Lin Xiao to sit. Lin Xiao took a seat across from the young man in the combat suit, while the burly man sat between them. The burly man turned to the young man beside him and said, "Captain Li sent him over. He's from the town." The young man didn't respond. The burly man then smiled at Lin Xiao. "Old Chin is always like this, a man of few words. I'm Lu San. Brother, your outfit is quite retro." "Retro? Isn't your outfit the retro one?" Lin Xiao was puzzled but smiled back. "Haha, personal preference. I'm Lin Xiao. Brother Lu, what exactly does the patrol team do?" "You'd better wait for Captain Li to explain that. I see you're carrying a blade, so you're a Dan too, right? Let me tell you, for us Dan, the most suitable route is heavy armor plus sword and shield. 2-word safety. After all, our main opponents are beasts and monsters, not humans. Don't let anyone fool you into taking the light and agile route. When a powerful monster shows up, the formation will scatter in an instant. What use is that?" Seeing Lin Xiao as a newcomer with little combat experience, Lu San couldn't resist lecturing him, talking with great enthusiasm. "Back in the day." "Third brother, who are you bragging to now?" A clear voice rang out from behind. Lin Xiao turned his head at the sound and saw 4 people had entered the yard without him noticing. Leading them was the youth named Li Qianghua. Behind Li Qianghua followed a young man with a cold, sharp gaze, carrying a pair of axes in his hands. The blades reflected the sunset light exceptionally dazzling. This young man had very short hair, wore a black, somewhat worn leather armor, and there was a claw mark on his left chest, making him look battle-hardened. Behind the young man, 2 people stood side by side. One was a middle-aged man in a gray short jacket with a simple and honest face. He also carried a longbow on his back, a dagger on his left side, and a quiver on his right. The other was a young man in a light green short robe with a gentle expression. His hair was combed upward and tied into a bun on top of his head. On the left side of his waist were 2 tokens, and a strangely shaped short knife. On the right side hung a dark yellow leather pouch, and on his back he carried a glossy wooden box. Lin Xiao stood up and said to Li Qianghua, "Hello, we meet again. I came to see your lumber yard." Li Qianghua smiled and replied, "So you're here. I don't know why, but I had a feeling you would come. We just finished our patrol. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." "Go ahead, I was just chatting with Brother Lu." Li Qianghua turned to the other 3 and said, "Let's go, well, register, and then dismiss." The 3 followed him, and the young man carrying the wooden box shot Lin Xiao a playful glance as he left. Lin Xiao felt the gaze and turned to look, but the man had already turned away. The group of 4 led by Li Qianghua walked to a room with an open door. Inside, a man in his 50s wearing a white cloth robe sat behind a high counter. He had triangular eyes, faint eyebrows, and a scar on his face that looked like a claw mark from some fierce beast. "Back already," the man in white said gently. "Any incidents today?" "Nothing special, Uncle John. Please register us so we can dismiss." The man called Uncle John picked up a ledger, scribbled something, then looked up and said, "All right, you've worked hard. Xianghua, have you thought about Fatty Feng's matter? His style doesn't fit our team. I've already found a new member, Uncle John. Thank you for your concern." Li Xianghua frowned and replied, "Uncle John, you'll bring him to register later. Please wait for me." "Found a suitable candidate so quickly. All right, I'll wait for you," Uncle John said with a surprised expression. "Uncle John, see you later," Li Xianghua said as he turned around and said to the three. "Dismissed. We'll talk about the new member at dinner." The three acknowledged and went back to their rooms. Li Xianghua then went alone to find Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin, when did you meet Captain Li?" Lu San asked. "Not long ago we fought monsters together," Lin Xiao replied casually. "I see. It seems you're quite skilled to have caught Captain Li's eye." Lu San put his knife on the table and said to Lin Xiao, "How about a spar? Some other day. I'm exhausted from chopping wood today." "Brother Lu, are you also on the patrol team?" Lin Xiao waved his hand. "Of course, I'm from the second team. Today I'm on standby at home. We only go out when there's an emergency. Captain Li's team is the third team out on patrol today. Let's get to know each other better." Lu San made a drinking gesture with his hand. "Brother, how many bottles have you had?" "Drink what?" Lin Xiao didn't understand, so he had to prevaricate. "Not many." "Brother Lu, how many bottles have you had?" "I'm on my fourth bottle. The first three have fused perfectly. I can kill 3 wolves with one slash. Even if a tigerhead monster swings a club, I can hold my shield and take it without a sound." "Old Chen he. San, talk about yourself, don't drag me into it." Old Chen finally spoke. Contrary to his cold appearance, his tone was surprisingly gentle. "What's the harm? Brother Lin is not an outsider. He's very familiar with Captain Li," Lu San said unconcernedly. "It seems that the number of bottles relates to strength, probably some kind of potion to enhance power." Lin Xiao thought to himself. "Brother Lin, come with me." It was Li Qianghua. Lin Xiao stood up, said goodbye to Lu San and Old Chen, and went out to Li Qianghua. "Let's talk outside," Li Qianghua said, and turned to walk out of the yard. Lin Xiao followed and they left the yard together. "Did San tell you? Our team is short a spot. How many bottles are you?" Li Qianghua asked as they walked. 3 bottles, Lin Xiao answered without hesitation. Brother Lu only talked about himself, nothing else. Li Qianghua was delighted. 3 bottles is enough. You can handle bears, wolves, and leopards. We'll need to get you a shield. Our patrol team is actually pretty good. Every day we patrol our assigned area to see if any beasts or monsters have come out of the forest. If we encounter them, we fight if we can or call for backup if we can't. What kind of beasts and monsters are there? Lin Xiao asked casually. Li Qianghua, thinking Lin Xiao might be worried about powerful monsters, quickly explained. The beasts on the outskirts of the forest are mainly bears, wolves, and leopards, plus tigers and wild boars. As for monsters, we usually call for backup when we encounter them, but they are rare on the outskirts. Don't worry, during the training period you won't face any monsters. Our patrol team works on a 6-day cycle, 3 days of outside patrol, 1 day on standby at home, 1 day doing tasks assigned by the town's dojo to the patrol team, and then 1 day off. The dojo doesn't always have tasks. If there are none, we get 2 days off. But sometimes the dojo tasks can't be finished in 1 day, so the rest day might be used for tasks as well. Our third team is not weak. We have 2 archers, 1 blood hand, and a golden light with powerful healing. But we don't have any other Taoists besides golden light. It would be perfect if we had a statue for crowd control. Our lumber yard has 6 patrol teams and only 1 statue, which is in the first team. Don't look at my age, I'm a well-known archer in our lumber yard. During the training period I'll pay you 6 silver coins per cycle of 6 days. We'll talk about pay after the training period. The training period is 30 days, 5 cycles. Li Qianghua spoke a long string. Okay, I'm fine with that. Lin Xiao was moved by Li Qianghua's sincerity and agreed immediately. On the other hand, this would also help him better understand and integrate into this world. Then he'll take you to register soon and introduce you to everyone we need to see. Then he'll arrange a room for you. Don't go back to town today, it'll be dark by the time you get there. Li Qianghua said happily. All right, I'll follow your lead, Captain, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Please take care of me. By now they had reached a small river. On the bank ahead of them stood an unknown tree swaying gracefully in the sunset. Great. They'll take care of you. Here, try my bow, Li Qianghua said, taking off his longbow and handing it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the bow and examined it carefully. The longbow was not painted any other color, maintaining the natural yellow-brown hue of the wood, though he could not identify the type of timber. Under the setting sun, the bow faintly reflected some light, making Lin Xiao suspect it might have been coated with a transparent varnish. He grasped the bow with his left hand, placed his right hand on the string, and was about to draw. "Hey, wait! Don't draw it empty! Here, take an arrow!" Li Qianghua said in an urgent tone, handing him an arrow. "A bow must never be drawn without an arrow." Lin Xiao took the arrow and examined it. The shaft was about 80 centimeters long. One end was a gleaming arrowhead, the other end had white fletching, and behind the fletching was a metal nock with a diagonal notch at its end. He knocked the arrow onto the string, adjusting it several times before fitting the bowstring into the notch at the arrow's end, and began to draw the bow with force. When he had drawn it halfway, his right hand began to tremble, and his left hand unconsciously gripped the bow tightly. After pulling it fully, he aimed at the tree on the riverbank and released the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like a gray streak, landing straight into the river with a dull thud without even raising a decent splash. Hee. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Li Qianghua, with his hands behind his back, laughed alone. They exchanged a knowing glance and then burst into loud laughter together. The river's surface shimmered, and the tree also glowed with golden light. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, causing the golden light to flicker. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled a poem and recited it involuntarily. "The golden willows by the riverside are young brides in the setting sun, their colorful reflections in the shimmering water ripple in my heart." "What a beautiful verse! You have such a talent," Li Qianghua said in amazement. "It truly has a power that strikes the heart." For a moment I felt intoxicated by the scene. "No, I didn't write it. I'm not that talented. It was written by a good friend of mine. I just recited it because it fits the moment," Lin Xiao quickly explained with a smile. "A rough fellow like me could never write such delicate lines." As he spoke, Lin Xiao handed the bow back. Li Qianghua took it and slung it over his back. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. Well, go back and go through the necessary procedures, then you'll officially be part of the team." With that, Li Qianghua turned and walked back with Lin Xiao following behind. The two chatted casually along the way and soon returned to the Shaoshan woodyard. Li Qianghua led Lin Xiao to the small hut where Uncle Zhang had previously registered them as temporary members. "Qianghua, you're here. Is this the new member you recruited?" Uncle Zhang greeted them as they approached. "Yes, it's him. His name is Lin Xiao," Li Qianghua replied, then turned to introduce him. "This is Uncle Zhang, who handles the registration of all patrol team matters. You should register here first." Uncle Zhang took out a small wooden board and prepared to write. Without looking up, he asked directly, "Which two characters for Lin Xiao?" "Forest Lin Cloud Xiao," Lin Xiao answered succinctly. "Age? 21. How many bottles?" 3 bottles. "Where are you from?" "From the town." Lin Xiao watched Uncle Zhang write the characters, Lanxi Town, on the board and thought to himself, so this town is called by this name. "All right, take the board. After you're done, come back here tomorrow. I'm closing up today," Uncle Zhang said, handing over the small wooden board. "Oh, by the way, Lin Xiao, if you have time, you'd better go back to town and get a travel permit or a token to show me an old man." Hearing this, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had passed this test. He quickly replied, "Yes, Uncle Zhang." Li Qianghua took the board from Uncle Zhang, said thanks, then turned to leave, gesturing for Lin Xiao to follow. They arrived at a room and Li Qianghua knocked on the door. "Come in, it's unlocked." A booming voice came from inside. The two pushed the door open. The room was about 30 square meters with a large desk in the center, a row of cabinets behind it, and 2 weapon racks on each side. Seated behind the desk was a middle-aged man in a dark green round-collar robe. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and piercing eyes. "Uncle Feng, this is my new recruit Lin Xiao. He has already registered with Uncle Zhang, and here is the board," Li Qianghua said, handing over the board, then introduced to Lin Xiao. "This is Captain Feng, who oversees all 6 patrol teams." "Hello, Captain Feng." Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward to greet him. Captain Feng took the board and said, "Lin Xiao, right. All right, what weapon would you like to draw?" "Hell, take a square shield," Li Qianghua interjected. Captain Feng walked to a weapon rack, picked up an antique bronze-colored square shield, placed it on the desk, then turned to take a copper token from a cabinet behind him about 2 fingers wide and 2 inches long, and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly took the copper token and glanced at it. It was engraved with faint beast patterns with the character, patrol, on one side and the number 3, on the other. Captain Feng then picked up a brush, wrote a few characters on the small wooden board, and handed it back to Li Qianghua. "Uncle Feng will be going now," Li Qianghua said, taking the board and lifting the shield with his other hand, signaling Lin Xiao to head out. Lin Xiao quickly bid farewell to Captain Feng and followed Li Qianghua out. "It'll take you to pick a room first and put the shield in your room," Li Qianghua said to Lin Xiao while holding the shield. "Yeah, let me carry the shield." Lin Xiao said, taking the shield from Li Qianghua. It felt about 40 jin. Lin Xiao could handle 40 jin quite easily now. They arrived at a row of single-story houses made of wood and stone. Li Qianghua walked directly to the first one and knocked. An elderly man came out. "Oh, Qianghua, are you looking for Wu Kun and the others?" the old man asked. "Grandpa Song, I've recruited a new member named Lin Xiao. I'm bringing him to get the room key," he said, then turned to Lin Xiao. "This is Grandpa Song. You can come to him for any accommodation-related matters." "I see," Grandpa Song said, and went into the room. Soon he came out with a key and handed it over, saying, "The last room at the end." Li Qianghua took the key and they walked together to the last room. He opened the door. Inside the room was just a table, a bed, and a weapon rack. Lin Xiao walked in and placed the shield and chopping knife on the weapon rack. "Let's go, I'll take you to meet the yard master," Li Qianghua said, brushing the dust off his hand. They left the room, locked the door, and Li Qianghua handed the key to Lin Xiao. This time Lin Xiao followed Li Qianghua to the door of the large house in the middle of the courtyard. The door was open, so they walked straight in. Inside there was a weapon rack on one side and a desk on the other with a row of bookshelves behind it. A middle-aged man in a blue round collar robe sat behind the desk. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes with traces of weathering on his face, yet his expression was kind and slightly smiling. Li Qianghua spoke up. "My new recruit. Sign here." He placed the small wooden board on the desk. "What? Did Feng Liangqing not think highly of him?" the middle-aged man said to Li Qianghua with a smile. "Can't get along. Why doesn't he go to the first team?" Li Qianghua said with irritation. The manager didn't continue the conversation but turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, sizing him up, and asked, "Young man, what line of work do you do in town?" His tone was very genial. Lin Xiao casually replied, "Just scraping out a living at the east end of town." "East end? As a guard for caravans heading to Yunhua town, or as a guard in an escort agency?" "I just saw that Captain Li is young and promising and treats people sincerely, so I came to try out for the patrol team." Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject, fearing that he would be exposed if he continued. "It's fine, heroes don't ask about origins. What matters is strength. Welcome to our timber yard," the manager said as he picked up a pen and began writing on a wooden board. Lin Xiao saw that he was writing the three characters, Li Jicheng. After finishing, Li Qianghua picked up the wooden board and said to Lin Xiao, "All right, it's all done. You go back to your room and rest. When the bell rings, go to the cafeteria to eat. Just ask someone and you'll find it. Tomorrow morning when the bell rings, get up and have breakfast, then gather in the yard." After bidding farewell to the manager and Li Qianghua, Lin Xiao returned to his room alone. He carefully bolted the door, walked over to the weapon rack, and examined the shield he had just received. It was a rectangular metal shield. Its color resembled some kind of copper alloy. The surface was uneven like a large bluestone with no fancy patterns or decorations, simple yet imposing, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. After some thought, he put the shield into his backpack to check its details. Brown square shield with no other information. So he took it out again and placed it back on the rack. Then he opened the equipment section of the shop and found the bronze square shield under the defense category, priced at 2 energy points. It wasn't expensive, just a very ordinary piece of equipment. By comparison, the riot shield cost 1 energy point, and the D07 standard defensive suit cost 2 energy points. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a strange fragrance emanating from somewhere in the room. He followed the scent and eventually determined that it came from a small black box placed on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the box, put it into his backpack to inspect it, then took it out and placed it back on the table. It turned out to be just a mosquito-repellent box. Suddenly a bell rang from somewhere. Lin Xiao remembered the Qianghua's words, so he went out, locked the room, and casually asked a passerby for directions to the cafeteria. He quickly walked to the cafeteria, where he saw about 20 square tables. On each table were 4 portions of food and a mosquito-repellent box. The food was served in pottery bowls and plates, and some people were already seated and eating. Seeing this, Lin Xiao walked to a table near the wall. He saw that the plate contained 2 dishes: diced meat of unknown origin stir-fried with whole garlic cloves and red chili rings, and boiled green beans in water. He first tried a green bean. It was very soft and mushy with a rather ordinary taste. Then he tried a piece of meat. It had a rich charred aroma and a slightly tough texture. He couldn't tell what meat it was, but it tasted much better than the green beans. Meat is still better, he thought. Soon the cafeteria gradually filled up. 3 people also came to Lin Xiao's table, all strangers to him. Finishing his meals slowly, Lin Xiao stood up and scanned the dining crowd. He noticed Li Qianghua sitting at a table on the other side with 3 other people eating and chatting, but he didn't go over to greet them. Instead, he went straight back to his room. Lying on the bed, Lin Xiao idly browsed the shop but found that there was basically nothing he could buy. He now concluded that the only items he could purchase were equipment he had personally handled, and the system's standard gear. There were 3 pieces of standard defensive equipment available: standard defensive suit upper, standard defensive suit lower, and standard leather boots. These pieces of equipment had little purchase value. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to get more hands-on with equipment, especially the so-called blessed equipment. Lu San's armor looked quite good. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, and decided that his next goal was mainly to learn how to use a blade and shield against beasts and monsters. This was probably the skill required to join the patrol team. He also recalled what they had mentioned about the egg. From their words and the fact that Li Qianghua's team had 4 members, this egg likely referred to the tank character in the games he used to play. Egg was probably a nickname used by the locals. That meant he would have to face beasts and monsters directly. Lu San was right. He had to find a way to get a set of heavy armor. 2 words: safety. Actually, getting a set of heavy armor wasn't that difficult. He could find an opportunity to touch Lu San's armor, and then buy it from the shop. The armor's price couldn't be more than 363 energy points. However, how to explain the origin of the armor was a big problem. Given by a relative in town. He didn't know if there was a shop selling equipment in town. Maybe he could go directly to a shop and copy it. When he came back, he could say that a relative in town had given it to him upon learning he joined the patrol team. Lin Xiao thought it over and planned to ask for leave to go to town sometime, saying he needed to handle some matters and then figure out a way to copy a suit of armor. So he decided to train for a few days first, and see how things went. Once things settled down, he would go to town to get some armor, and then continue his efforts. Of course, if after a day of patrolling he felt the risk was too high, he would go to town immediately to get armor. Before coming to this world, Lin Xiao had only been a high school graduate who delivered food for 3 years. Apart from reading novels, playing games, and scrolling through short videos, he had no other hobbies. However, he had also picked up a lot of strange knowledge from novels, games, and short videos. Today it was raining and there were many orders. He was riding his electric scooter through the rain to deliver a clay pot rice order. When he rode under a large tree, he was struck by a thunderbolt along with the tree. When he woke up, he found himself under the shed of the so-called Fangi Yunping. Amidst a whirl of random thoughts, Lin Xiao gradually fell asleep. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting patches of golden light across the room. At that moment, the bell rang, waking up the entire timber yard. Lin Xiao also got up, tidied up, and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. After the meal, he returned to his room, picked up his shield and cleaver, and went to the yard to await the first day of patrol training. This was his 2nd day in this world. A new beginning, he thought. Lin Xiao, over here. Lin Xiao turned his head at the sound and saw Li Qianghua waving at him. He smiled and walked over. Li Qianghua pointed at Lin Xiao and said to the other 3, "This is our new team member, Lin Xiao." Then he turned to Lin Xiao and introduced. "This is Wu Kun, our team's Jingguang the healer. Get to know each other. If you coordinate well, no beast will be a problem." So that youth carrying a wooden box was called Wu Kun, Lin Xiao thought. "Hello? My name is Lin Xiao. Brother Wu, please take care of me." Sure. Wu Kun replied politely. Li Qianghua then pointed to a young man holding a halberd and introduced. "This is Ma Yunju and our team Shuasho the Blood Hand." "Hello? Brother Ma, please take care of me." "Hello?" Ma Yunjun greeted with a slightly indifferent tone. Finally, there was the middle-aged man carrying a bow named Jiang Ziliang. Like Li Qianghua, he was an archer. After introducing Lin Xiao to the members of Team 3, one by one Li Qianghua assigned today's task: patrol Sector 2. From Li Qianghua's explanation, Lin Xiao learned that the place where they met yesterday was classified as Sector 1. All areas requiring patrol were divided into 3 sectors, each about 1 kilometer in length, with varying widths depending on the specific terrain. After a few brief instructions, Li Qianghua led the team to Sector 2. Along the way, Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang were muttering to each other. Soon they arrived at the location. The so-called Sector 2 was about 200 meters behind the lumberyard, a flat expanse leading to the distant forest. "Yunju and Ziliang, you patrol this side," Li Qianghua ordered. Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang acknowledged, adjusted their equipment, and headed towards Sector 3. "The 3 of us will patrol this side," Li Qianghua said, taking the lead. Then she turned around, took out a bamboo whistle strung with a black cord from her pocket, and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying with a smile, "Take this. When you patrol separately, blow this whistle if there's a situation. 1 short whistle means safe, 3 short whistles in a row mean assistance needed, a long continuous whistle indicates an emergency." "Okay, I'll remember," Lin Xiao said, hanging the whistle around his neck. After a moment's thought, he asked, "How far can the sound of this whistle travel?" "About 500 meters. The sound is quite loud," Li Qianghua said, touching her quiver. "Let's patrol all the way to Sector 1 first. If there's no problem, we'll go to the forest later to find a bear for practice. Don't kill it directly," We mainly need to practice coordination. When we fight you, Lin Xiao, hold the shield at the front. If you feel your condition is declining, call Wu Kun for healing. With more practice you'll know when to call for healing and when to retreat. No problem, Wu Kun said, patting the token at his waist. I have 2 healing tokens. One can be used every 2 minutes and only heals one person. The other can be used every 5 minutes and heals everyone within a 50-meter radius. Lin Xiao thought for a moment after hearing Wu Kun's introduction and replied. For me, just use the single target healing. Let the captain handle the area healing. They'll be at the front and won't be able to keep track of the whole situation. That works. Let's do it that way for now, Li Qianghua said with a smile. The 3 chatted casually as they patrolled. Soon they reached the end of Sector 1. No issues. Let's go into the forest and find a bear to play with, Li Qianghua said, heading toward the wood. Captain, why haven't we encountered any deadwood monsters today? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Deadwood monsters only appear at certain times. Once you've been here longer you'll understand. They don't stray far from the forest, so we generally leave them alone, Li Qianghua explained. The 3 gradually entered the forest. As they walked, Li Qianghua taught Lin Xiao how to identify bear, leopard, and wolf droppings, claw marks, and other traces like footprints. Lin Xiao listened attentively, asking questions whenever he had doubts. In this way, with questions and answers, they paused and moved on, slowly venturing deeper into the forest. Li Qianghua stopped beside a large tree, pointed at the trunk, and turned to Lin Xiao saying, Look, this is a bear's claw mark. Lin Xiao looked where Li Qianghua was pointing and saw several large claw marks on the trunk at about mid height. Li Qianghua touched the claw marks and said, This should be a black bear weighing over 100 kilograms, just right for practice. Let's go find it now. Saying so, she led the 2 of them, following the traces on the ground and trees, and soon tracked to a bushy area in the forest surrounded by a circle of large trees. Look, the bear is over there. Li Qianghua pointed toward the bushes. Lin Xiao looked over and saw a black bear's head on a bush in the distance with furry round ears. It was holding an unknown fruit and eating it with relish. You 2 go up and attack him. He'll keep watch from the side. For a black bear of this size, I can take it down with at most 2 arrows. Don't panic, Li Qianghua said, knocking an arrow and whispering to Lin Xiao. Wu Kun then spoke up. You go ahead. They'll follow about 30 meters behind you. If you need healing, call me anytime. Okay, Lin Xiao replied, raising his shield and stealthily approaching the bear. After covering some distance, the bear seemed to sense something and stood up, looking in their direction. Lin Xiao charged toward the bear with his shield raised. Wu Kun followed closely behind. The bear, sensing the 2 approaching, hesitated, unsure whether to attack or flee. While the bear hesitated, the 2 had already closed to within 300 meters. The bear, enraged, lunged at Lin Xiao with claws bared. Lin Xiao met the bear head-on. The bear rose up and swiped at Lin Xiao, who quickly raised his shield to block. With a clang, the bear's paw struck the shield and Lin Xiao's entire left arm went numb. But ignoring the pain, he retreated while circling to the bear's other side. The bear lunged again, striking the shield fiercely with its paw. This time Lin Xiao's chi and blood churned. Checking his status, he saw he had lost 3 hit points, leaving 13. Although his entire arm was shaking and barely obeying him, Lin Xiao wasn't panicked. Not only did Wu Kun's healing exist, but he also had 9 red bat jerky strips in his pack. Just as the bear struck again, Lin Xiao seized the moment, slashed at the bear's wrist with his knife, then immediately retreated with his shield raised. The bear yelped in pain, becoming more frenzied. However, with one hand injured, it could no longer lunge as swiftly as before. Lin Xiao dragged his shield and sidestepped quickly to the bear's flank. Before the bear could turn around, he stepped forward and struck a vicious blow to the back of the bear's knee, splitting the flesh. With a clang, Lin Xiao was sent flying by the bear's powerful swipe, landing on the ground with his shield, his whole body trembling. He had lost 7 hit points. To be safe, he called for healing. Wu Kun raised a token and murmured incantations. Lin Xiao saw a golden light flash over his body, feeling a surge of comfort. He regained 4 hit points and his movement speed increased slightly. He thought no wonder they called the healer Golden Light. The nickname was indeed apt. A beam of golden light in a dangerous situation truly gives hope and courage. The black bear was now completely enraged, but with one front paw and one hind leg injured, it could no longer keep up with Lin Xiao's speed. The great bear lunged at Lin Xiao with claws and fangs bared, but Lin Xiao remained unhurried, sidestepping left and right in a calm rhythm. The bear spun around and swiped a paw at him. Lin Xiao saw the movement, and with a forceful push off his left foot, dodged to the bear's right side. The bear missed its target, twisted its head, and opened its gaping maw to let out a thunderous roar. At that moment, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, mustered strength in his right hand, and drove his blade into the bear's nose. Ow! The bear howled in agony, writhing wildly as it clawed at its nose. Then with a furious bellow, it charged straight at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stepped aside, letting the bear rush past his left flank. Just as the beast turned to swipe at him, he darted forward, pivoted from his waist, and swung his blade upward, slashing the black bear's throat. Lin Xiao felt the knife cut through the soft skin of the bear's neck, a slight resistance, then slicing through the trachea. After the strike, he quickly withdrew his strength and retreated, crouching behind his shield to observe the bear's condition. The bear had collapsed to the ground, but its muscles still twitched. It struggled to rise, twisting its head and flailing its paws wildly in Lin Xiao's direction. Gradually the bear weakened, gasping for air with a rattling sound from its throat. Seizing the moment of weakness, Lin Xiao swiftly circled to the bear's head and drove his blade deep into its neck. Struck by the fatal blow, the bear twitched a few times and then fell still. Applause. Clap, 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 sounded from behind him. Lin Xiao turned to see Li Qianghua and Wu Kun standing not far away, clapping. They had apparently arrived unnoticed. What a splendid duel, Li Qianghua said, ceasing her applause and smiling at Lin Xiao. Clean and decisive, each strike aimed at vital points. One slash to the wrist, one to the knee, crippling the bear's mobility, and two to the neck to finish it off. Only the cut on the nose was somewhat superfluous. The nose may seem a weak point, but in truth a wounded nose does not impair the bear's combat effectiveness. The pain only makes it more ferocious. Honestly, you're not just an excellent healer, you have impeccable timing for treatment. You didn't panic after the first hit and start calling for healing. You have a good grasp of your own condition. You're a fine candidate for the healer role. And you've got a knack for being a blood hand, keen at spotting enemy weaknesses, every strike lethal. But we already have one blood hand, so you'd better stick to the healer path. With your strength and speed, I believe you were at the fourth bottle. After this long speech, Li Qianghua raised a hand and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, adopting an air of seasoned authority. Thank you for the guidance, Captain. It's mainly your leadership. Having you nearby as a backup was like a calming pill. Besides, without you leading the way, I wouldn't even have found the bear. Also, I appreciate brother was timely support, or I'd have been in danger, Lin Xiao added with a modest smile. Wu Kun had already put away his token. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, he chuckled. It's my duty. If you all lost combat capability, I'd be done for too. Let me handle this bear first. With that, Wu Kun began pulling tools from his wooden crate. In no time he had skinned the entire bear and packed the hide into a bag. He discarded the internal organs except for the gallbladder, which he placed in the crate. Then he split the bear carcass in half, bagging each half. The bear was fully processed. Lin Xiao wondered if the system could absorb this bear, but he dared not test it in front of the others, fearing they'd think him a freak. Li Qianghua easily lifted the bag containing half the bear meat and gestured for Lin Xiao to carry the other half. Lin Xiao hoisted the other bag onto his back. It weighed over 100 jin, but he found it relatively easy to carry. Wu Kun casually dug a small hole with his tools, buried the entrails, then slung the bear hide over his back. The three of them walked out of the forest and began retracing their patrol route. Well, keep the gallbladder for Wu Kun to make medicine. The rest should sell for about 40 or 50 silver coins. Well, split it among the 5 of us. It's one of the patrol team's perks, Li Qianghua explained to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao responded. Are we selling the bear to the canteen? Yes, the meat goes to the canteen and someone else buys the hide, Li Qianghua replied. You had dinner at the canteen last night, didn't you? Last night's dinner was bear meat. Lin Xiao thought to himself, so that tough meat was bear meat. The three chatted as they walked back to the lumberyard and sold the bear for a total of 42 silver coins. Li Qianghua gave Lin Xiao 14 coins and patted him on the shoulder. You did the most work, so you take the bigger share. The 4 of us will each get 7. There are plenty more such benefits in the patrol team, you'll find out soon enough. Lin Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He thanked her and pocketed the silver coins. Weighing one in his hand, he felt it was slightly lighter than the system's silver coins by 10 or 20%. The 3 of them returned to the spot where they had parted ways with Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang. Let's wait for them here. Well, swap sides and patrol once more, then call it a morning. Rest up and recover, Li Qianghua said, sitting on a rock. Lin Xiao, any hobbies? Or dreams? Wu Kun, you too? Lin Xiao found the captain intriguing. My dream is to become an outstanding healer, hunt many beasts and monsters, and earn a lot of money. Wu Kun smiled. My dream is to own my own lumberyard, or a quarry would do, and run it well, becoming a modest, wealthy man. Captain, what about your dream? Lin Xiao asked, looking at Li Qianghua with a smile. Me. You all know that long ago humans were the masters of this continent. Then some great disaster seemed to strike, and now this continent is covered in jungles, beasts, and monsters. Human living space is limited to small pockets scattered in forests with fewer monsters. Like our Lanchi town. So my dream is to expand the living space for humanity to make life better than it is now. Of course, my own strength is limited, so I need your help. Stick with me and you'll not only own a lumberyard and earn plenty of money, you'll also be remembered in history, celebrated in the annals, shining brightly for countless generations to admire. But that's still far off. Let's first focus on the patrol duties. This afternoon let's go hunt another bear and accumulate funds for our cause. Lin Xiao, having lived 2 lives, though his second life was only 2 days old and his first only 21 years, still felt a surge of excitement at the young man's words. He replied earnestly, "Captain, I definitely support you." Wu Kun, seeming lost in thought, echoed, "They'll follow the captain's lead too." "Good." Li Qianghua punched the air emphatically and declared in a louder voice. At that moment the figures of Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang appeared in the distance. The 5 reunited once more. Li Qianghua recounted the bear hunting incident to Jiang Ziliang and Ma Yunjun and then distributed the silver coins among them. "Any trouble on your end?" she asked. "None at all. It was calm and leisurely." Ma Yunjun replied, hands clasped behind his head. "Should we swap patrol zones now?" "Yes, let's swap and patrol one more round before calling it a day." Li Qianghua nodded. The 5 exchanged zones and resumed their patrol. "We mainly patrol intensively in the morning and evening. Other times we take it easy, but we must remain on standby to support other teams." Li Qianghua continued explaining the patrol routine to Lin Xiao. "Behind our lumberyard in the forest there's a town outpost. If anything major happens in the forest, the outpost sends up smoke signals." Before long the trio reached a small hill. From there they could see a cluster of buildings at the foot of the mountain, much smaller than the lumberyard and not too far away. Curious, Lin Xiao asked, "What place is this?" "It's a stronghold of sorts managed by the dojo. Dojo-registered masters go there to explore and hunt in the forest, then process their gains there. The place mainly deals with bulky items that are hard to transport, and also offers lodging and food. Of course some other fighters come to try their luck, but most are low-level and don't bring much back." Li Qianghua explained. "Let's move on." They continued patrolling until they reached a massive boulder. Li Qianghua pointed at it and said, "This is the boundary between Zone 2 and Zone 3. We patrol up to here." Having detected no unusual activity along the way, the 3 turned back. The team regrouped, and the morning patrol came to an end, taking less than 2 hours in total. Lin Xiao noticed his health had fully recovered. The patrol was quite pleasant, he thought. Though he wished he could scroll through short videos, that would have made it perfect. Seeing the other 4 about to head back to the lumberyard, Lin Xiao heard they said, "Captain, can I wander around Zone 2? I won't go far." Li Qianghua pondered briefly and replied, "All right. Keep an eye out for whistle signals. If anything happens, remember to blow your whistle. Don't venture deep into the forest." "Got it," Lin Xiao answered earnestly. As his teammates gradually disappeared from sight, he headed into the forest, hoping to kill some animal to see if the system could absorb its energy. No sooner had he entered the forest than he spotted a gray rabbit crouching at the base of a tree. Lin Xiao rushed forward, blade in hand, but the rabbit was faster, hopping nimbly among the trees before vanishing completely. "It's so fast. Next time I should blast it from a distance with the directional sonic cannon." Lin Xiao suddenly remembered he had a skill medal. Imitating Li Qianghua, he searched the forest for animal tracks. Soon enough he found a wolf standing behind a tree observing something. Lin Xiao didn't approach the wolf. He estimated the distance to be about 50 meters. He fired a directional sonic cannon. A seemingly invisible wave shot from his hand and struck the wolf's head instantly. The wolf froze, its mouth opening and closing soundlessly, its limbs moving in slow motion. Then, like a glitched monster in a game, it began to twitch erratically. Finally it collapsed to the ground and lay still. Lin Xiao stopped the skill and checked his status. He had 1 point of stamina left, having used 6 in total. Given the consumption rate of 1 stamina per second, the directional sonic cannon could kill a wolf in 6 seconds, not counting the slowing effect. It was a formidable skill, he thought. Back when the red bat hit him with a sonic wave, it hadn't felt nearly as powerful. Could it be because he had fused 2 resonance cavities and strengthened it twice? He wasn't sure about the mechanics, so he didn't dwell on it. Lin Xiao walked over to check the wolf. It was dead, blood seeping from its 7 orifices. "System absorb energy," he commanded in his mind. But nothing happened. So the system couldn't absorb energy from ordinary beasts. So far only 2 types had been confirmed: the deadwood monster, a low-level demon, and the bat-like zombie, whether it counted as a demon or not. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and decided to bury the wolf's corpse somewhere. He couldn't bring it back to sell lest anyone suspect something. After disposing of the wolf, Lin Xiao didn't dare venture deeper into the forest. He retraced his steps and exited. Just as he was about to return to the lumberyard, he heard a sharp bamboo whistle, 3 short blasts signaling a call for backup. The sound seemed to come from Zone 1. He rushed over, immediately covering the distance in the time it takes to smoke a pipe. In the distance several people were engaged, with a leopard retreating as they fought. A single leopard requiring backup even from a 5-man team. Could a leopard be more dangerous than a bear? Lin Xiao wondered. Just as he was about to charge in with his blade and shield, the leopard's front paws crossed and slashed, sending a faint crescent-shaped air blade shooting from its claws. With a dull thud, the tank at the front of the party was sent flying. As soon as he landed, a golden light enveloped him, and he stood up again, resuming his position. The group continued to fight while retreating. Seeing they were nearing him, Lin Xiao called out, "I'm a tank from Team 3 here to support you." "What's the plan?" A golden glowing figure carrying a pack replied. "Just cover our retreat. The cloud leopard is too fast and we have no crowd control. We can't hold it down. Help us fall back. This thing, only Team 1 can handle it. Usually we just scare it off by gathering numbers. We're Team 5. Where are the rest of your team?" "They're on their way. I was nearby so I came first," Lin Xiao answered as he fell back. The archer from Team 5 shot an arrow at the cloud leopard, but it merely grazed the beast's hide and deflected away. Seeing the leopard's high defense that even the archer couldn't penetrate, Lin Xiao asked, "Even if we held it here, we couldn't damage it, right?" "The arrow resistance is a skill, not thick hide. It can't maintain that skill all the time. There's a cooldown window," the golden figure explained. As they spoke, Li Qianghua and the other 3 arrived. Behind them came 5 more people, likely the standby team, though Lin Xiao wasn't sure which team. As soon as they appeared, arrows flew everywhere. The cloud leopard, seeing the overwhelming numbers, turned and fled into the forest. Lin Xiao glanced at his strength value. It had recovered slightly, totaling only 2 points. In the end, he did not use his weapon to keep the Chuyun leopard. After some thought, he decided to treat the directional sonic cannon as his current trump card to be used at a critical moment. In just a short while, the Chuyun leopard had already dashed into the forest. The golden light from Team 5, seeing that the crisis had been averted, clasped his hands in gratitude towards those who had come to assist. Everyone exchanged polite remarks. It seemed that this golden light was the leader of Team 5, Lin Xiao thought. After some casual conversation, everyone dispersed, and Lin Xiao leisurely walked back with Li Qianghua and the others. "What just happened?" "Lin Xiao, did you see how Team 5 engaged the Chuyun leopard?" Li Qianghua gently asked. "I was trying to digest the knowledge you taught me about tracking prey in the forest, but I didn't track down any prey. Just as I exited the forest, I heard 3 short whistles. By the time I got there, I saw the Chuyun leopard chasing after Team 5, and their egg had already been hit by one of the Chuyun leopard's skills just as you all arrived." Lin Xiao recounted what he knew. "The main force of Team 5 is their leader, namely that golden light just now. Their egg is not as good as yours." Li Qianghua smiled at Lin Xiao. "Is there anything special about the Chuyun leopard?" Seeing Li Qianghua seemed very concerned about the Chuyun leopard, he asked. "Nothing special, it's just very valuable, much more so than a bear, worth about 2 pieces of divine equipment. Our entire woodyard has only 1 team that has successfully killed one." Li Qianghua explained with a hint of longing. Lin Xiao tentatively asked, "Is the Chuyun leopard considered a powerful monster?" Li Qianghua pondered for a moment before answering, "It's not considered a powerful monster, just a low-level one with speed but not much in terms of attack or defense. In fact, I haven't seen many high-level monsters, just heard about them." "So this is what a monster is?" Lin Xiao obtained the answer he wanted. "Monsters are just beasts with skills. This world doesn't seem as dangerous as imagined. It's just that the forest cover is too high, making it suitable for beasts and monsters to thrive, and they primarily win in numbers rather than individual strength." Suddenly Lin Xiao remembered what Li Qianghua had said about the watchtower, and asked, "Captain, don't the watchtower issue a warning when monsters come out of the forest?" "The watchtower mainly monitors the movements of large groups of monsters. If a single Chuyun leopard wanders out, the watchtower might not even notice. There are only a few people at the watchtower, and they usually don't dare to come out of the station. Just observing the situation from afar counts as completing their task. They also observe from a distance. The beast packs and monsters in the forest can sometimes be quite agitated, more active than usual, which is when the watchtower fulfills its function. In any case, if smoke is released from the watchtower, it means they should be prepared for a long battle. Of course, the town will send people to assist us. If we cannot handle it, we can temporarily retreat to the town. Sometimes the watchtower hasn't even had the chance to release smoke before being completely wiped out by monsters. Just because the watchtower doesn't release smoke doesn't mean there's no major activity in the forest. However, such situations are rare. I've only seen it once." Li Qianghua patiently explained a long string of details to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao roughly understood what was happening and nodded. Taking the opportunity in the conversation, he quickly asked Li Qianghua for leave. "Captain, I want to go back to the town. I have some matters to attend to." "Is it urgent?" "If it's not urgent, you can wait until we rest to go back to the town to handle it. We have a rest day in 3 days," Li Qianghua said, stroking his chin in a consultative tone. "Our next task is to patrol 3 sections in a day, stay on standby at home for a day, do a dojo task for a day, and then rest for a day." I have heard some inside news this time. Our team's dojo task is to deliver supplies to the watchtower, which requires us to go deep into the forest. It's better if all 5 of us are in good shape. Lin Xiao thought it would be even more necessary to go to the town first to get a suit of armor. So he replied, I mainly want to go to the town to get a suit of armor, so I better go to the town first. It will be safer to go into the forest with armor. Alright, are you going tomorrow or the day after? Li Qianghua nodded in agreement. Let's go tomorrow. Lin Xiao quickly confirmed the date as he heard Li Qianghua agree. With that settled, the group returned to the woodyard. Next came the rest meals, patrolling, and other activities, including taking down a bear, which will not be detailed here. That evening in the room of the woodyard leader Li Jichang, 2 people were sitting at a table talking. By the light of a yellowed oil lamp, one could clearly see that one was the leader himself and the other was Wu Kun, the golden light from Team 3. What's the situation with that Lin Xiao? Li Jichang asked. He has a strong combat awareness and is very sensitive to the battlefield and his own state. He is a very excellent egg with strength close to 4 bottles, and overall he is indeed stronger than Feng Liangqing, Wu Kun replied. What about his character? Li Jichang continued to ask. I've only interacted with him for a day, I can't tell. He asked for leave tomorrow to go back to the town, saying he wants to get a suit of armor. Wu Kun shook his head as he spoke. What about Qianghua and him? Li Jichang hesitated. It seems there's nothing going on. They haven't been alone together, and their conversation was quite ordinary. I think there's nothing. I can't see any special feelings Qianghua has for him. By the way, Qianghua mentioned her dreams again today, Wu Kun said thoughtfully. Haha, what was Lin Xiao's reaction? Li Jichang asked with a smile. He seemed a bit excited. Wu Kun recalled the situation at the time. Alright, keep an eye on them for me. Report to me if anything happens, Li Jichang said, taking a small bag from the drawer and handing it to Wu Kun. Wu Kun politely accepted the bag, then got up and left. At this moment Lin Xiao was lying on his bed planning for his trip to the town tomorrow. He had a total of 24 silver coins, and in the afternoon they had taken down a bear, earning 10 silver coins. The money earned from taking down bears in a day was roughly equivalent to a month's salary of the patrol team, but he was still in the training period of the patrol team, and did not know how much his salary would increase in the future. He thought about it. The cafeteria wouldn't need the meat of 2 bears every day, estimating that they couldn't take down bears every day. It seemed that Li Qianghua likely had a collaboration with the cafeteria to sell bear meat. This 24 silver coins today was probably just a sweet deal for new recruits. He was uncertain about the purchasing power of silver coins and whether he could buy a suit of armor. He thought about having many silver and copper coins given by the system, wondering if he could find a place in the town to sell them. The morning sun awakened the gurgling Lanxi River, causing it to flow slowly from the distant mountain stream. At the foot of the city wall of Lanxi town, it split into 2 branches, encircled the town, and then converged again into one, rushing towards the downstream Yanhua town. Lanxi town was embraced by the Lanxi River with 10-meter-high city walls standing on all sides, making it as impregnable as a fortress. The north gate of the city wall slowly opened under the morning sun, and a few sporadic people began to enter and exit. By the city gate, 2 gatekeepers were pointing and chatting idly. That guy's outfit is pretty funny, either fish nor fowl. Probably got fooled by some retro society again. Following their pointing direction, a young man in a protective suit with a machete at his waist was walking on the road leading to the north gate. This was Lin Xiao, who had come early from the small mountain woodyard to town to get armor. At this moment he was crossing the bridge over the Lanxi River leading to the city gate. From the small mountain woodyard to Lanxi town, he estimated the distance was about 7 or 8 kilometers. Arriving at the city gate, the 2 gatekeepers stopped him and asked, "Where are you from?" "From the woodyard, coming to town to get some supplies." Lin Xiao handed over his patrol team token. One gatekeeper took it, looked it over, and handed it back, saying, "Go on in." Lin Xiao took back the token and stowed it away, then stepped through the city gate. From the north gate, a wide avenue stretched ahead, flanked by various shops, some still not open. He noticed a shop with its door open, its sign reading, "Baymen Gold and Stone Antiques," and decided to go in and take a look since he still had plenty of time. Entering the shop, on the left were some wooden shelves stocked with melamine bowls and plates, as well as some PP or PC water cups, a dazzling array of items, all within the range of kitchenware. On the right was a corner counter facing the street. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man in a stone blue straight robe and a square-topped headcloth on a high stool. He had a plump face, faint eyebrows, and small round eyes. Seeing Lin Xiao enter, he stood up and greeted. "Judging by your attire, sir, you must be a connoisseur. What would you like to get?" Lin Xiao took out a copper coin and a silver coin issued by the system from his pocket, saying nothing, and directly handed them to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took the coins but didn't examine them closely. Instead, he invited Lin Xiao to sit inside. Lin Xiao walked a few steps inside, where there was a small reception area with a tea table and a few chairs. He casually sat down on one chair, and the shopkeeper poured him a cup of tea. Then the shopkeeper sat down with the coins in hand, scrutinized them carefully on the chair, then took a small square cloth pad, placed it on the table, and set the 2 coins on the cloth. He then spoke. How much are you looking to exchange these 2 coins for? Lin Xiao, not being an expert, replied. You tell me what they're worth and name your price. The shopkeeper weighed his words carefully, saying, Judging by the patterns and quality of these 2 coins, they are indeed quite old, but I can't be certain. Moreover, they are not official mint, they were privately minted by someone. I can only take them at a certain rate, 1 copper coin for 2 coppers, 1 silver coin for 2 silvers. Lin Xiao didn't haggle and said, Fine. I have 4 silver coins and 44 copper coins, I'll exchange them all for you. He then took out 3 more silver coins and 43 copper coins. The shopkeeper examined each one carefully, wrote a receipt in duplicate, gave 1 copy to Lin Xiao, and then paid him 8 silver and 88 copper coins. He had kept back 600 copper coins from the exchange, afraid that revealing too many might attract attention. Lin Xiao pocketed the money and the receipt, then stood up to leave. The shopkeeper saw him all the way to the door, saying, If you have more goods next time, sir, please come to our shop again. We won't let you down. Lin Xiao acknowledged and walked out of the shop, then suddenly turned back and asked, Shopkeeper, do you know where I can buy equipment? Armor, long swords, and the like? The shopkeeper pointed behind the shop and replied, The streets behind are all shops selling items related to combat personnel. Lin Xiao nodded to indicate he understood, then slowly walked to the corner of the street, turned into an alley, and headed toward the street behind the antique shop. This street was not as bustling as the previous one. The first shop had 3 storefronts with a large gear carved on its sign, an invalid gear, though Lin Xiao couldn't tell the exact type, but it was definitely quite modern. Below the gear was a line of text, Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association. Lin Xiao felt curious and had the urge to go in and take a look. While he was hesitating, a young man came out to greet him. This man was wearing a white hoodie-like garment and black casual pants. The man spoke. Judging by your outfit, brother, you must be an ancient culture enthusiast too. Come on, ancient culture enthusiasts are all family. Come in and sit down. So saying, he invited Lin Xiao in, and Lin Xiao followed him into the shop. Inside there were a few tables and chairs scattered around and some books on shelves. On the back wall hung a huge wooden gear. Lin Xiao asked, What does your Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association do? Sell gears? Of course not. Our association doesn't have many gears, so we don't sell them. If you have any gears to sell, brother, sell them to our association. We'll give you the highest market price. We are an association of ancient culture enthusiasts. We hold regular gatherings and lectures. We also organize some exploration activities on the outskirts of ruins, though such opportunities are rare. Among the many antiques, our president is particularly knowledgeable about gears and has a special fondness for them, hence the name Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association. The man spoke at length. So you invited me in to recruit me as a member? Lin Xiao asked with interest. We certainly hope to have more members, but we have requirements for new members. How much do you know about ancient culture? Do you have any areas of expertise? The young man asked in a gentle tone. I'm fairly knowledgeable about ancient culture. I have a deep understanding of daily use items, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Daily use items. Wait a moment, I'll get something for you to take a look at and explain. The young man turned around, took a box from a cabinet, placed it on a table, and invited Lin Xiao to sit over. Lin Xiao sat down at the table. The young man opened the box, revealing an old brown single-shoulder pod bag. Lin Xiao studied the bag. It was a solid color bag with almost no decoration. There was only a mark in the middle that looked like the letter D or P. The young man asked, What do you think this is? It's a bag. Can you be more specific? Of course I know it's a bag. It's a bag for women. Ancient women would carry a bag like this when they went out to hold various items. This shape was called a pod bag by the ancients because it resembles a pod. Lin Xiao explained. And what is this symbol? The young man asked, pointing at the mark. It's the mark of the person who made the bag. Just like your Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association has a gear as its logo. This symbol has no general meaning, it's just the personal mark of the bag maker. Though Lin Xiao only had a partial understanding of bags, he spoke with absolute certainty, leaving no room for doubt. You indeed have a deep understanding of ancient daily necessities. I am Sun Daoxin. What is your name? Would you like to join our association? We offer many benefits. The young man enthusiastically said to Lin Xiao. What benefits are there? What do I need to do after joining? Lin Xiao asked casually. We regularly hold events with ancient cultural themes. Food, drinks, and fun are all free, funded by our president. Of course you can attend or not, no pressure. Our association also invites teachers with deep knowledge of ancient culture to give lectures, all free and packed with valuable insights. The association's teachers also offer free appraisals of ancient artifacts. If the item is authentic, we purchase it at high market prices. If you have the capability, you can also join our exploration activities on the periphery of ancient ruins. Additionally, we give a fine gift upon joining. Please consider it. Sun Daoqin introduced it very fluently. Lin Xiao thought joining wouldn't be a bad idea, but he still wanted to confirm if there were any mandatory tasks. So he asked, "If I join, are there no obligations? Only benefits? You just need to share some knowledge about ancient culture with our members once a month, 1 hour per session," Sun Daoqin said with a smile. "Are there any formalities to join?" Sun Daoqin got up, took a form from the cabinet, and placed it before Lin Xiao, saying, "Just need to register, mainly your area of expertise and the types of knowledge and activities you're interested in. You don't have to use your real name. A code name works too." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied, "All right, I'll join." Sun Daoqin handed him a pen. Lin Xiao took it and filled out the form listing his expertise as knowledge of ancient daily necessities. He filled the rest casually using the code name Old Bear. After finishing, he put the pen on the table and looked up, asking, "Any activities today?" "I happen to be free today. Usually I'm busy, but I still make time to give a knowledge sharing session every 10 days. Sun Daoqin took a small wooden box from the cabinet and pushed it toward Lin Xiao, saying, "This is a gift from our association for new members. As for activities, we have one around 2 this afternoon, an appraisal session where a senior teacher will appraise items for members for free. If you come, he'll register you first. Pre-registered members get priority for appraisal." Lin Xiao nodded. "Please register me." "Thank you." He gently opened the small wooden box. Inside, neatly arranged, were 3 items: a small wooden gear polished to a smooth finish, a small bronze mirror with a wooden frame featuring exquisite carvings, the frame faintly shaped like a gear, a small plaque seemingly made of bone with a gear engraved on one side, and on the other gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association member No. 57. Sun Daoqin picked up a booklet and wrote something, then said to Lin Xiao, "Registered. My code name in the association is Lightbulb. You can call me Daoqin or Lightbulb." Lin Xiao put away the small box, stood up, and said, "All right, brother Daoqin. They'll come back around 2 this afternoon. Now I have some errands to run. They'll be off. See you later." Sun Daoqin escorted Lin Xiao to the door, and they exchanged pleasantries. Lin Xiao continued walking down the street, casually glancing left and right at shops like dried food stores and forest utility tools shops. After walking a short distance, a unique shop appeared before him. Unlike the other wooden structures, this shop was built mainly of bluestone. Only the roof supports were made of wood. The shop spanned 5 storefronts, with a black and gold sign hanging in the center reading Lin Xiao Talisman Shop. A talisman shop. Selling talismans. Could there be immortal cultivators? Lin Xiao thought, his heart tightening with a hint of nervousness. Involuntarily, he stepped into the Lin Xiao Talisman Shop to see for himself. In the center of the shop was a 3-sided counter, and behind it shelves were lined with various talismans. These talismans were drawn on animal hide, not yellow paper. Most were done with glistening red pigment, and a few used glistening gold pigment. Some had the fur removed, while others retained their original appearance, dense fur on the back. The runes on the animal hide glowed faintly, mesmerizing Lin Xiao. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao knew nothing about talismans, so he pointed at one and asked the shop assistant, "How much is this talisman?" The assistant glanced at the talisman and replied casually, "Sleep talisman. Place it under your pillow at bedtime to sleep soundly for 6 hours. 1 silver coin per piece." Not particularly impressive. No fireball talisman, binding talisman, or lightning talisman, Lin Xiao thought. He pointed at another talisman and asked, "What about this one?" "Calming talisman. Carry it to relieve dizziness and mental confusion. Effect lasts 3 days. 1 silver coin per piece." At least from these 2 talismans, it didn't seem like immortal cultivators existed in this world. The effects weren't as exaggerated as in cultivation novels. "And this one?" Lin Xiao pointed at a talisman on another shelf. "Liver clearing talisman. Wear it to relieve liver discomfort. Effect lasts 5 days. 1 silver coin per piece." The assistant recited the effects of the various talismans with ease. None of the 3 had earth-shattering effects. They were different from the talismans Lin Xiao had read about in cultivation novels. He figured all the talismans in this shop were of this. At that thought, he let out a long sigh. If he had transmigrated into a cultivation world as a mere mortal inferior to an ant, he would live in constant fear and danger. Being killed in one blow by a cultivator was not uncommon. After asking about the 3 talismans, he thought he understood the gist, so he ventured, "Do you have combat talismans?" "Combat talismans?" the assistant asked, puzzled. "Like healing talismans used in battle to treat injuries?" Lin Xiao gestured. "We don't have those. You might find wound healing ointment at the pharmacy near the dojo," the assistant said, eyeing Lin Xiao. "The pharmacy is over by the dojo." Though he felt he might not need it, Lin Xiao ultimately spent a silver coin on a sleep charm, thinking he would keep it in his backpack to see if he could uncover more information. Lin Xiao tucked away the purchased sleep charm and turned to walk out of the talisman shop. The town's renowned tailor Lu has just released his latest ready-made garments. They are now available for sale in our store. Passers-by, don't miss this golden opportunity. As Lin Xiao stepped out, he heard a shop assistant shouting in front of the Yongqing cloth shop across the street. He had no intention of buying ordinary clothes, but upon hearing the shout he wondered if he should follow local customs and purchase a garment that better suited the general aesthetic. Moreover, it would help him understand the cost of living so he wouldn't inadvertently embarrass himself. With this thought, he entered the Yongqing cloth shop and spent 5 silver coins on 2 sets of clothes. One set was a stone blue short jacket for 2 silver coins, and the other was a white straight robe for 3 silver coins. He changed into the straight robe inside the shop, while the other clothes were placed in a hemp bag provided by the shop. "Sir, please take care," the shop assistant said politely as Lin Xiao prepared to leave. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to ask, "Brother, where is the medicine shop of the Taoist Hall?" "Sir, the street you are on now runs north-south. If you walk to either end you will find an east-west street. Then continue east and you will see a large building, that is the Taoist Hall. The medicine shop is nearby." The assistant explained the route to Lin Xiao carefully. "Thank you for the directions, brother. They'll come back to you for clothes next time." Lin Xiao exchanged pleasantries, then carried his clothes and set off to find the medicine shop. When he reached the corner where the street would turn, he looked around, and seeing no one watching, stowed the bag of clothes into his backpack. He also checked the information on the sleep charm category consumable effect place under the pillow, while sleeping to enjoy a restful 6-hour sleep. That was all, the same as what the shop assistant had said, with no further details. He also checked the system shop, but there was no sleep charm available for purchase. It seemed that for now the system shop could only replicate equipment he had touched, not other categories. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of regret. It would have been wonderful if he could replicate anything. He had reached the end of the street, so he turned the corner and headed east. Halfway there he suddenly remembered that his main purpose in coming to town was to acquire a set of armor. He had almost forgotten the important task. However, he didn't deliberately seek out an equipment shop, planning to ask for directions when he reached the medicine shop. After wearing the straight robe for a while, Lin Xiao felt the sleeves weighing down a bit. However, the robe allowed for easy movement with no restrictions, very loose and comfortable. At first he felt a little strange. But after walking for a while, Lin Xiao gradually grew accustomed to the feel of the straight robe, taking another step forward in his plan to blend into this world. The streets became more crowded, suggesting that ahead lay a more bustling area. Emerging from the street, he found himself in a spacious square. At the center of the square stood a large Saihun-like building perched on a high platform. This must be the Taoist Hall, Lin Xiao thought. Truly magnificent, carved beams, painted rafters, yellow tiles, and red walls. A faint mist seemed to envelop it, obscuring the finer details. He wondered what kind of sorcery this was. In the square before the Taoist Hall stood a vertical bell tower with a large clock on each of its 4 sides. The time was just past 9 o'clock. Lin Xiao did not approach the Taoist Hall. Instead, he decided to stroll around the square, first gather information about the nature of the Taoist Hall, and then make further plans. He wandered casually along the shops lining the square, reading the signs Square and Lanchi Tavern, Changxing Restaurant, and the like. These were all inns and eateries. He quickly walked through this area and arrived at the other side of the square. After a few steps he spotted an equipment shop with 5 storefronts. Under the overhanging gable roof were walls of wood and stone with no excessive ornamentation. Above the central door hung a black and gold signboard bearing the words, "Joe's Arms Shop." Lin Xiao entered and saw a row of weapon racks, each holding an array of weapons. A shop assistant came forward from the counter and greeted him warmly. "Sir, are you looking for a suitable weapon? All of these are top-quality iron goods forged by our master craftsmen. Which one catches your eye? Do you have armor?" Lin Xiao didn't forget his goal. "Yes, we do. Please come this way, sir," the assistant said, inviting Lin Xiao to sit in a small side room. "Please wait a moment." With that, the assistant went into what seemed to be the storeroom at the back. Shortly after, he emerged carrying a wooden box, which he placed on the table in front of Lin Xiao. The shop assistant gently opened the wooden box. Inside was a thick cloth bag. He took the bag out, set it aside, and began removing the armor components one by one. "This is our finest Mingguang armor. Most adventurers who go to the forest buy this model. It's only 6 gold coins. Sir, does it suit your needs?" the assistant introduced. Lin Xiao touched the armor, pretending to inspect it closely while actually checking the armor's information in the system shop. Mingguang armor category equipment, that was all, a very ordinary piece of armor. He asked softly, "Do you have blessed armor?" The assistant hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Of course. Our shop is the designated consignment store for the Taoist Hall's equipment hall. However, the price is considerably higher than that of ordinary armor. Bring it out for me to see. If it's suitable, the price won't be a problem," Lin Xiao said casually. The assistant packed away the ordinary armor and brought out a jet-black glossy wooden box from the storeroom. Opening the box, he took out the armor. It was also a black Mingguang armor, though its luster was even less shiny than the previous set. On the inner side of the armor, faint circular patterns were etched. Lin Xiao touched the armor and checked the information. Woundless Mingguang armor, upper category, equipment, enchantment, woundless, grade F, attribute, damage absorption 1, evaluation, wear it, and you shall fear nothing. Woundless Mingguang armor, lower category, equipment, enchantment, woundless, grade F, attribute, damage absorption 1, evaluation, the best defense against groin kicks. Woundless Mingguang armor, helmet category, equipment, enchantment, woundless, grade F, attribute, damage absorption 1, evaluation, your eyes remain unseen. Woundless Mingguang armor, belt category, equipment, enchantment, woundless, grade F, attribute, damage absorption 1, evaluation, without a doubt this belt is beautiful. Lin Xiao checked the system shop price. The whole set cost 350 energy points. How much does this armor cost? Lin Xiao asked, touching the breastplate. This set is 50 gold coins. Are you satisfied, sir? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "I'll take another look. To be honest, this armor is good, but the price is not a small amount. I need to go back and think it over. When I make up my mind, I'll come back. Anyway, if I buy, I'll definitely come to your shop, not others." "Alright, sir, take your time. No rush. Not many people buy this armor, usually only those who have the means." The clerk put away the armor and replied. Lin Xiao nodded, stood up, and walked out of the weapon shop, thinking the main objective has been achieved. He directly purchased that enchanted Mingguang armor from the system shop and placed it in his backpack. Unfortunately, he could only buy one piece. He wondered if touching more armors would allow him to purchase more. It cost him 350 energy points in one go, leaving only 13 energy points. He thought the armor in the system shop was a bit expensive. But when he saw the attributes of this armor, Lin Xiao's mood brightened, as if his life was now guaranteed and entering the forest would be as easy as walking on flat ground. He let his imagination run wild, picturing himself wearing the newly purchased Mingguang armor, standing in the forest. With a shield in one hand and a blade in the other, he let out a great roar at a huge bear. The giant bear, intimidated by his aura, stumbled forward and slapped its paw against his Mingguang armor. He was completely unharmed, not even a single hair on his skin was bent. So he raised his blade and brought it down. Blood splattered, the bear's head fell to the ground, and applause erupted around him. What a majestic sight. Lin Xiao had now been infected by Li Qianghua, often thinking of taking down a bear. However, this cleaver was a bit of an eyesore. The bronze shield also paled in comparison to the Mingguang armor. He needed to get an enchanted blade and upgrade the shield too. With a full set of enchanted gear, he would definitely be the top dog in the patrol team, indestructible. But now his energy points were nearly depleted and he had little money. Should he exchange all his energy crystals for energy points to buy equipment? Better to play it safe for now, he thought, since energy crystals had other uses. He needed to keep some on hand. Next, he went to the dojo's pharmacy to check out the trauma healing ointment. If he could use it to restore health while fighting monsters, it might just save his life in an emergency. Lin Xiao had 26 silver coins and some copper coins left. He didn't know the exchange rate between silver and copper, but it seemed that gold to silver to copper was all 1100. Money disappears so quickly. Suddenly he felt that the patrol team's salary wasn't high, even though the patrol work was leisurely. No wonder Li Qianghua said it would take a few years in the patrol team to afford blessed equipment. He wondered how much the salary would increase after the training period. If calculated at the rate of 1 gold coin to 100 silver coins with the patrol team's salary, it would indeed take 2 or 3 years to afford just a single piece of that enchanted Mingguang armor set. Fortunately, he was with Li Qianghua, and he estimated he could take down a few bears each month to earn some extra cash. He still needed to find ways to make more money. There were plenty of beasts in the forest. This world had no shortage of forests and beasts. From what he had learned, Lanxi town was completely surrounded by forests. It wasn't difficult to hunt 2 beasts a day in the patrol team. The key was who to sell them to. The lumber camp's mess hall had 4 people per table, 20 tables in total, at most 80 people. They couldn't possibly consume the output of their 3 teams. They needed to find other outlets. Lin Xiao browsed the nearby shops while pondering ways to make money. After circling half the square, he finally found a pharmacy. The pharmacy had 3 shop fronts with the same overhanging gable roof, wooden and stone columns and walls. A sign hung above the door reading, Lanxi Pharmacy. Inside there was also a 3-sided counter with medicine shelves behind it. Next to the shelves facing the door was a door leading to the back. A clerk in a white straight gown sat behind the counter, his hands resting on it as he yawned. "What would you like, sir? How much is the trauma healing ointment?" Lin Xiao asked casually. Small bottle is 1 gold coin, medium bottle 5 gold coins, large bottle 10 gold coins. Which one would you like, sir? Whoa. Good heavens. Working in the patrol team for a year, he could only afford 3 small bottles of trauma healing ointment, not even a medium one. Lin Xiao silently gave a thumbs up to the pharmacy owner in his mind. Can I take a look at a small bottle? Lin Xiao tentatively asked. The clerk picked up a small light green porcelain bottle from the medicine shelf and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, You can't open it. If you do, you have to buy it. Lin Xiao took it, pretending to examine it while actually checking the system shop. However, he didn't see the trauma healing ointment. It seemed it couldn't be replicated. He handed it back reluctantly, thinking this trauma healing ointment is probably the potion that restores health. So he tentatively asked, Is there a potion that restores stamina? Of course, the price is the same as the trauma healing ointment. Would you like to see it? The clerk replied, glancing at Lin Xiao. Forget it, I can't afford it. I was just asking. At this moment, Lin Xiao realized the deeper meaning of the word, gold, and golden light. It was the gold of gold coins. It's fine. The trauma healing ointment and stamina potions are things many ask about but few buy. Our shop mainly sells Taoist arts potions. How many bottles have you had, sir? The clerk said with a smile. 3 bottles. Which direction are you leaning towards? Dan Gongzi or Jingguang? I lean towards Dan. The 4th bottle of Taoist arts potion in the Dan direction is only 1 gold coin. Our shop is a pharmacy under the dojo, selling authentic potions made by registered alchemists from the dojo. Would you like a bottle, sir? The clerk enthusiastically introduced. It seemed that what they meant by how many bottles you've had referred to how many bottles of this Taoist arts potion, and it appeared each time the potion was different. It seemed that the number of bottles they mentioned corresponded to the levels in the system. He was currently level 3 and his own base attributes were slightly higher than an ordinary person's. Additionally, some items had added attributes. Li Qianghua assessed him as having strength close to 4 bottles, which seemed to match. Although Lin Xiao wanted to try a bottle of Taoist arts potion to see if he could level up, he had no money in his pocket. He needed to earn more money, otherwise he could do nothing. Now his energy points were also used up. He thought neither energy points nor gold coins can be lacked. While letting his mind wander, he smiled and replied to the clerk. Not for now. I haven't perfectly integrated the 3rd bottle yet, so I want to wait. It's okay. Do you need anything else, sir? The clerk said with a smile. Not for now, thank you. The pharmacy clerk didn't say anything more, just nodded. Seeing that the clerk was quite friendly, Lin Xiao asked again. Brother, I heard the dojo has tasks in the forest that can earn some money. Do you know the specifics? The clerk thought for a moment and replied. Go to the square, face the main gate of the dojo. On your left there is a hunting hall under the dojo. If you have the strength, go there and ask and you'll find out. Thank you, brother, for pointing the way. Lin Xiao said, handing over a silver coin as a tip. The clerk pocketed the silver coins and lowered his voice to Lin Xiao. Don't accept any of those deep forest tasks posted by the guild. Even the hunting teams under the guild's own hall sometimes can't handle them. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, sensing that the clerk was no ordinary man, so he handed over another 20 silver coins. The clerk deftly took the coins and whispered, Here's the thing. Our pharmacy occasionally has tasks that need to be posted at the hunting hall, but we usually put them up on the first day of each 10-day period. Today is the 14th, so our task is already posted. Come earlier next time and I can assign you a suitable one. The take will be split 3 to 7. You get 70%. Interested? Much obliged, brother. I'll come earlier next time. You can call me Old Bear. I have a small team that can handle most tasks. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Alright, we'll talk when you come next time. You can call me Old Wolf. But fair warning, if you can't finish the first task, there won't be a second cooperation. The clerk, who called himself Old Wolf, spoke seriously. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, bid farewell to Old Wolf and walked out of the pharmacy. It was already near noon, so he decided to find a place to eat first. Though he had only 5 silver and 88 copper left on him, a hearty meal shouldn't be a problem. It wasn't as if he couldn't afford a meal with 6 days' patrol wages. Lin Xiao strode to the street of inns and taverns. He immediately spotted Lanchi Tavern and felt it looked promising. A tavern bearing the name Lanchi surely wouldn't serve bad food. He stepped inside. The first floor of the tavern already had 3 tables of diners. He casually picked an empty table and sat down. The waiter promptly came over and asked with a smile, What would you like, sir? What are your specialties? Lin Xiao asked casually. We have braised wild boar trotter, steamed carp, fermented black beans, steamed wild boar, steamed bear paw yam, braised pork ribs, wild mushrooms, stir-fried pork belly, dried bamboo shoots, stir-fried cured meat, and clear braised old hen. I'll take the steamed carp and the wild mushrooms, stir-fried pork belly. Lin Xiao cut off the waiter's recitation. Very good, sir. Would you like some wine? Our wines are all fine brews from the Zhang family distillery run by the boss's brother-in-law. Speaking of the Zhang family, they're a famous brewing clan in Lanchi town. The waiter enthusiastically promoted. I'll have a jug to try. How much altogether? Lin Xiao decided to give it a try after hearing the waiter's spiel. Steamed carp is 50 copper, wild mushroom stir-fried pork belly is 60 copper, and a jug of wine is 20 copper. Total 1 silver and 30 copper. The waiter quoted the price. A day and a half's wages, a bit pricey. But Lin Xiao still paid. He sat waiting for the food to arrive. The waiter first brought a jug of wine and a plate of peanuts, greeting Lin Xiao, "Sir, the peanuts are complimentary. Please enjoy your drink, the dishes will be ready shortly." He picked up a peanut, chewed it, sweet and fragrant, crisp without being burnt. He took a few more in quick succession, unable to stop. Then he picked up the cup and poured some wine. He sniffed it, a faint fruity aroma. He downed it in one gulp. It had a hint of sweetness, a touch of sourness, and a smooth, gentle texture. The alcohol content must be low. Aha, what a pleasure. Lin Xiao sighed as he sipped his wine with the peanuts. Just as he finished the peanuts, the dishes and rice arrived. Lin Xiao first took a bite of the wild mushrooms. As soon as they entered his mouth, a burst of umami filled his entire palate. He bit down, and the delicious juice of the mushrooms overflowed, sweet, savory, and salty, immensely satisfying to his taste buds. The pork belly, lightly pan-fried until golden on the surface, was rich without being greasy. He took a thick slice, and after several days of eating coarse bear meat, exclaimed in admiration, "Pork is better than bear meat." As for the steamed carp, it felt a bit overcooked, the flesh slightly dry but still sweet and fresh. Paired with the crushed chili peppers laid on top of the fish, it made a decent accompaniment to the wine. After eating his fill, Lin Xiao rested at his seat, casually looking around. He noticed that at the table next to him 3 people were chatting while eating. A man in his 30s wearing a red round-collared robe whose full beard made him look like he was over 40. A long blade lay across his thighs. His build was sturdy, and though he wore no armor, he looked like an egg. To the left of the bearded man sat a young man in a light blue short outfit, but his back was to Lin Xiao, so his face was not visible. Apart from a dagger strapped to his right side, he carried no other weapons. It was hard to tell what his specialty was. Opposite the bearded man sat a woman in a black and white sleeveless jacket, her hair tied up in a bun on top of her head. She had a round face with a lock of hair falling on each cheek, soft curved brows, and beneath them a pair of bright black almond-shaped eyes with a full lower eyelid curve. Though not stunningly beautiful, she was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. 2 tokens hung conspicuously at her waist. This woman was probably a golden light with 2 skills, just like Wu Kun, Lin Xiao thought. Just then he heard the woman speak. "Are you confident about this task? Do we need to hire help? Whatever happens, don't mess things up for me." Her voice was soft and charming, like drinking fine wine. Lin Xiao nodded inwardly. This one was acceptable. The bearded man opened his mouth but hadn't spoken yet. Another man took over the conversation and replied, "I doubt our team can handle it alone. How about we bring old Luo and his crew in?" He turned to the bearded man. The bearded man pondered for a moment, then replied, "Let's plan on that for now. We keep 60% of the take, and old Luo's group gets 40%. We'll discuss the other details when everyone's here." A moment of silence. Lin Xiao couldn't make much sense of it, so he prepared to leave. Then, as if remembering something, he called the waiter. "Waiter, I'd like to buy 5 jugs of wine to take away." "Would you like a whole jar or separate jugs?" "Separate jugs," Lin Xiao replied after a brief consideration. "Each separate jug will cost an extra 10 copper for the wineskin." "Fine." Lin Xiao handed the waiter 1 silver and 50 copper. Shortly after, the waiter packed the wine and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao left the tavern with the wine, found a secluded spot, and stored the wine in his backpack. He glanced at the clock in the square. It was almost 1 o'clock. It was about time to head to the Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association for the appraisal event. Looking at the magnificent guild hall, Lin Xiao wondered if he could go inside for a tour. But he didn't rashly go to inquire. Better to check out the association first, and maybe pick up some information about the guild along the way. Some things that were utterly unknown to Lin Xiao might be common knowledge to others. So he left the square, planning to stroll all the way to the north gate. Though he had little money, everything in this town was novel to Lin Xiao. After all, strolling around and looking cost nothing. Passers-by, come and take a look. In the southwestern residential area, there is a brand new good house for rent or sale. A man in a blue straight robe shouted in front of a shop. For only 60 or 70 gold coins, you can settle down in the bustling southwestern district of our Lanchi town. Here all necessities of life are convenient, and most importantly, there are tall city walls and strong guards to protect us, completely free from the constant danger of being devoured by monsters and beasts outside the town. This young master looks promising at a young age. Come in and take a look." The man saw Lin Xiao standing there listening to him boast, and immediately asked with a Actually, if he had money, buying a house in town would be very nice, at least a convenient and safe place to stay, but he couldn't earn so many gold coins in a short time, Lin Xiao thought. So he smiled and replied, "I'm not able to do it now, but I will definitely buy one later. What's your surname, big brother? It'll come to you when I buy a house in the future." The man smiled and took out a bamboo token from his bosom, handed it to Lin Xiao and said, "My name is Xiao Yuliang, little brother. Keep this bamboo token, and next time you buy a house you'll get an extra discount with it." Lin Xiao took the bamboo token, saw the character, Xiao, engraved on it, and casually put it away. He smiled at Xiao Yuliang and said, "Thank you, brother Xiao. I have some things to do now, so I'll take my leave. See you next time." See you. The Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association was an association established over 10 years ago. It had a certain small reputation among ancient culture enthusiasts. The association's president Sun Ke was a Taoist master who had made his fortune from ruins. Sun Ke founded the Gear Association initially just to find more information about ancient ruins. Later, ancient culture gradually became a hobby, and the association continued to run. Although it didn't make much profit, Sun Ke enjoyed it. Members came and went, but now it was basically stable at around 50 people. This appraisal meeting had already more than 20 people registered to attend, making it one of the more lively events of the association. Just after 1 o'clock, people began to arrive at the association's shop one after another. Sun Ke personally led Sun Daoqin to greet them behind the door. Sun Daoqin was Sun Ke's youngest son, also a fanatic of ancient culture, which Sun Ke was very pleased about. This kid Daoqin suited his taste, unlike his elder brother who only liked to fight and kill. Although Sun Ke himself had started his career by fighting and killing when he was young, he didn't want his younger generation to live that kind of life. Drinking some Taoist magical potions to enhance strength, getting some equipment, and occasionally going hunting for exercise, having some ability to protect oneself was enough. Slowly more than 10 people arrived, and all 3 rooms became lively. Everyone chatted noisily. "Senchi, what treasure did you bring this time for the master to appraise?" A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit said to a young man in a jacket next to him, "I brought a few nail clippers in good condition. I want to ask the old master to see if they are genuine." The young man called Sanchi replied, "You're still obsessed with small items like nail clippers. I got a big catch this time," the Zhongshan suit man said, patting the box beside him. "An unknown machine looks like a treasure." "Luo Ta, don't joke. Every time you say you brought a treasure, but it's always a fake from Yunhua town, and poorly made at that. Last time Master Zhang appraised that thing for you, it was obviously fake, only fooling someone like you who doesn't know goods." Sanchi teased with a laugh. Lin Xiao had now arrived at the door of the Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association shop, seeing the bustling crowd inside. He stepped in and happened to hear what Sanchi said, thinking it seems there are many fakes in this business. As he was thinking, he saw Sun Daoqin and a middle-aged man in a beige coat and black casual trousers coming up to him. Sun Daoqin said to Lin Xiao, "Lao Xiong, you're right on time. This is our association's president's son." As he spoke, he gestured with an open hand toward Lin Xiao, then turned to President Sun and said, "This is Mr. Lao Xiong, who joined the association this morning. He has deep research on ancient daily utensils." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "President Sun, hello. I'm Lao Xiong. Please take care of me." Sun Ke said kindly, "No need to be so polite. Just call me old Sun. Please come in. Our association has prepared some snacks. Please eat first, and we'll start once everyone is here." Lin Xiao found a table with a vacant seat in the corner and sat down. There was already a person at this table, a young girl with a long ponytail and thick bangs covering her forehead with a pretty face. She wore a grass-green casual jacket and loose white trousers, dressing very modern, which made Lin Xiao feel quite familiar. The girl was cracking sunflower seeds at the moment, casually tossing the shells onto the table. Lin Xiao noticed a somewhat old mechanical watch on her fair wrist. He didn't know if it was produced in this world or an ancient artifact. Lin Xiao then grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started cracking them. On the table there were also plates with peanuts, pistachios, and a kind of square white candy of unknown name. The girl only glanced at Lin Xiao, then continued cracking her seeds, her gaze vacant as if she had something on her mind. Once they started cracking seeds, they couldn't stop. The two of them crunched away fiercely, and soon the plate of seeds was empty. Lin Xiao grabbed another handful of peanuts, and leisurely peeled them to eat. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair wearing a gray Zhongshan suit entered the Sun Ke, and his son immediately went to greet him. "Master Zhang, you've come. This event is all thanks to your charm that so many people came to attend. Please take the seat of honor." As he spoke, they led the old man to a platform beside a large square table and seated him. At this point, everyone quieted down. Sun Ke said to the crowd, "Everyone please give a warm round of applause to welcome Master Zhang for taking time out of his busy schedule to come and preside over this appraisal meeting for our association." Instantly thunderous applause erupted in the shop. Master Zhang looked very pleased, his face beaming with smiles. When the applause subsided, a little Sun Ke loudly announced the start of the appraisal meeting. Sun Daoqin began calling out names. The first one called was Sanchi. Sanchi heard his name called first, and was very excited, thinking that today he would surely have good luck. So he happily brought his several nail clippers to Master Zhang's table and handed them to the old master. He said very politely, "Please, master, take a look. I got these from an old woman farming in the fields. According to her, they were heirlooms from her mother's side, and when she got married, her mother secretly gave them to her." The old man took the items, glanced at them, and said unhurriedly, "These are all fakes, and obvious fakes at that. The craftsmanship is too crude. Look at the lines, they are crooked and twisted. Without a doubt they were carved by hand, far from the straightness of ancient machine processing." Sanchi grew anxious at this point and retorted, "Never mind the lines for now. Look at these two characters below you and see how this stroke trails off. Only a genuine piece would have it like this. No need for further discussion. It's a fake. If you disagree, you can seek another expert's opinion," Elder John said, firmly waving his hand. Just then a middle-aged man in a casual coat loudly mocked Sanchi. "Stop making a fool of yourself, Sanchi. An old hand like you has finally tripped over a pebble. I Tianji told you long ago not to believe in other people's stories. See, I was right." Amid the crowd's laughter, Sanchi slunk away dejected. Next came Luotua, carrying a wooden box with an air of mystery. He placed it gently on the table. Slowly opening the box, he revealed a machine covered in rust. A few patches of black paint still clung stubbornly to the machine's surface. The nameplate and markings had disappeared. Elder Zhang examined it from every angle for a long time. Then with an air of authority he said, "Judging from the wear and tear, this is an unearthed artifact and quite old. But I can't tell what it is. I've never seen anything like it." The crowd, hearing that the knowledgeable Elder Zhang couldn't identify the object, immediately burst into a flurry of discussion. Some said it must be a war hammer with some magical mechanism. Others claimed it was part of a large machine. The guesses were all over the place. Lin Xiao squeezed to the front, stood on tiptoe, and chuckled. He spoke up. "Make way, everyone. Let me take a look." Gradually the crowd stopped talking and searched for the source of the voice. Those near Lin Xiao realized it was he who had spoken. They made way for him to step up to the table and examine it closely. Lin Xiao put on an act of careful observation. Before he could speak, the middle-aged man called Tianji shouted, "Where did this brat come from? Putting on airs in front of Elder Zhang. Don't pretend to know what you don't." Lin Xiao looked up, glanced at Tianji, and said calmly, "It's the head of an old sewing machine." Tianji sneered, "Don't try to impress us with fancy jargon. Damn it, I hate people like that the most." Lin Xiao ignored him and spoke directly to Luotua. "This is a sewing machine used by tailors to stitch clothes." Tianji, seeing himself ignored, raised his voice and said to Lin Xiao, "If you can really explain it properly, I'll give you 1 gold coin as an appraisal fee." Lin Xiao naturally paid no heed to such bluster. He turned to Elder Zhang and said, "Elder Zhang, you are a respected senior. Do you agree with my assessment?" Elder Zhang chose his words carefully. "I can only tell it's an old artifact. Whether it's a sewing machine, as you say, I'm not certain." With Elder Zhang's ambiguous response, Tianji became even more aggressive. He shouted, "Elder Zhang is just trying to save face for you. Don't be ungrateful pretending to be a big shot in front of a bunch of experts. Our gear society is no roadside fly-by-night association. You say it's a sewing machine. Prove it. Come on, dare you earn my no 2, they'll make it 2 gold coins. Dare you show your skill and earn this appraisal fee." All talk and no action. If Elder Zhang nods and says, "You're right, these 2 gold coins are yours." Tianji then placed 2 gold coins on the table. Lin Xiao still ignored him. He returned to his corner table, sat down, grabbed a handful of pistachios, and started eating. Tianji, feeling disregarded, got irritated. He pulled something from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. Raising his voice, he said, "If you can make a solid argument, I'll add this item too. I just got it from Woniu, and Elder Zhang authenticated it as a genuine antique." The crowd parted to let Lin Xiao see the object Tianji had placed on the table. Lin Xiao glanced casually at it, his gaze pausing for a second before moving away. He feigned indifference on the surface, but inside a storm was raging. Inwardly, Lin Xiao was struck by the greatest shock he had experienced since entering the town. There on the table lay a control device for a teleportation circle. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of the lab he had been sucked into shortly after his transmigration, the very place where he had acquired most of his current strength and equipment. That place was a treasure trove. The monsters weren't very strong, and as long as one was careful with the curses, one could reap great benefits. With his system, even a low-level curse was manageable as long as he had enchanted gear. If the monsters in such labs were all around the same level as the first one he encountered, he desperately wanted to get his hands on that controller. It seemed Tianji had no idea what it was. He had just heard Tianji say had acquired it from someone named Wonia. Thinking this, he put down his pistachios, stepped forward and pointed at the sewing machine head. Look, this is the needle bar used to hold the sewing needle. And this behind is the presser foot bar which holds the fabric down. This lever here is for raising and lowering the presser foot. Below this is the bobbin case, and the bobbin inside holds the lower thread. This is a sewing machine. Elder Zhang listened to Lin Xiao's calm explanation and became increasingly convinced that it was indeed a sewing machine. Sun Ke and his son Sun Daoqin listened intently, wearing thoughtful expressions and nodding repeatedly. Among the surrounding association members, some whispered to each other while others nodded in agreement with Lin Xiao. Seeing that Lin Xiao could actually explain it, Tianji grew anxious. He had a sudden idea and pointed to a small rusted hole, demanding, "What's this for? Can you tell me?" Lin Xiao looked at where Tianji was pointing, smiled and said, "Something's missing there. It must have fallen off. Originally there was a spool pin for holding the thread spool." Tianji was momentarily speechless. He turned his head and looked at Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang then spoke. "I think this young man makes a very convincing argument. I agree with his appraisal." Enthusiastic applause erupted around, though somewhat embarrassed. Tianji said, "A bet is a bet. I can't bring shame to our gear society. This antique and the 2 gold coins are yours." Lin Xiao casually pocketed the controller and the 2 gold coins. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got it. Now he just needed to figure out where this controller came from, otherwise it would be useless. "Young man, what's your name?" Elder Zhang asked Lin Xiao at that moment. "Old Mr. Zhang, you can call me Old Bear," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "Haha, young man, you're taking advantage of me, making an old man like me call you Old Bear." "Let them call you Old Bear, I'll call you Little Bear, Mr. Zhang said, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder with a laugh. Lin Xiao had no choice but to smile and say, "Old Mr. Zhang, as you wish." The appraisal session continued with Old Mr. Zhang still taking the lead. Most of the items brought by the members were forgeries, with only an occasional genuine piece. A man with graying hair, whose item was deemed fake by Old Mr. Zhang, angrily grabbed his belongings and left, muttering that Mr. Zhang didn't know his stuff. Lin Xiao found the variety of people quite entertaining. Just then a young man in an orange round-collared robe approached Lin Xiao and whispered, "Brother, after the event let's talk privately. I have a deal to discuss with you." "Alright, we'll talk later," Lin Xiao replied, glancing at the young man. After this interruption, Lin Xiao no longer joined the crowd, simply sitting at the table eating snacks. The girl at his table, however, was quite enthusiastic, standing by the appraisal table intently listening to old Mr. Zhang's analysis. Gradually all the items were appraised. Old Mr. Zhang appeared somewhat tired. Sun Ke stepped forward and handed him a small box, saying with a smile, "Old Mr. Zhang, you've worked hard. You are the pillar of our association. As per usual, a small token of appreciation." Old Mr. Zhang didn't refuse, wiping the sweat from his face and accepting the box. Sun Ke announced loudly, "This appraisal session is now concluded. If anyone is still interested, feel free to socialize with each other. Or you can trade under the association's witness or sell your items to the association. Either is fine." At that moment the girl who had been sitting at Lin Xiao's table stepped onto the platform where old Mr. Zhang had been seated. She addressed the crowd. "I'm looking to purchase an item. I hope someone in the association has stock or a channel to help." Everyone turned to look at her. Sun Daoqin asked, "Miss Lizzie, what do you need?" The girl called Lizzie replied, "I want to buy a gun. Guns are basically snatched up as soon as they're unearthed. They can't be replicated, so they're in high demand. The association hasn't seen a gun traded in a long time." Sun Daoqin responded. No one spoke up about having stock or a channel. Miss Lizzie looked disappointed and returned to her table, silently eating peanuts. Lin Xiao had 2 automatic pistols, and he could still buy 2 more from the mall, 1 replicated C07 automatic pistol and 1 system standard pistol, each priced at 5 energy units. He suddenly noticed that the mall could only purchase 1 C07 automatic pistol. He hadn't paid attention to this before. He had obtained 2 from the lab cabinet. That meant even if he found 2 identical weapons, the system mall could only replicate 1. Possibly each type of equipment could only be copied once, Lin Xiao thought. He glanced at Miss Lizzie at the same table and asked softly, "What price can you offer?" Lizzie looked up sharply at Lin Xiao, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. "Are you talking to me?" Lizzie pointed at her own nose and said, "You're called Old Bear, right?" "Yes, you can call me Old Bear. Tell me your price and I might have a way." Lin Xiao replied, "I can offer 10 gold coins. Let me ask around, I'm not sure. Do you attend every event?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, "Not really, about half and half. I attend roughly half the events." Lizzie thought for a moment and replied, "What time is it now?" "A little past 4. Lizzie checked her watch and replied, "If you're not busy, head out first and wait for me near the Lanchi Tavern by the square next to the dojo. He'll come find you around 5. I need to ask a friend first. Whether I have it or not, I'll let you know," Lin Xiao said quietly to Miss Lizzie. Lizzie stared at Lin Xiao for a moment, then replied softly, "I'll trust you this once. If you can really get me a gun, I'll owe you a favor." With that she stood up, bid farewell to old Mr. Zhang and the son's father and son and left. Lin Xiao ate some more snacks and the trading on the floor was winding down. Sun Ke announced the end of the event. Everyone began packing up and leaving one by one. The young man in the round-collared robe came to Lin Xiao's table, greeted him, and invited him to leave together. Lin Xiao signaled the young man to wait, then stood up to bid farewell to old Mr. Zhang and the sons. He also asked Sun Daoqin who Snail was and how to find. Lin Xiao remembered that Tianji said he bought the controller from someone called Snail. Sun Daoqin replied helplessly, "Snail didn't come today. We don't know where he lives. Maybe you can meet him next time you come." Lin Xiao thanked him and left the association with the young man. The young man said, "Hello, old bear. My code name in the association is 3 Eyes. Just call me 3 Eyes. Let's find a tavern to talk in detail." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied, 3 Eyes, right. I have something to do later. Can you give me a general idea of what it's about?" The two walked and stopped, reaching a street corner. 3 Eyes said softly, "My real name is Lu Xian. I run a small mechanical workshop in the southeast of town called San Xian Machinery Workshop. I have a few dozen people. I just bought Camel's sewing machine and plan to try to replicate it. So I'd like to ask you to oversee and advise. As for compensation, I'll make sure you're satisfied." So that's it. But I'm a layman when it comes to machinery. Lin Xiao finally understood what 3 Eyes wanted from him. "You don't need to know machinery. You just need to guide us at key points, like if a part is missing or what a rusted part might have looked like originally. We'll handle the specifics, we're experts in machinery," 3 Eyes replied. "Alright, I usually come to town once every 10 days. I spend most of my time in the forest making a living." Lin Xiao nodded in response. "Thank you for your help, old bear. I'd like to hire you as our technical advisor, coming once a month to guide us. A consultation fee of 1 gold coin each time," 3 Eyes said happily. "That's fine. I have no problem with that." Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with the price. Earning an extra gold coin a month was almost as much as 3 months' salary for a patrol team. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something and said to Sanyan, "Does your workshop have a cafeteria? Do you need a supply of meat? We can provide plenty of bear meat, wild boar and such. We do have a cafeteria and we need a lot of meat. It's not just for us, the cafeteria serves several groups. What's your price for the meat?" Sanyan replied after a brief thought. "It depends on whether you send people to the forest to pick it up or if we deliver it. If you come yourselves, a bear or a wild boar would be around 50 silver coins each, depending on the size." Lin Xiao considered and quoted a price to Sanyan. "That's much cheaper than what we buy at the Guanxiang vegetable market. What about delivery?" "We charge an extra 10 silver coins for delivery per animal with a minimum of 2 animals." Lin Xiao added the delivery fee, thinking about the need for a horse-drawn cart. "Alright, no problem. When can you start delivering? Our cafeteria consumes about 1 wild boar every 2 days. With the current weather, we can take delivery every 5 or 6 days, 3 animals at a time. Both boar and bear are fine," Sanyan said readily. "Deal. Delivering every 6 days is more convenient for us. By the way, our bears and boars are skinned and gutted." "No problem, that's even better for us," Sanyan replied, satisfied. "By the way, can meat pass through the city gates?" "Of course. We also buy at the city gate and then transport it inside. So we'll make our first delivery the day after tomorrow, and then every 6 days. Where should we deliver it?" "Enter through the east gate or south gate, ask around, and you'll find the Sanxian Mechanical Workshop. Hey, race our pass token. You can use it to enter the workshop directly." Sanyan handed Lin Xiao a small copper token. Lin Xiao took it and examined it, a square piece of pure copper with the characters Sanxian on one side and a gear on the other. He pocketed it casually and said, "Alright, it's settled then. Great. See you the day after tomorrow. We'll have a meal at the tavern together. I know you're busy today, so I won't keep you any longer. See you the day after tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Sanyan, Lin Xiao hurried back to the dojo. He still had a deal to make with Lizzie. The bell in the dojo square had just struck 5 o'clock. A girl in a grass-green coat and white trousers was pacing anxiously near the entrance of the Lanchi Tavern, not far from the square. This was naturally Lizzie waiting as Lin Xiao had instructed. That scoundrel pretending to be a gentleman. Turns out he's a damned liar making me wait here all this time. Lizzie cursed fiercely. I'm here. Stop cursing. Lin Xiao arrived just in time to hear her insulting him. Lizzie turned and saw Lin Xiao standing right behind her. Realizing he had heard her, she felt a bit embarrassed and explained. I was getting a bit anxious, just muttered a few words. Haha. Cash on delivery. You have the goods? Great. Lizzie quickly pulled 10 gold coins from her pocket and handed them over. Lin Xiao took the coins, raised his hand and gestured for Lizzie to extend hers. It's in the sleeve. Lizzie was a bit nervous at his gesture. She reached into Lin Xiao's sleeve and felt a cold object. She grasped it, pulled it out, and stuffed it into her pocket without even looking at it. Lin Xiao said, C07 automatic pistol, 10 rounds in the magazine. Lizzie couldn't resist opening her pocket to take a few glances. She looked up and said, Great, thank you, Lao Xiong. I owe you a favor. Next time you need help with anything, just let me know. Lin Xiao replied. No need to wait. You can help me right now. Help with what? I'm not going to a tavern or an inn with you. I'm still young. Lizzie answered hastily. What are you thinking? Let me finish. Come here the day after tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. Some of my friends sometimes have goods to sell, but they can't show up directly. They'll hand them to you and you can sell them for me. Oh, that's fine. We'll give it a try. They'll be here at 2 in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. Lizzie nodded in agreement. I won't let you work for nothing. They'll give you a low price and you can decide how much to sell them for. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and continued. These are top quality goods, just like the one I gave you today. Lizzie's eyes lit up and she asked happily. Am I your exclusive distributor? Of course not. But if you do well, I'll supply more through you. After interacting with Lizzie, Lin Xiao felt she was reliable and a good business partner. Alright, nice to meet you, Lao Xiong. See you the day after tomorrow. Lizzie waved cheerfully. Don't reveal my existence to anyone. If someone asks, make up a story. See you the day after tomorrow. And then they'll keep my mouth shut. After saying that, Lizzie quickly left the square. Watching her leave, Lin Xiao headed to Zhou's weapon shop again. The same shop assistant was still tending the store. The assistant saw Lin Xiao returning and greeted him with a smile. Sir, have you made up your mind? I've kept the armor for you. Yes, I've decided, but I'll hold off on the armor for now. I'd like to buy a good blade first. You'll get the armor next time, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Sure, sir. This way, please. This rack is full of blades. Try them and see which suits your hand. The assistant led Lin Xiao to a weapon rack. The rack was filled with all kinds of blades and Lin Xiao felt a bit overwhelmed. He patted the chopping knife at his waist and said to the assistant, My current knife is a bit light and the blade is too wide for thrusting. Any recommendations? The assistant looked at the knife on Lin Xiao's belt, then picked up a formation-breaking blade about 1 meter long and handed it to Lin Xiao. Sir, try this one. Lin Xiao took the blade. It was just over 1 meter in total length with an edge of about 80 to 90 centimeters gleaming coldly. It resembled a formation-breaking blade but had a wider edge and thicker body than usual. He weighed it in his hand, about 3 Gene, and walked to the center of the shop, swinging it a few times casually. The feel was just right. He then checked the information in the mall. Formation-breaking blade category, equipment, price 2 energy points. How much is this blade? Lin Xiao asked. The assistant raised 2 fingers and said, Special price 2 gold coins. Does this formation-breaking blade come with a divine blessing? How much would that be? Lin Xiao had 12 gold coins and wanted to see if he could buy an enchanted blade. That would be 16 gold coins, sir. Would you like to take a look? The assistant replied. Lin Xiao recalled that he still had 13 energy points and thought he could first duplicate a spare blade, then purchase it from the store when needed. With this thought, he said, Let me have a look if you please. The shop assistant turned and brought out a long wooden box from the storeroom, placed it on the counter, flipped open the lid and beckoned Lin Xiao to come and inspect the goods. Lin Xiao walked to the counter, setting his own blade down on it. He picked up the weapon from the box. It resembled the array-breaking blade he had just seen, but came with a scabbard and featured an additional ring of patterns on the guard. He checked the blade's information from the store. Sharp array-breaking blade category, equipment, enchantment, sharpness, grade F, attribute, sharpness 1, evaluation, cuts through vegetables like a hot knife through butter. The store price was 50 energy points. He couldn't afford it yet, still short by 37, so he would just keep it in mind. Lin Xiao put the blade back into the box and, feeling too awkward to keep handling it for free, decided to buy the ordinary array-breaking blade. He first complimented it a fine blade. But I'll buy it next time. For now, I'll take this ordinary one. Then he paid the assistant 2 gold coins and asked, Give me the scabbard. Next time I'll definitely buy the enchanted equipment. The assistant smiled as he took the gold coins and replied, "We give away a free wooden scabbard and you can also purchase a better one separately. Would you like to have a look at the scabbards?" "I'll just use the one you give me." Lin Xiao figured this blade wouldn't need to last long. The assistant turned and rummaged through a cabinet behind the counter, then pulled out a dark yellow wooden scabbard and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the scabbard, sheathed the blade, and hung it at his waist, feeling a bit more imposing. Seeing this, the shop assistant immediately praised him. "This blade truly matches your bearing, sir. The moment you stand there with that blade you look mighty and dignified, full of vigor." Lin Xiao felt quite pleased and chuckled. "You have a way with words, my friend. I'll come back to your shop for equipment next time. I'll be off now, it's getting late." "Take your time and welcome back anytime," the assistant said with a wave. Lin Xiao walked out of the weapon shop, glanced at the clock in the square, and saw it was already past 6. There was less than an hour before the city gates closed. He didn't have time to go to the pharmacy. He had originally wanted to buy a Dao technique potion to try leveling up, but that would have to wait until next time. He hurriedly dashed toward the north gate, the journey otherwise uneventful. When he reached the city gate, it was still wide open, and he let out a sigh of relief. He had almost missed it. He passed through the gate, and Lanchi arriving at the bustling suburban market. He casually bought a few baked flatbreads from a roadside stall, planning to eat them as dinner on the road. By the time he got back, dinner would definitely be over. As the market receded far behind him, Lin Xiao raced along the wide dirt road leading to the fields. Crossing the fields, he turned into a narrow 3 to 4 meter wide path between a few mounds. This was the road to the small mountain forest. Walking along this path, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a joy like that of a homecomer carrying harvest back to his village. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose. A carriage was heading toward him at high speed, the driver clearly in a great hurry. In a moment it brushed past Lin Xiao, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. He spat and was about to curse the reckless driver. Then came a loud clang, followed by a cry of alarm and the sound of the carriage overturning. Everything happened in an instant. Lin Xiao barely had time to turn his head. He saw a thick log lying across the middle of the road, and the carriage that had just passed was now overturned by the roadside, one wheel still spinning in the air. The driver lay motionless on a nearby slope. Just then 2 people scrambled out of the carriage in a panic, looking utterly disheveled. One stumbled over to check on the driver, while the other leaned against the overturned carriage, coughing loudly. With 2 whooshing sounds of arrows, the person leaning against the carriage suddenly seemed to have his throat seized. The coughing ceased abruptly. By now Lin Xiao understood clearly that someone was staging a highway robbery. His heart tightened, and without a second thought he turned and bolted. He had only taken a few steps when he saw a man, much faster than him, holding a curved blade in a reverse grip, charging toward him from the side. He quickly changed direction, running toward the other side of the road, but the man immediately followed suit and closed in. As the distance shrank, Lin Xiao felt an illusion that the blade was about to slit his throat. Terror made his scalp tingle. Without time to think, he drew his blade, turned around, and fired a directed sonic cannon at the charging bandit. Then he immediately canceled the skill and swung his blade at the man's neck. The bandit, after a brief stagger, raised his own blade to parry, but was still a half-beat too slow. A streak of blade light flashed, and the bandit collapsed limply to the ground. Lin Xiao stepped forward and delivered 2 more cuts to his neck. Leaving the fallen bandit behind, he quickly took cover behind a mound. No sooner had he moved than an arrow struck the very spot where he had been standing. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hastily took out the Wushang radiant armor from his backpack, put it on, and then pulled out an automatic pistol, tucking it into his chest. He then crawled slowly to the shelter of another mound. He saw a burly man in leather armor who looked like an egg walking over to the fallen bandit and checking the situation. The man immediately shouted loudly, "Old Luo is dead. This guy is tough. Come over here for backup." A series of footsteps followed. Lin Xiao sensed at least 2 people coming to that side. Taking advantage of the moment, he retreated behind a large boulder next to the mound, pressing his back tightly against the stone, listening intently to the bandit's movements. From the mound came the faint sound of a small twig snapping underfoot. Lin Xiao knew they were encircling him, so he pressed his body lower against the rock. Suddenly a figure darted out from one side of the boulder, blade aimed straight for Lin Dao's head. Without thinking, Lin Xiao emptied his magazine into the man's chest and face at point-blank range. The man convulsed a few times and collapsed to the ground. A sharp ding, and a searing pain shot through Lin Xiao's shoulder. Damn! He had been hit in the back of the shoulder by an arrow. He quickly dodged to the other side of the boulder, the same side from which the fallen figure had emerged. Fortunately, the great enchanted Wushang radiant armor lived up to its reputation, and he was glad he had spent 350 energy points on it. Though his shoulder hurt badly, he had actually only lost 3 health points, nothing serious. He gritted his teeth, pulled the arrow out from behind his shoulder, tossed it on the ground, and crept to the edge of the boulder to locate the archer. He barely poked his head out before pulling it back. An arrow had already grazed the boulder and shot past. Luckily, he had retracted his head quickly, If that arrow had hit the gap in his helmet's face guard, he would have been seriously injured if not killed. This couldn't go on. He was pinned down by the archer. He dragged the corpse of the bandit over, intending to use it as a shield to charge out. 1, 2, 3. Lin Xiao counted in his mind, hoisted the corpse over his shoulders and charged out from behind the rock. Arrows rained down behind him. Damn, there were 2 archers. He chose the direction of one archer and advanced in a zigzag pattern to evade the arrows. Just as he was about to reach the hillock where the archer was hiding, a sudden pain struck his calf and he fell to the ground. The corpse he carried was also struck by an arrow. Lying beneath the corpse, Lin Xiao struggled to pull the arrow from his leg. He ate 2 pieces of dried red bat meat, and his wound healed as if new. By then the corpse had taken 2 more arrows. He scrambled to his feet and continued charging toward the archer. As he crested the hillock, he saw the archer crouching behind it, stowing his bow and ready to flee. He immediately dropped the corpse, rushed forward, and with a swift stroke of his blade ended the archer. Having dealt with 3, there was at least 1 archer left. Lin Xiao raised the archer's corpse above his head and slowly peered over the hillock. With a swoosh, the corpse took another arrow. Lin Xiao chuckled. This idiot still hadn't run and was trying to ambush him. So he repeated his tactic, pulled the arrows from the corpse, draped it over himself, and charged toward the remaining archer. Seeing Lin Xiao charging, the archer turned and fled. Lin Xiao cast the corpse aside, sprinted after the archer, and finished him with a single slash. Now at least all the visible enemies were dealt with. These bandits didn't have any gold light. Lin Xiao felt a bit puzzled. He ran to the carriage to check the situation. Inside there was nothing. The man who had been coughing earlier was already cold. Not far away lay the bodies of the other man who had come out of the carriage and the driver. Lin Xiao circled the area but found no further traces. It seemed the bandits were indeed only 4. He stored the withered tree monster's eyeball, the fangs of the corpse hound, the D07 type defense suit, the cursed severed arm, the riot shield, and the machete into his backpack, then began cleaning the battlefield. He detached the carriage from the horse and tried to store it in his backpack. The carriage vanished instantly and a new slot appeared in his backpack, carriage 1. It could actually be stored. Lin Xiao was amazed. Wouldn't that mean he could put everything into the carriage and then store the carriage in his backpack? But then he reconsidered. That would be too cumbersome. He'd have to take out the carriage first, then retrieve items from it. By then it would be far too late. He walked over to the corpse of the coughing man. The face was deathly pale, sending a chill through Lin Xiao. System absorb energy. Lin Xiao tried calling the system. A flash of light passed and the corpse on the ground vanished. Extracted 1 silver coin, energy 10, experience 10, tarnished gold ring 1. Lin Xiao was startled. Absorbing human corpses could grant experience. He walked to the other 2 bodies, a carriage driver and a young man in a short jacket. This was Lin Xiao's first time killing someone, and he felt quite uneasy even in this strange world overrun with monsters and beasts. Having grown up under the red flag, some of his convictions couldn't shift overnight. In the heat of the moment, he had felt as if he were in a virtual reality game, treating the foreman squad as mere NPCs. Now, with his nerves slightly relaxed, the sight of the corpses brought back a wave of nausea. He felt like vomiting. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, and had the system absorb the energy, comforting himself only by growing stronger could he survive in this world. Otherwise he would end up like the 3 on the carriage, dead by the roadside. The carriage driver's corpse vanished, but nothing was extracted. No experience, energy, or silver coins. Not a single thing. Could the system be skimming off the top? Lin Xiao wondered. The other corpse yielded 1 silver coin, energy 10, and experience 10. He found all the remaining corpses and had the system absorb them. The 2 archers each yielded 2 silver coins, energy 20, experience 40, and a longbow 1. The shield bearer yielded 2 silver coins, energy 20, experience 40, and leather armor 1. The first one he had killed, the blood hand known as Lao Luo, yielded 5 silver coins, energy 30, and experience 80. There was also an enchanted piece of equipment, armor piercing scimitar type equipment, enchantment armor break, grade F, attribute armor break 1, evaluation breakthrough. It seemed Lao Luo was the strongest among them. Fortunately Lin Xiao had caught him off guard with the directional sonic cannon, otherwise he might be the one lying on the ground waiting for someone to collect his corpse. Lin Xiao glanced at the gold ring's info. Tarnished gold ring type, accessory, grade none, attribute none, evaluation a gold ring with no attributes, purely decorative. Wearing the ring filled the ring slot. He could only equip 2 rings. Although these 2 rings added no attributes, Lin Xiao still felt a sense of accomplishment. He checked his backpack info. Standard energy isolation box 1, black bat fangs 487, fire extinguisher 1, pistol bullets 2 boxes, flamethrower 1, dried red bat meat 7, cursed statue silver bat 1, short jacket 1, wineskin 5, gear wooden box 1, sleep talisman 1, carriage 1, longbow 2, leather armor 1, armor piercing scimitar 1. An energy 123 points, 13 silver, 600 copper. Only 5 slots remained. His backpack was almost full. After cleaning the battlefield, he went behind the large rock where he had been and collected the shell casings. By then the sky had darkened completely. Ignoring the horse's corpse, Lin Xiao quickly left the scene. By the time he returned to his own room in the lumberyard, it was already evening. Lin Xiao softly bolted the door, lit the oil lamp, hung the machete and formation-breaking blade on the weapon rack, and placed the table on the bed. He took the carriage out of his backpack and set it in the center of the room. It was a two-wheeled carriage about 1.5 meters wide, 2.5 meters long, and 1.5 meters high. It had no adornments. A curtain hung at the front, while the sides and back had lattice windows all covered with curtains. Lin Xiao climbed into the carriage and looked around. Besides the seats, there was nothing else. He carefully examined every nook and cranny. Suddenly he triggered some mechanism and a hidden compartment popped out from under the seat. Inside the compartment was a small iron box. Lin Xiao took out the iron box, closed the compartment, and searched again to make sure there was nothing else. Then he climbed out of the carriage and stored it back in his backpack. After rearranging the table, he pulled up a stool, sat down, and carefully examined the small iron box. The small iron box was engraved with peculiar patterns on all 6 sides. On one side there was a recess shaped like some animal, about a centimeter deep. Apart from that, there were no seams anywhere else. He had no idea how to open it. It was definitely not the kind of box that could be pried open from the side. It seemed completely seamless. Lin Xiao tossed the iron box into his backpack and checked its information. Iron box. All question marks, nothing discernible. With no other option, he left the iron box in the backpack and set it aside. He took off the armor, placed it on the rack, and began to gnaw on a baked flatbread. He had originally planned to eat it on the road, but encountering this incident, damn it, the bread had gone cold. After finishing the flatbread in a few bites, he lay on the bed and pondered deeply over the events he had encountered on the road. He checked his information and found that his experience was full, so he tapped to level up. A flash of golden light passed by and his level reached 4. After adding the 1 free attribute point gain from leveling up to strength, he checked his information again. HP 18, stamina 8, level 4, experience 8, 2800, physique 9, strength 101, intelligence 81, spirit 8, agility 9, inheritance none, skills none, equipment C07, automatic pistol 1, unblemished light armor, upper lower helmet, belt, accessories worn, sapphire ring, old gold ring, items, anchor of time, notebook, no. 3 metal skill, metal, directional sonic cannon, attribute points none, skill points none, evaluation utterly ordinary. Having leveled up again, Lin Xiao felt a great sense of accomplishment. He figured that even if he were to face that Lao Luo heathen again, he might just have a fighting chance now. Were Lao Luo and his gang after the iron box on the carriage? If so, they must have known who was in the carriage. This was all premeditated, and he had merely been inadvertently dragged into it. From the start they didn't stop him at the crossroads, but only showed up when the carriage arrived, indicating that their target was definitely the carriage. Whether it was the iron box itself, or the people inside the carriage that was the target, it was hard to tell. He hadn't expected to kill someone on his 3rd day in this strange world. Now lying in bed, although the incident had just happened, it felt like a lifetime ago. Absorbing human corpses also gave experience, but Lin Xiao still felt that unless absolutely unavoidable, like today, he should try not to kill. Leveling up by vanquishing monsters was just fine and not only boosted his experience, but also counted as eliminating harm for the people. He managed to win this battle by sheer luck thanks to Lao Luo's carelessness and not guarding against his sudden backhand strike. That was the decisive move of the fight. If he hadn't quickly used the directional sonic cannon to ambush and kill Lao Luo, he would surely have been done for. Even now, thinking back, a shudder of fear ran through. Secondly, the pistol was only suitable for close combat. Though he was almost inept at shooting the enemies pressing right into his line of fire played into his hands. For Lin Xiao, the pistol's power in close combat far exceeded its long-range capability. Thinking this, he pulled out the C07 automatic pistol, reloaded it, and stowed it back in his backpack to be ready for any emergency. He suddenly slapped his thigh in regret. He should have kept someone alive to question. But it wasn't his fault that he hadn't thought of it at that moment. Because at that time he didn't know exactly how many enemies there were, and the safest strategy was to neutralize the enemy's effective strength first. Lin Xiao felt that his past experience playing games was still useful, at least for making overall strategic judgments in real combat. Though the actual fighting was completely different from the game. Earlier, hiding behind a rock and executing a series of maneuvers to counter the enemy's encirclement all stemmed from his gaming experience. This is how you dealt with encirclement in games. The 2 archers on the other side seemed to have little skill as well. Though he had never seen Li Qianghua in action, Lin Xiao felt that she was far stronger than those 2 archers. Tomorrow the 3rd squad should be on standby as a support team. He would then talk to them about supplying the canteen of Sanxian machinery. Li Qianghua would probably be delighted to have such a sales channel. As for the matter of the old wolf at the pharmacy, he would wait until he got the task next time to see the specifics before telling them. If he could complete it alone, there was no need to involve them. Actually, he could mention it casually but without going into detail. The day after tomorrow the third squad had a dojo mission, so only tomorrow and the day after that would be free to go into the forest to hunt 3 bears or wild boars. The day after tomorrow was definitely out. He had to deliver goods in the morning and had an appointment with Lizzie in the afternoon. So tomorrow he would have to work overtime to take down 3 bears. He wondered if wild boars would be easier to deal with. And this set of armor, it was no cheap item. Should he first wear the leather armor, he just got to keep up appearances and hide the Mingguang armor. Keep wealth under wraps. Never mind, he would just wear the Mingguang armor outright, and tell them that his family had drained their savings, borrowed heavily from relatives and friends and barely managed to afford it. Claiming that he was now heavily in debt, and had to work hard to repay it would make his taking on so many tasks seem perfectly natural. Suddenly Lin Xiao felt utterly exhausted. After a brief spell of random thoughts he gradually drifted off to sleep. Clang, clang, clang. The morning bell rang into his dreams, waking Lin Xiao. He felt unusually tired this morning and didn't want to get up. He gave himself a small punch on the nose, instantly perking up. He turned over and got up, fetched some water to wash his face, then ran to the canteen to grab a meal. Damn it, it was braised bear meat with boiled green beans again. At least it was better than cold flatbread, Lin Xiao consoled himself. He finally finished the meal, though he had to admit that the canteen food was really a chore to eat. Returning to his room he donned his full gear, then slowly walked into the courtyard waiting for the morning assembly. The other members of the third squad hadn't even come to the yard yet. He hadn't seen them at breakfast either. Lin Xiao squatted alone in the courtyard waiting. A team of people was already preparing to go out on patrol, but he couldn't recognize which squad they were from. Suddenly a hand patted him on the shoulder from behind, startling him. Turning around he saw Lu San smiling at him, while Old Chen stood with his arms crossed nearby. Lin Xiao stood up and said to Lu San, "So it's Brother Lu and Brother Chen. You startled me. Are you going out on patrol today?" "No, we're off today. We're used to waking up early. Didn't you notice we're not carrying anything? Definitely not going on patrol. Old Chen and I are planning to take a stroll next door," Lu San replied with a smile. "Next door? The dojo's stronghold. Yeah, there's a market there. Sometimes you can find some treasures. We go there whenever we have time off," Lu San answered. "One day you'll check it out too, but today our squad still has patrol duty, so I can't go with you." "Brother, I think you've got potential," Lu San grinned. "You really took the advice to heart, going straight for full armor and the heavy shields word path." After just one day on patrol I understood that what Brother Lu said came from the heart. This said, as you said, boils down to 2 words: safety. Haha. "Thank you for your generous advice, Brother Lu. I'm truly grateful," Lin Xiao replied sincerely. "Haha, it's nothing. Brother, if you have any questions just ask. I won't hold anything back," Lu San said cheerfully. "What are you all chatting about?" Lin Xiao turned his head at the sound and saw Li Qianghua and the other 3 already standing behind him. He smiled and said, "I was just asking Brother Lu for advice. He taught me a lot. It's been truly enlightening," Li Qianghua said happily. "To be honest, third brother is indeed one of the best among all the rookies in our patrol team. You should learn from him more. How did your business go yesterday?" Before Lin Xiao could answer, Lu San interjected. "Old Chen and I are going to swing by the neighboring outpost. You guys carry on. See you later." Li Qianghua waved his hand and said, "See you. It's mostly done. I scraped together some money from friends and family and bought this set of armor. Now I'll have to work hard to pay off the debt." Lin Xiao patted his armor and said with a smile, "Easy. Stick with me and I won't let you suffer any loss." Li Qianghua stepped forward and patted Lin Xiao's armor as well. "Captain, do we need to go out on patrol today?" Lin Xiao remembered that the third squad was supposed to stay at base today, ready to support other squads if needed. "Not today. Just stay on standby today." "So what's the plan?" "Captain, assign the tasks first. I have something to discuss with you," Lin Xiao said mysteriously to Li Qianghua. Li Qianghua then began to assign tasks. "Wu Kun, Ma Yunju and Jiang Ziliang, you 3 go to the duty room and wait. Lin Xiao and I need to discuss something. It'll relieve you in the afternoon. If anything comes up, blow the whistle." "Go on." Wu Kun and the others exchanged glances, acknowledged, and headed to the room by the main entrance together. So that's the duty room, Lin Xiao thought. The same place where he had chatted with Lu San on his first day. "Come, let's take a walk and talk along the way," Li Qianghua said as he walked toward the yard, signaling Lin Xiao to follow. Lin Xiao followed him out and said quietly, "Captain, a friend of mine heard that our patrol team sells wild beast meat, so he helped me contact some people and found some orders. I've secured 1 deal so far: deliver 3 beasts every 6 days. Bears or wild boars are fine skinned and gutted. Well, deliver to the town ourselves. 60 silver coins per beast. We have the day off the day after tomorrow. If you think it's good we can deliver 3 first then. What do you think? Li Qianghua's eyes lit up at Lin Xiao's words. He smiled and said, Of course. Let's go hunt 3 bears today to stock up. Tomorrow we have a squad mission and can't get away. The day after tomorrow we'll deliver together. All of squad 3 will go. Alright, it's settled. Li Qianghua was clearly delighted and said to Lin Xiao with a smile, Any more surprises for me? Lin Xiao pursed his lips and replied, That's it for now. Maybe there will be other ways to make money later, but let's handle this deal first. Not bad. You found a way just by going to town. Seems like you have some reliable friends there. Come, let's call Wu Kun and go hunting. Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang can stay and guard the base. Li Qianghua turned and walked toward the duty room. Lin Xiao followed unhurriedly behind him. Li Qianghua entered the duty room, said a few words to Wu Kun and the others, then turned back toward Lin Xiao. Wu Kun followed behind him. Let's go. We'll hunt a bear first. Li Qianghua called out and led the way toward the forest. Yunjun, what do you think about this? Jiang Ziliang slumped over the table in the duty room and said lazily to Ma Yunjun beside him. What else is there to think? Making money is never a bad thing. The captain has been looking for ways to earn money too. He wants to build an elite squad to hunt big monsters deep in the forest. Ma Yunjun replied casually. That's true. I want to make money too, especially with this kind of easy money. I'm all for it. It's just that I'm worried about gossip from other teams. After all, we're not on the lumberyard's payroll, even though we're nominally under managerly. Jiang Ziliang looked up and replied. Cut it out. Squad 1 itself hunts beasts and monsters on patrol to make money. If Feng Liangzhu can do it, why can't we? He has his connections, we have the captain's and Lin Xiao's. If Feng Kunshan wants to interfere, he should first get Squad 1 in order. Besides, have we neglected our patrol duties? Ma Yunjun said dismissively. True. As long as we don't neglect patrol, Captain Feng can't really say anything. Jiang Ziliang tapped his fingers on the table as he replied. Regardless, I unconditionally support the captain. Besides, hunting beasts and monsters is part of the patrol team's duty. We're just doing our job and making a little extra on the side. Ma Yunjun declared nonchalantly. You have a point. We are indeed doing our job. The other teams just don't have the connections. If they did, they'd do it too. I heard Squad 2 often takes on jobs in the neighboring area. That's different. Squad 1 and we are still doing our duty. But Squad 2? Jiang Ziliang narrowed his eyes. There's nothing wrong with Squad 2 taking on dojo missions when they have free time. After all, the dojo and the town share the same main enemy, monsters. Without the dojo's support, the town might have been besieged by monsters long ago. Ma Yunjun added another point. Haha, Yunjun, you see things clearly. No wonder Captain Feng doesn't bother Squad 2. Jiang Ziliang said with a laugh. We're steadily advancing on the path to becoming elites. Someday we might even hunt a great demon, make a name for ourselves, and reach the pinnacle of life. Ma Yunjun rested his hands behind his head and smiled. Brother Liang, it's time to upgrade your longbow. Haha, I've been thinking about what kind of bow to get. The captain's bow enhances arrow speed. I want one that boosts arrow power. Jiang Ziliang grew excited at the mention of bows. But I haven't found the right one yet. Lin Xiao got himself a set of armor in town. Why don't you go browse there too? The weapon shops definitely have something you'll like, especially since we're going to town to deliver anyway. Ma Yunjun suggested to Jiang Ziliang. I'll ask Lin Xiao if he knows anyone. He seems to have quite a few friends in town. Jiang Ziliang said, a thoughtful look crossing his face. We're in the same squad, he'll definitely help. He seems like a good guy. Ma Yunjun patted the battle axe on the table. I should upgrade my pair of axes to blessed equipment. With the current rate, you'll have enough saved up soon. Come over and help carry things. Just as the two were chatting idly, Li Qianghua's voice rang out from outside. The two walked outside the yard upon hearing the noise and saw that Li Qianghua and her 2 companions had brought back a wild boar already processed. Take this boar to the canteen for storage first, Li Qianghua instructed. We'll continue hunting and get another one. In the afternoon, you'll take over and hunt one and everything will be fine. The patrol team had a quiet day without any whistle signals, and Team 3 took the opportunity to prepare the goods for Sanxian machinery. In the afternoon, when the withered wood monsters emerged, Lin Xiao took a moment to strike one, but the system absorbed it without yielding a single item. It seemed that with his higher-level, low-level monsters dropped nothing. At dusk they registered disbanded, and without further ado the bell rang and Team 3 gathered to eat in the canteen. Lin Xiao picked up a piece of braised bear meat, chewing as he asked. Should we rent a vehicle to deliver the goods or each carry a sack? There's a cart in the lumberyard, we can just borrow it. Li Qianghua replied casually. Wu Kun interjected. Captain, you handle this. Brother Fenghua is the most agreeable to you. He'll listen to whatever you say. Alright, we'll borrow the cart the day after tomorrow. No need for it now. Tomorrow we'll deliver supplies to the outposts. Everyone prepare. Li Qianghua said, spitting out a piece of fat. Jiang Ziliang wiped his mouth and said to Lin Xiao, Brother Lin Xiao, I want to buy a divine blessing bow that increases arrow power. Do you have any friends in town who deal in equipment? Hearing Jiang Ziliang's question, Lin Xiao thought, I could actually go to the weapon shop and duplicate equipment to sell. Since I still have energy points, I can earn gold coins and buy a house in town. With that in mind, he said, Brother Liang, I do have a friend working at a weapon shop. He'll ask around, and if there's a suitable bow, he'll definitely give you an insider discount. Then he'll say thank you in advance. You're a really good guy, bro. Jiang Ziliang said happily. The five chatted idly through dinner, then returned to their rooms to rest. In the morning forest, the birdsong was exceptionally clear and crisp. The cool sunlight struggled through the canopy, weakly spilling onto the low grass on the ground. The members of Team 3 walked fully armed through the cool grass, each carrying a large leather pouch stuffed to the brim. Lin Xiao, you've never been deep into the forest before, have you? Li Qianghua asked. Yes, I only used to wander around the periphery. I didn't dare go deep into the jungle. Many friends advised me not to go into the deep forest. I followed their advice and didn't take risks. Lin Xiao kicked away a stone in the grass and replied. The outpost is only about 10 kilometers from our lumberyard, not too deep into the jungle. This path is frequently traveled. Although it's a bit more dangerous than the periphery, it's still manageable, so no need to panic. Also, for delivering supplies, the dojo gives us extra subsidies each month based on the number of trips. Li Qianghua explained. What's that? Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a patch of grass in the left front that seemed to have been burned, so he asked. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction Lin Xiao pointed. They saw a trail about 1 meter wide in the grass, some 6 or 7 meters ahead. It was a black sooty streak left by something burning the grass, stretching diagonally into the depths of the forest. That's the mark left by an azure flame bull charging at an enemy. Li Qianghua replied with some surprise. We've only been in the forest for 2 or 3 kilometers. Have the azure flame bulls already come to the edge of the forest? Let's go take a look, Wu Kun said with some concern. See what's been fighting the azure flame bull. After taking a charge from the azure flame bull, the opponent should have left some traces. The group walked over to examine the scorch mark, following it until they stopped before a large tree stump that had been snapped in half. A broken tree lay behind the stump, its cross-section rough and jagged like interlocking canine teeth. It must have been rammed and broken. However, the opponent that the azure flame bull charged left no trace. It was as if the azure flame bull had charged at air. Or perhaps the azure flame bull missed its target. Seeing this, Wu Kun said in confusion. What's going on? It seems the azure flame bull only hit a tree and didn't strike anything else. If it was fast enough, it could have dodged immediately when the azure flame bull charged. Ma Yunjun said in an uncertain tone. Let's not worry about this now. We need to keep moving, Li Qianghua said thoughtfully. What if we encounter an azure flame bull on the road? Wouldn't that be a huge problem? Jiang Ziliang scratched his head and said. It's fine. Azure flame bulls usually don't attack an entire patrol team unless they're provoked, and we're not isolated. Although it's a bit hard to take it down, we're not incapable of fighting. Let's move on. We're just delivering supplies, not hunting azure flame bulls. Li Qianghua encouraged everyone. The group then continued on, but after learning that there might be azure flame bulls nearby, the atmosphere in the team became somewhat tense. Lin Xiao sensed the tension and began to tighten his own nerves, ready to counter any unexpected incidents. After walking about another kilometer, Li Qianghua suddenly knocked an arrow to the bowstring, signaling everyone to stop. Then he said softly, There's something. There's a monster in the grass ahead. Lin Xiao looked in the direction Li Qianghua indicated and saw grass that was waist-high with a depression in the middle where something heavy had pressed down. Li Qianghua picked up a small tuft of yellow fur, sniffed it, and frowned. It's a tiger-headed monster. The azure flame bull's trail is so close to the tiger-headed monster. Could it be that the azure flame bull charged at the tiger-headed monster? Jiang Ziliang said. Tiger-headed monsters usually hunt only beasts, at most a few arrow rats. They would definitely avoid an azure flame bull and not provoke it. Wu Kun said thoughtfully. Regardless of whether the azure flame bull charged at the tiger-headed monster or not, Li Qianghua said softly. Let's encircle and take out this den of tiger-headed monsters first. Lin Xiao watched my signal. Once everyone is in position, you go straight in and tank the monster. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. The five slowly dispersed and surrounded the tiger-headed monster's den. Each took their positions encircling the tiger-headed monster's den. Then Li Qianghua signaled Lin Xiao to attack. Lin Xiao raised his shield and charged quickly toward the den. The sound of the charge startled the tiger-headed monsters. They were two yellow-furred monsters about the height of a man with human bodies and tiger heads. Thick hairy hands raised large bone clubs as they rushed out of the den, their waists wrapped in leaves. Lin Xiao held up his shield to withstand the first round of blows from the tiger-headed monsters, the shield clanging loudly. The tiger-headed monsters were incredibly strong. He could barely hold his ground and began to retreat. A single strike from a tiger-headed monster was much heavier than a bear's swipe, Lin Xiao thought. The first round of blows caused Lin Xiao to lose 4 health points. Just as Lin Xiao was retreating, 2 arrows flew from the woods in succession. One was noticeably faster, striking the closer tiger-headed monster directly in the waist. The tiger-headed monster, wincing in pain, let out a mournful howl and turned to flee. Just as it turned, another arrow struck its flank. Seeing this, Lin Xiao raised his shield, strode forward, and swung his blade at the fleeing monster's leg. The tiger-headed monster, its leg severed, tumbled to the ground. Lin Xiao was about to withdraw his blade and retreat behind the shield. The other tiger-headed monster had already sidestepped to Lin Xiao's flank, smashing its club heavily onto his right shoulder. A searing pain shot through his shoulder, as if struck by a boulder, and he was knocked to the ground. Seeing his health drop by another 4 points, he quickly called for a heal. At the same time, he kicked the ground, frantically struggling to retreat and evade the monster's attacks. A golden light flashed over him, restoring 4 health points and slightly increasing his movement speed. Lin Xiao scrambled to his feet, huddling behind his shield. The tiger-headed monster, attempting to circle around and strike him again, had just lifted its leg when 2 arrows pierced its flank. As Lin Xiao prepared to advance with his blade, a dark figure swiftly darted behind the tiger-headed monster and drew a line across its throat. Blood gushed from the monster's neck. The dark figure, having struck, successfully retreated without looking back. The tiger-headed monster collapsed lifelessly. The dark figure was none other than Ma Yunjuan, the blood hand of the third squad. The other tiger-headed monster, whose leg had been cut by Lin Xiao earlier, lay in a pool of blood, its neck bearing a deep gash. The battle ended. Lin Xiao dropped his shield and gasped for breath. He thought to himself that if he hadn't been wearing a full set of enchanted armor, 2 strikes from the tiger-headed monster would have drained his health to 0. Its attack power was impressive, but its defense was pitifully low, even lower than the bears they had sold to the cafeteria, as Lin Xiao felt. The others gathered around, and Wu Kun began to process the tiger-headed monster's corpse. He skinned the entire hide, cut open the monster's arm to extract the bones, and buried the rest in a pit. It seemed only the hand bones and fur were valuable, Lin Xiao mused. After a brief rest, the 5 of them continued on their way. Walking along, Lin Xiao reflected on the fight. He realized he could simply hold his shield and tank the 2 tiger-headed monsters without striking. With 2 archers and a blood hand, they could easily eliminate the monsters. He only needed to block with his shield when they attacked. When the monsters tried to flee, a slight harassment would suffice. No need for real strikes. This way he could avoid injury and leave the offensive to his teammates. They cleared 2 more dens each with a pair of tiger-headed monsters. With the first experience, Lin Xiao became adept, fully executing the tactic of tanking and harassing. With nimble footwork, he didn't even need healing during those 2 encounters, and his health gradually recovered. We're more than halfway there. There are no signs of monsters nearby. Let's stop and rest. Li Qianghua called out. They unloaded their packs and sat on the grass, chatting idly. Lin Xiao reached into his breastplate, pretending to fumble, but actually retrieved 5 wine skins from his backpack and handed them to his teammates. I got some wine from the tavern. Have a drink to quench your thirst. They accepted without hesitation. This is fruit wine, sweet and fragrant, just my taste, Li Qianghua said with a smile. A little now and then is quite enjoyable. Lin Xiao didn't know what kind of wine it was, so he just smiled and remained silent. Jiang Ziliang laughed and said, This is the fruit wine from Zhang's winery. I can tell right away. I'm a regular there. They also sell it in the neighboring market. It's from Zhang's winery. I didn't know the type, but the waiter told me it was supplied by them, Lin Xiao said, taking a sip. Captain, do you usually not drink? I don't drink much. You don't either, do you? I rarely see you drinking, Li Qianghua replied with a smile. Haha. Yes, just trying something new, Lin Xiao said, scratching his head. It seems there aren't many monsters along this path. The forest isn't as dangerous as I imagined. That's because this path is frequently traveled and monsters are often cleared out. Besides, we're not deep into the forest yet. The real danger begins past the outposts. Today I even saw traces of the blue flame ox, which is unusual for this area. I wonder what's happening in the forest. Li Qianghua patiently explained. Let's ask at the outpost later. Wu Kun chimed in. They should know something. The outpost didn't raise any smoke signals, so there's nothing major happening, Ma Yunjun said dismissively. Jiang Ziliang added. Regardless, we should report this when we return. Better safe than sorry. Lao Jiang is right. Let's first go to the outpost to inquire, then report back. Li Xiao decided. Let's move on. Everyone acknowledged and shouldered their packs. Watch out! Li Xiao suddenly shouted, knocking an arrow and firing to the left of Wu Kun. Wu Kun swiftly ducked behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao heard a rustling in the grass but couldn't see what creature it was. Suddenly a massive serpent over 2 meters long and as thick as an arm lunged at him, its head bearing a cold black horn. He raised his bronze shield. With a clang the serpent struck the shield, which instantly turned icy cold. He shoved the shield forward, then quickly released it and retreated. It's a cold-horned red viper. Don't let it get close. Run! Li Xiao shouted urgently. The others scattered. Jiang Ziliang fired an arrow, but the viper twisted away. The serpent was incredibly agile. Lin Xiao sprinted, but the viper seemed fixated on him, giving chase. He dared not run blindly. Fearing he might get lost and attract more monsters, he circled around, weaving between trees to slow the viper's pursuit. Li Qianghua and Jiang Ziliang fired several arrows but missed. Ma Yunjun kept his distance, not daring to approach. Lin Xiao thought this won't work. It'll be caught eventually. Judging by their fear, this snake's attack must be formidable. At that moment the cold mist from the viper's horns spread wider, forming a large white cloud above its head. Lin Xiao shouted as he ran. Wait a moment, I will lure this monster to the open space over there, and then I will control it while you all seize the opportunity to strike hard. Gotta just be careful not to get stuck by that beast. If you do, you might not die, but you will definitely get hurt. Li Qianghua quickly replied. Lin Xiao did not respond further and began to run toward a small clearing in the middle of the forest, planning to execute a surprise attack on the cold-horned red viper there. Just as he turned the corner from the woods into the clearing, he slowed down for a moment, giving the cold-horned red viper an opportunity. The cold-horned red viper coiled back and then swiftly lunged toward Lin Xiao's back, its white mist dispersing even more. Suddenly feeling a chill at his back, Lin Xiao's health dropped by 4 points. Without time to think, he instinctively pushed off with his legs and performed a forward roll, narrowly dodging the deadly strike of the cold-horned red viper. That was close. He almost got stuck by the cold-horned red viper. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if his back had fallen into an ice cave, frozen stiff. Lin Xiao stopped in the clearing, raising his weapon as if to attack. Seeing this, the snake paused a short distance from Lin Xiao, coiling its body and preparing to spring toward him. Just as the cold-horned red viper's body tightened in preparation to spring, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to fire a directed sonic cannon at the snake's body. The cold-horned red viper began to tremble intensely, its stored energy dissipating, appearing as if it had entered slow motion. Lin Xiao shouted, "Attack now! I can't hold on much longer!" Before he finished speaking, an arrow flew swiftly and struck a black spot on the cold-horned red viper's neck. The cold-horned red viper froze for a moment, ceasing to tremble, its tongue extending long, and its head slowly drooping towards the ground. Before it hit the ground, another arrow shot through the black spot on its neck with a whoosh. Bang! The cold-horned red viper fell to the ground and stopped moving, but a white mist still floated above its head. Lin Xiao cancelled the skill, and the entire process took less than 3 seconds, consuming only 3 points of stamina. He slowly approached the cold-horned red viper, intending to check the situation. "Don't go!" Li Qianghua called out anxiously. "Even if the cold-horned red viper is dead, you still can't approach it. That coldness will stick to you if you get too close. Wait a while until the cold dissipates before approaching." Hearing Li Qianghua's words, Lin Xiao immediately stopped and began to step back. At this moment, the other members of Team 3 also gathered around him. Li Qianghua excitedly patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said happily, "I Xiao, you really are a hidden gem. So you were actually a statue. Your control skill is truly impressive, far superior to the mediocre control skills of Team 1's Feng Liang and Zhu. Turns out you are a dual cultivator of egg and statue. With this, Team 3 will surely outperform Team 1. Wu Kun also chimed in. Lin Xiao's control technique essentially immobilized the cold-horned red viper for 3 seconds. Such a powerful single-target control is the best skill for hunting monsters. Perhaps it's not as effective in battles or chaotic situations compared to those weak group control skills. Isn't the captain's goal to hunt monsters? This skill is tailor-made for the captain." Ma Yunjun interjected. "Why not let Lin Xiao specialize as a statue and we can find another egg? The Woodland Patrol team only has 5 members. If we recruit another person, who will pay and where will they stay?" Ma Yunjun argued. "We are hunting monsters, and the money from hunting beasts is enough to hire someone. At worst, we can all take a little less. Moreover, it's difficult to recruit a statue, but getting an egg won't be too hard and won't cost much." Wu Kun interjected. "But how will we split the profits then?" Lin Xiao listened to their lively discussion, feeling somewhat proud. It seemed he was quite valued in this world. He smiled and said, "I can both carry the monster as an egg and control the monster as a statue. Both tasks can coexist." Ma Yunjun immediately responded. Lin Xiao, the risk of carrying in front is far greater than controlling as a statue. You are our precious asset and nothing must happen to you. Of course I'm not solely thinking about you. With you here we will certainly make a lot of money and I'm thinking about my own gold coins. Li Qianghua interrupted Ma Yunjun before he could continue saying. Let's maintain the current situation for now and discuss it when we have a suitable candidate. There's no need to find someone randomly, they need to fit well or it will affect morale. We should keep a close eye on him, especially you Wu Kun, you must watch over Lin Xiao. Wu Kun quickly replied. Of course. The cold-horned red viper is dead and the cold has dissipated. Wu Kun, you go take care of it. Li Qianghua glanced at the corpse of the cold-horned red viper. Upon hearing this, Wu Kun took a wooden box from his back and approached the cold-horned red viper. He carefully cut open the viper's head with the tool from the box, slowly removing the horn. He wrapped it in a piece of unknown beast skin and carefully placed it in the box. Then he quickly skinned the snake, cut open its belly, and retrieved its gallbladder, putting everything away. The remaining carcass was buried in a pit. Seeing Wu Kun clean up the cold-horned red viper's corpse, Li Qianghua happily said. We gained a lot this time. When we return and sell the materials to the dojo, I believe everyone can at least get 2 gold coins. Of course, this is largely thanks to Ah Xiao's fierce and precise control. We are all benefiting from him. The group expressed their gratitude to Lin Xiao, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He hurriedly replied modestly. This is also due to our team's good cooperation. The captain and Brother Zhang's 2 arrows were both quick and accurate. If they were a bit slower, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Alright, Ah Xiao, stop being modest, everyone knows. Let's continue on our journey, Li Qianghua said with a smile. The group tidied up and continued on their way, passing through layers of trees and grass, encountering no more monsters along the way. Gradually Lin Xiao felt the path incline, but the slope was gentle and the trees were not as dense as before. The group slowly ascended the hill. When they reached the top of the slope, Li Qianghua looked in one direction. We are almost there, she said, pointing toward the direction she was looking. That is the outpost. Following Li Qianghua's direction, Lin Xiao saw a large mound in the woods ahead where a half-spherical fortress made of blue stones was faintly visible. Next to the fortress there were several large trees with some rough wooden houses built from logs. The houses were interconnected by pathways made of vines and branches in the air. This made the wooden houses appear like a skeleton of an umbrella without fabric, sheltering the half-spherical stone fortress beneath. Seeing the destination was right before them, everyone quickened their pace toward the outpost. As they approached, a voice suddenly rang out. Who goes there? A sharp reprimand came from a tree. The group halted and Lin Xiao looked up to see a 15 or 16-year-old youth perched on a high branch. The youth concealed his body behind the trunk, only poking his head out with an unknown green blade of grass in his mouth and a longbow protruding from behind his head. Li Qianghua replied bluntly. We are the lumber camp patrol delivering supplies to the outpost. Can't you recognize us? It's not our first time here. When did you arrive at the outpost? The sound of voices drew attention from within the outpost, and a young man in his 20s, clad in black short clothes, emerged from behind a tree. He said to the members of the third team, Come over. We've been waiting for you. Then he added to the youth on the tree. Suetianyo, haven't you always asked what the supply patrol looks like? Now you see them. The youth leaned out from behind the trunk, silent, simply staring at Lin Xiao and the others. Come with me. My name is Jingguang. Captain Li, you should still remember me. The young man said to Li Qianghua. Yes, I remember. You were here last time too, replied Li Qianghua. Let's go and transfer the supplies. Under Jingguang's guidance, the 5 walked toward the hemispherical stone fortress. Lin Xiao studied the stone fort, noting it had only one entrance, a slanted passage descending underground with an iron door at its end. Half of the door was below ground level and the entire passage was lined with stone. On small shelves along the passage walls, oil lamps flickered, casting a dim yellow light that made the iron door at the end look like the entrance to the underworld. The group stepped into the stone passage and slowly approached the iron door. Jingguang walked up and knocked. With a clatter, a small hatch opened, revealing a glistening eye that scanned them all. Then the iron door swung open. The group entered with Lin Xiao at the rear. Once all were inside, the doorkeeper closed the iron door tightly again. Lin Xiao glanced at the gatekeeper, a middle-aged man in leather armor, his face coarse and brutish, 2 short swords hanging at his waist, and a leather cap on his head. After the door was shut, the man stood rigidly behind it, not following Lin Xiao and the others. Inside, the stone fort was divided into several sections by stone walls. Just past the entrance was a slightly larger compartment with weapon racks displaying various arms and armor. Several stone stools were scattered on the floor. Jingguang invited everyone to sit while he stepped into an inner compartment. Soon he emerged, followed by 2 men in dark red robes. Li Qianghua stood up to greet them. Captain, please check the supplies. With that she signaled the group to unload. The third team unloaded the large leather bags from their backs. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Lee. Sorry for the inconvenience. This place is too crude, nothing to offer in hospitality. Captain He stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. Captain Bai began inventorying the supplies. Any recent movements in the forest? Asked Li Qianghua. Captain He pondered for a moment, then replied. To be honest, Captain Lee, there have been some unusual signs, but they haven't spread to the forest edge. We haven't figured out the exact situation yet. A few days ago one of our men was targeted by a green fire bull deep in the forest. He managed to escape, but at a heavy cost. Li Qianghua asked with some confusion. Are green fire bulls common near the outpost these days? Not common, that's why it's considered unusual. But it's nothing major. If a whole herd of green fire bulls had come out, we would have lit the signal smoke. With just one, well, keep an eye on it. Has anyone gone into the forest beyond the outpost to hunt beasts recently? If they did, they'd usually pass through the outpost, right? Asked Li Qianghua. No one has come this way for about 10 days. They've probably all gone to Mashling area. There are ding-ding monsters and little white rabbits over there. The guild has recently issued tasks for little white rabbits. Captain He rubbed his chin and continued. Deep in this area you can find valuable stuff like fire-rolling bears, but the outer parts only have arrow rats, tiger-headed monsters, cloud leopards, cold-horn red vipers, and the like. Either they're worthless or ordinary teams can't handle them. Can ordinary teams handle little white rabbits and ding-ding monsters? Asked Li Qianghua, puzzled. Captain He, unless you and Captain Bai join forces, could you take down a little white rabbit? Ha! I've only heard rumors, I've never actually faced one. I don't know the details. I just know the guild is short on little white rabbits right now and offers high prices. Captain He answered with an awkward smile. We haven't seen any little white rabbits around here. On our way here we saw traces of a green fire bull about 3 kilometers from our lumber camp. I wonder if it's the same one you spotted. Li Qianghua shifted the topic back to the green fire bull. Whether it's the same or not, the green fire bull has already been to the forest edge. 2 days ago we found cloud leopard tracks during our patrol. In that case we'll have our men scout more frequently in the coming days, keep a close watch. If the situation worsens, we'll light the signal smoke and have the guild send someone to handle it. Captain He responded seriously after hearing Li Qianghua's words. That would be wise. If anything really happens, both your outpost and our lumber camp may have to retreat. Nodded Li Qianghua. The guild must step in. Of course. Our outpost and your patrol team serve only as an early warning, said Captain He, turning to a corner. He took a leather pouch from a box and handed it to Li Qianghua. Li Qianghua opened it and saw a cluster of golden mushrooms, each about 5 or 6 centimeters in size, bright and dazzling. She smiled at Captain He. Delicious bulldog mushrooms. For us. Of course. There's nothing else here. I found a few clusters the other day, and this one is specially reserved for you. Next time if there are more, I'll save a cluster for you too. You're too kind, Captain He. We didn't bring any gifts, said Li Qianghua happily as she put away the mushrooms. Your safe delivery of supplies is the best gift of all, Captain He said with a smile. The supplies are all inventory. At that moment Captain Bai stood up and interjected. Hearing this, Li Qianghua took a wooden token from a leather pouch on her back and handed it to him. Captain Bai examined it, then wrote a few characters on the token with a brush and returned it to Li Qianghua. Li Qianghua took the wooden token, glanced at it, then opened a leather pouch, placed the token inside and stowed it away. All right, our mission is done. Time to head back. Everyone, well, take our leave now, Li Qianghua said with a smile. Many thanks to Captain He for the cow dung mushrooms. Friends at the outpost, you've worked hard. Keep a sharp watch for us. You're welcome. We also appreciate the patrol team's support in delivering supplies. Safe travels. Farewell. Captain He waved. The 5 of them then rose, left the stone fort, and began their journey home. Lin Xiao had just emerged from the stone fort when he saw a youth named Zhuetianyu standing outside the passage, staring at them curiously. Hey, little one. What are you looking at? Li Qianghua teased the boy. Zhuetianyu said nothing, scratched his head, and simply gazed at her. As the 5 walked past him, he asked, Does the patrol team fight monsters every day? Li Qianghua turned back with a smile. Yes, we do. Do you like fighting monsters? Zhuetianyu fell silent again, standing still. Li Qianghua, perhaps finding it dull, stopped paying him attention as the group continued on their way back. Lin Xiao was thinking, would they encounter any cold-horned red vipers on the way back? If he could kill 1 or 2, that should be enough to buy the 5th bottle of Taoist potion and some wound salve. Huang Biao, go up and block it. Disrupt its movements, don't let it dodge easily. On the clearing where Lin Xiao and the others had slain the cold-horned red viper, a young man in brown leather armor about 27 or 28 was directing a 6-man squad. A burly middle-aged man in armor upon hearing the command raised his shield and swiftly stepped forward, wedging himself between two large trees at the edge of the clearing. Suddenly a yellow figure lunged at the burly man. He raised his shield to intercept it. With a loud clang the man's body jolted backward, but he was not pushed back. The yellow figure was forced to a halt, revealing itself to be a cloud leopard. It was about to turn and flee in another direction. "Liangqing! It's about to bolt sideways. Go and pin it down," the young man shouted. At that moment a stout man in infantry armor raised his shield and moved to block the cloud leopard's escape route, but his speed was a bit slow, nearly allowing the leopard to slip through. Luckily he swung his long blade to cover the gap. "Lu Zhuan, cover the position. If it charges, just stall it. Huan Chaoyun, use arrows to restrict its movement, limit its range. He'll go in for control. Qin Hu, watch me closely and be ready to heal." The young man edged toward the cloud leopard while issuing orders to the two. Trapped in the center, the cloud leopard found itself under two arrows if it charged east, and tangled by a man nearly as fast as itself if it went west, and faced with two shields on the other side. It appeared extremely agitated. Seeing the cloud leopard's range restricted, the leather-armored youth rushed forward. As he closed in, a ring of dust spread outward from him, centered on his position. Struck by the dust circle, the cloud leopard froze in place. With a whoosh, an arrow hit it but glanced off, deflected away. The cloud leopard recovered from its stun, and hurled a wind blade straight at the leather-armored youth. He tried to dodge, but the blade struck him, causing his chi to roil. A golden light then enveloped the youth, healing his wounds and accelerating his movements. Yet he did not flee. Instead he darted around the cloud leopard, waiting for an opportunity. Just as the cloud leopard twisted to swipe at him, another ring of dust spread from his feet. The cloud leopard, caught mid-swipe with its front paws raised, froze in that awkward stance. Another arrow shot through the air, whoosh, but was again deflected. The leather-armored youth seized the moment to retreat, pulling back to widen the distance. He had barely taken a few steps when the cloud leopard resumed movement, but its attack was interrupted mid-swing. Now clumsy, as if suffering from ataxia, its left foot tangled with its right, and it crashed to the ground. The archer named Huang Chaoyun, seeing the opportunity, swiftly knocked another arrow and fired at the cloud leopard's belly. A dull thud sounded, but the arrow was still deflected. The sixth and the leopard remained locked in a stalemate. However, once the cloud leopard's chi shield expired, its defeat was inevitable, provided the sixth made no mistakes in coordination. Damn it, since when did old Luo become such a useless piece of shit? Can't even handle two insignificant nobodies. A masked man in leather armor holding a curved blade scanned the forest while complaining to his companion beside him. "Now we have to waste time wandering around this damn forest. The info from that side, was it reliable? We've searched for ages and haven't seen a single hair of that cloud leopard. Just now there were even traces of a green fire bull over there. This damn forest is getting more and more unbearable. Who told you to take their money and refuse to return it, then agree to hunt this stupid cloud leopard as compensation? If you ask me, let's just cut and run. What can Lu Lao do to us?" An archer in a blue short robe interjected. "We should have gone with old Luo that day. Who would have thought that two non-combatants with only 3 bottles of potions could give old Luo and his 3 men such trouble?" A middle-aged man in golden robes spoke up. "Forget about old Luo. Who knows if he got greedy, killed them, and took off? Who knows what treasures those two nobodies had? If we can't find the cloud leopard, so be it. What else can we do?" A burly man with a shield and gleaming armor said. "Since we're already here, let's search a bit more." Another archer scratched his arm and added, "Yeah, let's keep looking. Then let's damn well go deeper. Move it, move it." The 5 of them continued their search, advancing deeper into the forest. Around noon, the residents of the dojo outpost near Little Hill Lumberyard were heading to the dining hall one after another. A youth in a blue straight robe carried a tray of food into a room. Inside, an old man in a black robe sat behind a long table. Seeing the youth enter with the meal, he said, "Put it on the table." The youth gently set the tray down, then said in a low voice, "News from that side says the goods weren't received. The person never entered the city. Something must have happened on the road." "Oh. Even the courier didn't know the goods were on the cart, yet something still went wrong," the old man remarked meaningfully. The youth replied, "Could it be a problem on that side?" "Possibly. Don't make a fuss. Investigate quietly. Which side slipped up, the truth will eventually surface. They'll leave this to you," the old man instructed. "Understood. They'll keep a covert watch. All right, you may go." The youth respectfully bowed, then slowly withdrew from the room. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a brighter glow over the forest, and the occasional gentle breeze brought a sense of comfort. Lin Xiao and his group were making their way back to the timber yard when a question suddenly occurred to him. He turned to Li Qianghua and asked, "Captain, since recruiting a rookie is so easy, why didn't our third team have one before?" Li Qianghua pondered for a moment before replying, "We did have a rookie before, Feng Liangqing, the youngest son of our Captain Feng, and the younger brother of Feng Liangzhu, the captain of the first team. But he couldn't get along with the team, so now he's gone to his brother's team. The first team has 6 people now. Ah, I see. So the rookie was the captain's son. Him taking his place. Lin Xiao was curious about why Feng Liangqing couldn't get along with the team, but decided not to ask. Anyway, let's not talk about him. Mentioning him just gets on my nerves. Li Qianghua seemed somewhat irritated. But then she patted the leather pouch containing the mushrooms and said, "Forget the unpleasant stuff. Let's have cow dung mushrooms for lunch today. When we get back, we'll have our chef Jiang cook them himself. We're skipping the cafeteria today." Jiang Ziliang promptly chimed in. "No problem, leave it to me. On the way back, let's see if we can bag a few pheasants. Stir-fried pheasant with cow dung mushrooms is even more delicious. Well, look around once we reach the forest's edge. For now, let's stick to the original path to avoid any complications. Safety first," Li Qianghua said. Meanwhile, a masked man moving through the forest suddenly stopped and muttered, "Damn, what the hell is that noise?" "Sounds like someone's fighting up ahead," replied the bowman dressed in a short green tunic as he cupped his ear to listen. "Keep it down, damn it. Let's sneak closer for a look." The group crept cautiously toward the source of the sound. In a slightly open grassy clearing within the forest, several people were surrounding a cloud leopard. "Damn, someone's poaching our cloud leopard. Bowman, keep your eyes peeled. Well, move and quietly concentrate fire on their gold light first and catch them off guard. That statue is standing too damn close to the cloud leopard. He's bound to get himself into trouble. Well, take him out afterward." The masked man gave orders as he slowly crept toward the gold light, who was intently focused on the battle. The group fighting the cloud leopard was having a field day, wearing it down. The beast had already taken several arrows and was going berserk, thrashing and biting wildly, gradually showing signs of exhaustion. Everyone's faces lit up with glee. They were about to snag a nice pile of gold coins. But suddenly, with a sharp swish swish, 2 arrows struck the gold light in the waist just as he was about to heal the statue, eliciting a scream of agony. Before the scream could fully escape, a dark figure materialized beside the gold light. A mist of blood burst from the gold light's neck and he collapsed to the ground dead. After slitting the gold light's throat, the dark figure retreated, swiftly vanishing in the blink of an eye. The figure's speed seemed no less than that of the cloud leopard. The group fighting the cloud leopard was momentarily stunned. The statue heard the scream and turned around only to see their gold light lying in a pool of blood. He bellowed, "Qin Hu! Damn it, we're under attack!" The distraction gave the cloud leopard an opening. It unleashed a sharp air blade that struck the statue, sending him tumbling to the ground. To make matters worse, another swoosh sounded from the woods. 2 arrows flew out, aimed directly at the statue. "Brother!" roared the chubby rookie, abandoning his position, blocking the cloud leopard's escape route. He lunged forward, intending to shield the gold light from the arrows. But the fat rookie raised his shield too, slowly blocking only 1 arrow. The other struck him in the left abdomen. Fortunately, his armor and thick layer of fat protected his internal organs, though the pain made him groan. "Forget the cloud leopard. Fall back into the forest and form a defensive formation. Fight as we retreat. They've blocked our path forward. Head toward the lookout station," the statue commanded his teammates. "Liangqing took an arrow. Wang Biao, cover our retreat." The other rookie, Wang Biao, upon hearing this, moved with his shield toward the 2. The formation had already collapsed. The cloud leopard seized the opportunity and fled into the forest. Just as the 2 rookies moved to shield the statue, another scream rang out from the side. The bowman named Huang Chaoyun, who had retreated among the trees, lay on the ground writhing, struck by 2 arrows. Like an old dog whose neck had been caught in a poacher's trap. The hunter had become the hunted. "Chaoyun!" cried the statue, but he quickened his retreat. Meanwhile, the team's bloodhand Lu Zhuan had already slipped into the woods, apparently planning to circle around and ambush the bowman lurking in the shadows. But the opposing 5 formed a tight formation and charged out of the forest, heading straight for the statue and his 2 rookies. Lu Zhuan had no choice but to flee far away. The enemy bowman, while pursuing, took a moment to knock an arrow and aim at the convulsing bowman Huang Qiaoyun's neck. Huang Chaoyun, unable to move, could only twitch involuntarily. The arrow struck the side of his neck, pinning him to the ground. Blood spurted out along the arrow's shaft. Huang Chaoyun let out a faint dreamlike groan before falling still. "Ha! Your poor little bowman. Blood spouting high. So tragic. I can hardly bear to watch." The enemy bowman taunted loudly. The statue was furious but helpless. Under the protection of the 2 rookies, he retreated into the forest. Arrows kept raining down on the rookies. Wang Biao, though flustered, managed to wave his shield like an impenetrable wall. But the fat rookie was less skilled. In a moment of inattention, an arrow struck his calf. He grimaced in pain, pulled a small vial of healing balm from his armor, and drank it. A flash of golden light restored much of his injury. He tossed the empty vial aside, crouched, and yanked the arrow from his leg. Liangqing, are you alright? The statue behind him asked, his voice anxious. I'm fine. The fat rookie panted, turning his head to reply. As he turned, his shield hand lowered slightly. In that instant, a dark figure dashed to the fat rookie's side. Watch out! Wang Biao shouted from the side, swinging his blade at the shadow. But a spray of blood erupted from the fat rookie's neck. He collapsed like a deflated balloon. The dark figure retreated as quickly as it had appeared, and Wang Biao's blade only cut through an afterimage. Before he could withdraw his sword, an arrow struck his arm, forcing him to pull his hand back behind the shield. Liangqing! The statue let out a heart-wrenching cry, his voice trembling with grief and fury. But he dared not stop. Fortunately, at last he reached the cover of the trees. With the trees of the forest providing cover, they were less susceptible to the arrows of the bowmen, and it also slowed the Blood Hand's sudden assault. After retreating into the woods, they began weaving through the trees as they fell back, occasionally turning to sprint for a short distance, no longer forced to keep their backs turned as they had been in the open. Captain, I think Team 3 is delivering supplies to the outpost today, Wang Biao suddenly whispered. Indeed, that is the case. It is their turn today. Everything happened so fast just now that I didn't think of it. Blow the whistle quickly, hopefully they can hear it, replied the statue. Amidst the jolting run, Wang Biao fumbled for the bamboo whistle, brought it to his lips, and blew with all his might. That's a patrol team's bamboo whistle, a long unbroken blast. Someone must be in danger, said Li Xiao, walking through the woods astonished. But what is the patrol team doing here? Let's hurry over and check. From the sound, it can't be too far, interjected Ma Yunjun. Lin Xiao quickly stopped him. Brother Ma would better be cautious. Let's circle around slowly and observe the situation first. Who knows if the one blowing the whistle is friend or foe? Li Qianghua nodded. Blowing a whistle in a place like this is indeed suspicious. Let's creep over slowly and see what's happening first. The 5 of them tensed up, ready for battle, and began to stealthily circle around, creeping forward. There's someone, looks like Feng Liangzhu. Ma Yunjun at the front turned back and whispered to the other 4. Let's see what's going on before we act. We can't afford to get ourselves killed while trying to save others, Wu Kun said quietly. Each of them found a spot to hide and observed the situation ahead. Lin Xiao concealed himself behind a large tree, poking his head out to look. About 200 meters away through the trees, he could vaguely make out 2 figures, one of whom was carrying a shield. He thought to himself who could see clearly who they were. Ma Yunjun must be familiar with those 2 to recognize them. Lin Xiao slowly crept toward them. Before long, he faintly saw several more figures following behind the 2. Were these 2 being chased? Who would be hunting down a patrol team? Lin Xiao was puzzled, so he moved closer to Li Qianghua. Captain, can you see clearly? It's Team 1's Captain Feng Liangzhu and their egg Wang Biao. What happened to the rest of Team 1? Were they all killed by the people chasing them? Li Qianghua frowned. By then the other 3 members of Team 3 had also gathered. The 5 of them convened to discuss how to fight. The blood hand in that group is incredibly fast, at least faster than me, Ma Yunjun said. Let's target the golden light instead. Well, ambush them, catch them off guard, and take out their golden light first, Wu Kun said swiftly. Li Qianghua directed. Someone needs to keep an eye on their blood hand. Yunju and Ziliang and I will engage directly and focus fire on the enemy golden light. Lin Xiao, you watch the blood hand. If he comes at us, you control him, and will concentrate fire to take him out. Wu Kun, you keep an eye on Yunjun. Let's move now and find positions to ambush. Yunju and Ziliang, remember, for now the 3 of us only have eyes for the enemy golden light. Leave the rest to the team. The enemy is not weak. Everyone be careful. The group responded softly, then dispersed to find suitable ambush spots. The figures gradually drew closer, almost reaching Team 3's ambush circle. Lin Xiao could now clearly see the faces of Feng Liangzhu and Wang Biao, who were running ahead. Just then the 2 bowmen in pursuit each loosed an arrow aimed straight at Feng Liangzhu. Hearing the sound, Feng Liangzhu planted his foot and burst sideways, dodging behind a large tree. The arrows grazed his clothes and missed, embedding themselves in the trunk of a tree ahead. Feng Liangzhu then pulled a small porcelain bottle from his chest and handed it to Wang Biao, telling him to hurl it at the pursuers. Wang Biao took the bottle and flung it with all his might at the masked man leading the chase. The bottle arced through the air, but before it could fall, an arrow struck it head-on. It exploded with a bang, quickly dispersing into a thick white fog that obscured everyone's vision. Seeing this, Feng Liangzhu and his companions seized the opportunity to sprint away, no longer caring about exposing their backs. Team 3 did not move. They watched silently as Feng Liangzhu ran through their encirclement. Lin Xiao noticed that both Feng Liangzhu and Wang Biao were injured. The pursuing team, split by the white fog, had some charging straight through, while their golden light chose to go around the fog. As they emerged from the fog, their formation was somewhat scattered. The golden light was already a bit far from the rest of the team. After passing through the fog, the golden light surveyed the situation and instinctively moved toward the egg in the team. As luck would have it, the golden light brushed past the bush where Ma Yunjun was hiding. The golden light swung the wooden box hanging at his side onto his back to run faster. Just then a flash of white light struck from the side toward the golden light's neck, followed by a dark shadow that darted to his side. Blood sprayed instantly. The golden light didn't even have time to turn his head before he collapsed, a large pool of blood soaking the ground. At the same moment the golden light fell, one of the enemy bowmen was struck in the neck by 2 arrows in quick succession. Without a sound he dropped to the ground. As soon as Li Qianghua's arrow flew, the blood hand noticed it and charged at her at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly emerged, shield and sword in hand, and attacked from the blood hand's flank. Before they closed, he raised his sword high. Realizing they were ambushed by multiple enemies, the blood hand did not dare to continue pursuing Li Qianghua. Instead, he swiftly retreated to the remaining 2 teammates. "Surround them. Don't let them escape," Li Qianghua commanded. The members of Team 3 spread out, maintaining a proper distance, and quickly encircled them. The situation on the battlefield shifted so rapidly that the remaining 3 enemies were unable to flee and found themselves trapped in the woods by Team 3. With the blood hand's speed, if he had wanted to escape alone, Team 3 would never have been able to stop him. But he did not choose to abandon his 2 teammates and run. Whether it was due to overconfidence in his own strength, or deep loyalty to his comrades, the 8 of them were now locked in a stalemate. Team 3 dared not act rashly either. By then Feng Liangzhu and Wang Biao of Team 1 had already run far away. They vaguely heard some commotion but did not turn back to investigate, instead sprinting straight toward the outpost. Li Qianghua and Jiang Ziliang kept a slight distance, wary of Bloody Hand's sudden attack, while Wu Kun concealed himself behind a clump of bushes not far from Lin Xiao, feeling relatively safe under Lin Xiao's protection. Ma Yunjun, leaning against a large tree, cast a sidelong glance without showing his head to observe the situation, relying on his ears to gauge the unfolding events. Li Qianghua and Jiang Ziliang had arrows knocked but refrained from immediately firing at the 3 encircled figures, as if waiting for something. The 3 surrounded men stood back to back. The masked man's eyes betrayed no panic. His left hand crossed over his abdomen to rest on his left hip. His right hand held a curved blade in reverse grip, the tip slightly outward, the pommel resting on his left elbow. His body bent forward, poised like a leopard ready to spring upon its prey. Suddenly, as a withered yellow leaf drifted to the ground, the 3 men moved in unison, as if by prearranged signal, charging toward Jiang Ziliang. Lin Xiao realized they intended to breach through Jiang Ziliang and escape from that direction. But unless the other 2 could match the speed of the masked Bloody Hand, even if they broke out, their team's 3 pursuers would surely catch up and detain at least 2 of them. With this thought, Lin Xiao crouched low, dragging the corner of his shield on the ground to reduce weight, and dashed after the trio with his blade in hand. Wu Kun, carrying a case and a large leather pouch, followed at a leisurely pace. He only needed to be ready to provide healing at any moment. Getting too close would only make him a target. Seeing Lin Xiao closing in, the enemy archer, while running, twisted his body, pushed the bow forward with his left hand, and swiftly drew the string with his right, taking aim. He released his right hand and an arrow shot straight toward Lin Xiao's face. After loosing the arrow, the archer immediately turned and moved closer to his companion, the one called Dan. Lin Xiao stomped his right foot, bent his left knee, and in a single motion twisted his neck sharply to the left, tilting his head far to the side. The arrow whizzed past his right ear, the gust of wind brushing his face, and embedded itself in a bush behind him. Lin Xiao paused briefly before accelerating again toward the 3 men. The arrow startled Wu Kun, who was to Lin Xiao's left rear, prompting him to sidestep further left to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Seeing the 3 charging at him, Jiang Ziliang fired a random arrow in their direction and then sprinted toward Ma Yunjun. The masked man, without shifting his gaze, swiftly swung his blade, striking the arrowhead mid-flight as it approached. The arrow lost its trajectory and disappeared into the adjacent brush. Lin Xiao, witnessing the seemingly casual strike from the side, felt a jolt of surprise. He doubted he could ever deliver such a precise blow. Moreover, the man had executed it with such ease and composure. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. It was fortunate they had ambushed and eliminated the enemy's golden light and 1 archer earlier. Otherwise the battle's outcome might have been uncertain. Even with only 3 opponents left, Lin Xiao dared not let his guard down. As he pursued, he pondered how to ensure none of them escaped this forest. Seeing Jiang Ziliang yield the path, the masked man and his 2 companions did not bother chasing him, but instead dashed straight ahead. Ma Yunjun had already emerged from behind the tree, quickly joining Jiang Ziliang. They exchanged a glance and then pursued the fleeing trio together. In truth, Ma Yunjun could have easily caught up with them, but clearly he was unwilling to engage alone, merely maintaining a lead of 2 or 3 paces ahead of Jiang Ziliang. Lin Xiao saw Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang closing in, with Wu Kun following him, but Li Qianghua was nowhere in sight. He didn't dwell on her absence, assuming she was lurking in the shadows ready to loose a surprise arrow. The two teams chased each other through the forest. Perhaps growing impatient, Jiang Ziliang raised his bow and fired another arrow at the three. The masked man raised his blade to intercept, but at that moment another arrow shot from the bushes aimed at the archer among the trio. It flew with incredible speed, reaching the archer's waist in a blink. The masked man twisted his body to deflect the arrow aimed at the archer's waist, while Jiang Ziliang's arrow was blocked by Dan, who stepped forward with his shield. It was evident the masked man was desperate to protect his remaining teammates. The brief delay caused by the two arrows allowed the three pursuers to catch up, preparing to encircle them again. Li Qianghua emerged from the bushes ready to cut through and take her position, just as she drew level with Lin Xiao on the left flank of the three enemies. The masked man suddenly executed a reverse thrust, morphing into a shadow as he lunged toward Li Qianghua. Lin Xiao bellowed, "Focus fire! Take down the archer first!" The team immediately prepared to strike the archer. The masked man halted mid-motion, whether because he heeded Lin Xiao's command and turned to defend, or was simply startled by Lin Xiao's roar. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao unleashed a directional sonic cannon directly at the masked man. Two arrows whistled through the air, striking the masked man's neck in quick succession. Before the masked man could utter a sound, a dark figure flashed past, and a blade of white light swept across his throat. The figure didn't pause but continued forward, vanishing behind a tree. In that instant, the masked man suffered 4 consecutive hits. Blood sprayed from his neck and his body crumpled limply to the ground. His role in the play ended. Lin Xiao rejoiced inwardly. What a fool. I dared to bluff, and he actually believed it. The remaining two only now realized their bloody hand had fallen. While they were still stunned, Ma Yunjun executed a swift counterattack, appearing beside the archer and slashing his throat with a twin axe. The last man, Dan, flung away his shield and drew his blade, chasing Ma Yunjun in fury. But Ma Yunjun was too fast. Even without his shield, Dan couldn't so much as touch his clothing. So Dan turned and swung his long sword at Lin Xiao, who was similarly slow. Lin Xiao casually raised his shield to block the clash ringing out, and stood his ground without a single step back. Planting his feet firmly, he twisted his waist and thrust his shield forward, sending Dan stumbling backward. Lin Xiao stepped forward with a large stride, raised his blade, and struck. Dan steadied himself and parried the heavy blow. Li Qianghua, Jiang Ziliang, and Ma Yunjun seized the opportunity to attack simultaneously. Under the combined assault, Dan inevitably fell. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Ma Yunjun leaned against the tree, slowly sliding to the ground with beads of sweat trickling from his forehead down to his neck. He rested his head against the tree trunk, panting and swallowing occasionally as if the battle had drained him completely. Jiang Ziliang propped his longbow against the tree, leaning with one foot angled against the ground, his back against the trunk, and turned his head toward Ma Yunjun with a smile. Ma Yunjun seemed to sense something, lifting his head slightly to meet Jiang Ziliang's gaze, and they exchanged smiles. Wu Kun took the wooden box off his back, placed it on the ground, and set the leather pouch beside it. He then sat directly on the box, rolling up his sleeves to rest. Li Qianghua had fine beads of sweat on her face, and her short bangs were stuck together in strands. She brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead, walked over to Lin Xiao with a smile, and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey Xiao. Thank you. If you hadn't shouted just now, I might have been in grave danger." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "It's what I should do. After all, we are a team. I believe that if anyone in our team is in danger, the others will find a way to help. Captain, if I were in danger, wouldn't you save me?" Speaking of which, our coordination just now was truly seamless. The moment I raised my hand to control the blood hand, your attacks followed immediately. We were in perfect sync, working together flawlessly. Li Qianghua touched her nose and replied, "That blood hand charged at me like a ghost, and I was wondering how to dodge. Then you suddenly shouted and I saw the blood hand hesitate. Without thinking, I raised my bow and shot an arrow, not sure if it would hit, but you had already raised your hand to control him." Ma Yunjun excitedly stood up and chimed in, "I had my eyes on their blood hand the whole time. He was my primary target, and I wasn't going to miss any opportunity. Once their blood hand fell, the remaining two were nothing to fear. I knew the moment had come, so I charged straight in. At that moment I figured if I didn't take him down, he'd slash me with his blade. Though I was not as strong as him, I still believed I wouldn't lose because I have a reliable group of teammates. And it turned out to be true, haha. In the end he lost." Jiang Ziliang interjected, "I knew you wouldn't give up. When you stood behind that tree, I knew you were looking for a chance to take out their blood hand." Actually, everyone knew their blood hand was the biggest threat. Now I realized Lin Xiao's shout was truly brilliant. All is fair in war. He had his own weakness, so we can't blame others for exploiting it. He cared too much about those two teammates, and showed it so obviously. Getting focused down like that is a recognition of his strength. Wu Kun stood up and smiled. "I didn't seem to play much of a role in this battle. I applaud for you, my teammates. With that he started clapping. Brother Wu, don't be modest. Without you by my side they would have turned and finished me off long ago. With you there they knew it would be futile and they'd only end up sacrificing themselves. Lin Xiao smiled at Wu Kun. Li Qianghua added. Exactly. Wu Kun, if you hadn't been pressing from the side the enemy wouldn't have had so many reservations. They would have traded life for life long ago. Then Li Qianghua turned to Lin Xiao and said, Xiao, your control skill is really useful. It seems that everyone who knew you had a control skill except our squad is already dead. We can keep this skill as our squad's trump card. Normally you can act as a decoy. At a critical moment a control move will catch them off guard. Who would expect that decoy to be a statue? Lin Xiao thought and replied. Alright. Let's do that. It'll save the skill for critical moments. Well, let's wrap up the review here. First clean up the battlefield and gather anything useful. Li Qianghua walked over to the Bloodhand's corpse, took the curved blade from his hand and examined it. Everyone then picked a corpse and began searching. Lin Xiao chose the golden light, wanting to see what kind of token it was. He walked to the shrubbery where the golden light's body lay sideways beside the bush where Ma Yunjun had ambushed earlier. A large, slightly dried gash was visible on the golden light's neck, and the grass and dead leaves around were stained with blood. This was only Lin Xiao's second time looting a corpse, and he wasn't yet accustomed to it. He felt a surge of nausea rising in his throat. He swallowed, took a token from the corpse's waist, and found another token clenched in the golden light's hand. He pried open the fingers and retrieved the token. Using his body as a shield, he slipped the 2 tokens into his armor, and then into his backpack. He quickly checked the information: skill badge, primary healing technique, active category badge, effect restores 4 HP and slightly increases movement speed for 3 seconds. Cost 2 stamina, cooldown 2 minutes, fusion slot none. Skill badge, primary group healing technique, active category badge, effect restores 2 HP to marked creatures within a 50-meter radius up to 5 targets. Cost 3 stamina, cooldown 5 minutes, fusion slot none. After reading the information, Lin Xiao took the tokens out of the backpack and placed them inside his armor. He continued searching the corpse's chest, finding 1 gold coin, 12 silver coins, and 2 rows of tokens. He was somewhat surprised this golden light actually had 4 tokens. Good thing they took him down first. He quickly put the tokens into his backpack to check the information. They were identical to the previous 2, nothing new. So he took them out again and placed them inside his armor. He continued searching the corpse and found a metal bracelet engraved with a ring of petals and leaves, its material unknown. He casually put it into his backpack and checked the information: dull platinum bracelet, category accessory, level none, attributes none, evaluation a beautiful platinum bracelet with no attributes, purely decorative. Lin Xiao immediately equipped the bracelet, but then reconsidered and took it off, placing it inside his armor. He then searched the corpse from head to toe and found nothing else, so he took the box strapped to the golden light's back, placed it on the ground and examined it carefully. It was a box made of unknown wood, unpainted, retaining the original yellowish-brown color of the wood, but its surface was glossy from frequent use. Lin Xiao opened the chest and examined its contents. Inside, wooden dividers created compartments that held various knives along with an assortment of bottles, jars, and leather pouches of different sizes. There were also some wooden planks and white cloth, miscellaneous odds and ends. Lin Xiao did not put the chest into his backpack to check its information. Instead, he closed the lid, picked up the chest, and went to see how the others were packing up. He set the chest on the ground and sat on it, mimicking Wu Kun's posture from earlier. Soon everyone had finished organizing their belongings. Li Qianghua gathered all the items they had collected and laid them out in a row on the ground. The most valuable piece was the scimitar from the masked man, a divine blessed equipment. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled that he also had a similar scimitar, but he kept silent. The rest were ordinary equipment. As for the 4 tokens Lin Xiao had picked up, each was worth 5 gold coins. Perplexed by these tokens, he asked, "Can't we use these tokens? They'll take 2 and the captain can take 2. With 3 gold lights in our team, wouldn't it be nearly impossible to die?" Li Qianghua smiled and replied, "Your idea is indeed appealing, but these tokens require specific Taoist techniques and elixirs to be used. That is, only a gold light can use them. Moreover, after 1 gold light uses a token, the same type cannot be used immediately. The bonus compatible power needs time to gather again. Otherwise, why would we need a gold light? Everyone could just carry 2 tokens, right? You, a statue, can't even figure this out. The situation for a statue is probably similar, isn't it?" Lin Xiao nodded in sudden realization. So there are so many intricacies behind the gold light's skills. But why are there 2 sets of tokens for the same gold light? I suspect the gold light of the first team is in grave danger. Wu Kun interjected. Lin Xiao fell silent. Li Qianghua surveyed the group and said, "Let's sell all these equipment. When we split the money including the monsters we killed earlier, each person should get about 10 or so gold coins. This trip was perilous, but the rewards are much greater than before. Captain, I want that scimitar. I'll buy it. Ma Yunjun spoke up. Can I deduct it from my share of this trip's gold? Take it for your use. You won't get any more gold this time. Li Qianghua said, looking at Ma Yunjun. Actually, this blade is worth more than your share. We've never acquired divine lest equipment before. Let's set a rule now. From now on, if we get divine lest equipment, and someone in the team can use it, they can take it at a low price. That way our team's strength will grow faster and we'll earn more in the long run. Good. I fully agree with the captain's proposal. Ma Yunjun replied happily, then took the scimitar and went aside to test it. Wu Kun and Jiang Ziliang raised no objections. Captain, I have no complaints. But could you sell me those trinkets and odds and ends? Lin Xiao spoke up. You mean this bracelet and ring? Li Qianghua asked with some curiosity. Yes, and the other miscellaneous items from those people, Lin Xiao replied. Pick out what you want and we'll calculate the price together later. Li Qianghua said, still puzzled. Lin Xiao walked over and picked up the bracelet, also selecting a ring of unknown material, a pendant made of an unknown stone threaded on a leather cord, and a notebook. The rest were ordinary equipment which Lin Xiao declined. What do you want those for? Li Qianghua asked curiously. They're not worth much. If you want to give gifts, 1 gold coin's weight is enough to have a goldsmith craft a full set of brand new jewelry. Captain, I don't intend to give them away. Collecting these things has always been my hobby. I don't like new jewelry, I only like pieces that have been used by others for a long time. These objects carry a sense of human history and weight which fills my heart with strength. Lin Xiao replied. 50 silver for the 4 items you picked. They'll deduct it from your share later. If you like, he'll sell you such odds and ends in the future. Li Qianghua said cheerfully. Fine. Thank you, Captain. All right. Li Qianghua wrapped the remaining equipment in a leather sheet, tied it with a rope, and slung it over her back. She turned to the group and said, Let's head back first. Feng Liangzhu and the others have probably gone to the outposts. Aren't we going to deal with these bodies? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Leave them here for now. We'll go back and get someone to examine them, see if we can learn anything. Ordinary people wouldn't target a patrol team, Li Qianghua replied. Hopefully they won't be carried off by monsters or wild beasts. Wu Kun then rummaged through the gold light's chest, took a few items, and left it alone. It seemed the contents of the gold light's chest were not valuable despite there being many items. The group quickened their pace on the way back. Before long they arrived at the place where they had previously killed the cold-horned red viper, the same spot where the first team had encountered the clouded leopard and been attacked, and saw the gruesome scene on the grass. It's the first team's people, Li Qianghua said. That's Fatty Feng Liangqing and their gold light Qin Hu. As they approached to examine the scene, Lin Xiao saw a fat man in scale armor lying on the grass, a large gash across his neck surrounded by blood. It appeared his throat had been slit by the blood-handed one. Li Qianghua then said to Lin Xiao, Hey Xiao, you asked about the egg in our team before. This fat man was our previous egg, Feng Liangqing. Alas. Lin Xiao fell silent. He had heard that name many times, but this was the first time he saw him, already a corpse lying on the ground. An inexplicable sorrow welled up within him, and he sighed at the vicissitudes of life. There's another one over there, the first team's archer Huang Xiaoyan. Ma Yunjin's voice came from the side. They walked over and saw the first team's archer Huang Xiaoyan lying between 2 trees. He had 2 arrows in his chest and abdomen, and 1 arrow had pierced his neck, blood pooling on the ground. He was long dead. So the first team encountered those 5 people here, lost 3 and 2 escaped. Wait, the first team should have had a blood-handed one named Lu Zhuang. Wu Kun, the first team can't be that weak. They lost 3 to the enemy without even scratching them. Ma Yunjun said in disbelief. The first team must have been fighting some monster or beast here when they were ambushed by those 5. Li Qianghua analyzed. Look over there, the grass is all trampled. I think the captain is right. If they hadn't been ambushed, the first team wouldn't have been wiped out so badly. Jiang Ziliang stroked his chin. Besides, they had 6 people. Now should we send 1 or 2 people back to report while the rest stay here, or? Lin Xiao asked Li Qianghua softly. Let's go. We'll all go back directly together, splitting up is unsafe. We need to call more teams. This time the patrol's rhythm is probably completely disrupted. Li Qianghua said with a frown. Then the group no longer paid attention to the 3 bodies on the ground and continued walking back. Not long after, the 5 members of the 3rd squad heard sounds from the path. Someone was approaching them, making quite a racket, likely a large group. The 3rd squad members exchanged glances, then each found a spot to hide and keep watch. Before long the people arrived. It turned out to be 1st squad's blood hand Lu Zhuang leading the patrol, and even Captain Feng was in the group. As soon as they met patrol captain, Feng Kunshan walked over and asked, What's the situation in the forest? Lin Xiao noticed that Captain Feng was still wearing a round-collared robe, holding only a short knife in his hand with no other weapons. His tone was fairly calm, showing no trace of sorrow. None of the third squad spoke. After a moment of silence, Li Xiao replied. Uncle Feng, go see for yourself. It's not far ahead. As she spoke, Li Xiao turned her gaze to Lu Zhuang beside her. Lu Zhuang, were you ambushed? Then she stepped aside to make way. Feng Kunshan didn't say anything more. He led the patrol through the 5 members of the third squad and headed toward the empty grassland. At this point, Bloodhand Lu Zhuang from first squad answered as he walked. We were hunting a cloud leopard, and just as we were about to take it down, we were ambushed. Golden Light Qin who fell instantly, and we didn't react in time. Then I saw something was wrong, so I quickly ran back to call for reinforcements. Are you heading back now? Li Qianghua replied. Yes, we're going back first. By the way, the 5 people you faced have been dealt with by us on the way to the outpost. Feng Liangzhu and Wang Biao have already run to the outpost. That's about what happened. Go tell Captain Feng I don't dare to provoke him right now. Alright, I'll tell Captain Feng everything. Lu Zhuang nodded. Then the group bade farewell and continued their journey back. Just then Lin Xiao's stomach growled loudly. Embarrassed, he laughed and said, I'm hungry. Haven't had lunch. I should have brought 2 pancakes to nibble on the way. We're hungry too. By now we should have been back at the lumberyard cooking and eating. Who could have expected this to happen? Jiang Ziliang said helplessly. Let's have some wild boar or bear meat stir-fried with cow dung mushrooms for lunch. Forget about hunting pheasants. Let's hurry back and report the situation. See if we can send a team from the town to help. A bunch of people have come to attack the patrol, Li Qianghua said. We're just small soldiers. Big matters are not our concern. Eating is more important, Wu Kun said with a smile. Wu Kun is right. All we can do is some fighting. Eating is the priority. I'm so hungry I'm stuttering. Ma Yunjun chimed in. Captain, this won't delay tomorrow's delivery to the town, will it? No delay. We just go back and report what happened. We don't need to worry about the rest. Tomorrow the 5 of us will go to the town to deliver goods and take a stroll. Li Qianghua answered affirmatively. The group chatted all the way back to the lumberyard. They'll go report. Ziliang, you prepare lunch. The rest of you can disperse. They'll call you to the room when it's time to eat. Today's task is done. There's nothing else. Wu Kun, go sell the equipment and other items and we'll split the money later. Li Qianghua instructed everyone. Jiang Ziliang acknowledged and headed to the canteen. The others also dispersed. Lin Xiao returned to his room, placed the items on the table, quickly took off his armor, and hung it along with the formation-breaking blade on the weapon rack. Then he immediately ran outside, fetched a bucket of water, and washed his face, instantly feeling much more refreshed. He stretched and sat down at the table to examine the information on the items. When he put the notebook into his backpack and checked it, he found it was just a notebook, nothing special. He had already examined the bracelet earlier, so he equipped it directly. Though it had no attributes, wearing an extra accessory felt more imposing. Lin Xiao looked at his accessory slot, which now had 3 items, and felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned to the gem strung on a leather cord and put it into his backpack to check its info. Dog head's eye category item, grade blue, attributes stamina 2, evaluation woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. A blue item. Lin Xiao was excited. This was his first blue item, adding a full 2 points of stamina. He quickly equipped it. Now he felt that even if his neck took a slash from that powerful Bloodhand's blade, he probably wouldn't drop dead immediately. Lin Xiao remembered there was still a ring. Filled with anticipation, he closed his eyes, placed the ring into his backpack, and muttered to himself. 3, 2, 1. He opened his eyes and saw a silver ring in his backpack and nothing else. No additional information. It was just an ordinary ring, not an accessory. Lin Xiao was somewhat disappointed. He took out the ring and tossed it onto the bedside along with the ordinary notebook, paying them no further attention. Then he checked his own stats: HP 22, MP 8, level 4, EXP 82,800, stamina 92, strength 101, intelligence 81, spirit 8, agility 9, inheritance none, skills none, equipment C07, automatic pistol 1, accessories worn sapphire ring, old gold ring, dull platinum bracelet, items anchor of ages, white notebook no. 3 white doll heads, eye blue, metal skill, metal directed sonic cannon, flag none, attribute points none, skill points none, evaluation unremarkable. Now his stamina and strength were both 11 points. He felt that he was basically qualified for some tasks. However, his experience hadn't increased at all. Lin Xiao thought of the corpses today and felt a bit regretful, but he absolutely dared not let the system absorb them in front of others. That would likely get him treated as an outsider or even captured as a monster. Had better wait until tomorrow to buy a bottle of Taoist elixir from the pharmacy, and try to see if it could increase his experience. Li Qianghua appeared to be around level 5 or 6 at most, not exceeding level 7. The others in the team seemed no higher than level 6. If he could level up once more, he would be able to keep pace with the rest of the third squad. This morning had been quite thrilling. Not only did he get to encounter some never-before-seen monsters, but he also wiped out a 5-man squad that appeared formidable. In truth, ambushing those 5 people posed no risk to him at all, though it was still exciting. The main reason was that he was an egg and others generally did not see him as a primary target. Thus, although the egg was always at the forefront, it was actually the safest when fighting against other teams. Only when battling monsters did being the egg in the front line carry significantly greater risk. He still needed to strengthen his defensive capabilities. After all, their team's objective was to fight monsters, and opportunities for conflict with humans should be few. This time Captain Feng's son had died. He wondered if they had a funeral feast tradition here. Lin Xiao felt a bit sorry for the strange thought that suddenly popped into his mind. His mind began to race, thinking about all the things he needed to do in town tomorrow. He felt that the single day of rest would be packed with tasks. If only he could have 2 days off, he thought. First, earn more money. Once he had enough, he would quit the patrol team. He would buy a house in town, and sell some items from the system shop to live a carefree life. With that in mind, he opened the shop and purchased both the standard automatic pistol and the C07 automatic pistol, spending a total of 10 energy points. Fortunately, the system did not limit the number of bullets he could buy, so he could consider selling ammunition later. Lin Xiao checked the pistol's information: standard automatic pistol category, equipment evaluation A, standard issue equipment from the system, more aesthetically pleasing than ordinary gear. C07 automatic pistol category, equipment evaluation, an ordinary security pistol. After purchasing these 2 guns, he began browsing the shop and noticed there were 2 more items in the enchantment section: the sharp formation breaking blade and the gale boots, costing 50 and 30 energy points respectively. Lin Xiao recalled that the gale boots were obtained from opening an iron treasure chest. He checked the information: gale boots category, equipment enchantment, gale grade F, attribute movement speed 1, evaluation run. Sharp formation breaking blade category, equipment enchantment, sharp grade F, attribute sharpness 1, evaluation chop vegetables like melons. After some thought, he bought them all and equipped himself. Now only 33 energy points remained. The energy deficit was huge. He would have to find some monsters alone to absorb and gather more energy. Though he was constantly fighting and killing now, Lin Xiao felt he could adapt. However, not being able to absorb the corpses of monsters pained him deeply. He stood up, walked to the weapon rack, and touched the Mingguang armor and the formation breaking blade. He felt that the dark light emanating from the Mingguang armor and the bright white light of the formation breaking blade complemented each other harmoniously. So he took down the armor piece by piece, put it on, adjusted the abdominal plate, and placed the formation breaking blade into his backpack. He drew the sharp formation breaking blade, spread his legs slightly, raised his head, and puffed out his chest, left hand on his hip, right hand gripping the blade with the tip touching the ground. A fierce gleam shot out from the face opening of his helmet, a truly imposing sight. This full set of equipment was probably his strongest state. Fully armed, Lin Xiao was immersed in a sense of satisfaction, euphoric and joyful. He felt that his efforts over these days had yielded rich rewards, and it was a wonderful feeling. After basking in this feeling for a while, Lin Xiao returned to reality. He took off the armor and placed it back on the rack. After some thought, he removed the formation breaking blade and put it on the rack, storing the sharp formation breaking blade in his backpack. He would use the sharp formation breaking blade only when alone. The ordinary formation breaking blade would suffice for team use. Thinking of the team, Lin Xiao was reminded of the tragic state of the first squad. This was the first time he had seen a patrol squad suffer casualties since joining. Today, in the clash between the first patrol squad and the masked men, it seemed that Jin Guang of the first squad was the first to fall. He suddenly recalled the day he joined the third squad, when Li Qianghua told him and Wu Kun to cooperate more. It was probably not just about coordinating to tank monsters, but also implied that he should protect Wu Kun. However, protecting Wu Kun was not a big problem. He was now both tanky and had crowd control abilities unless they were surrounded by several teams. Otherwise, saving Wu Kun would be easy as long as Wu Kun was nearby. He looked out for Wu Kun and Wu Kun looked out for him. They could complement each other endlessly. With Li Qianghua's ranged attack power, the 3 of them could form a combat unit. Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang were clearly more in sync, probably due to their frequent team fights. Dong dong dong. Just as Lin Xiao was lost in thought, a knock came from the door. He responded. Who is it? A Xiao, dinner's ready. Come out quickly, it's me. Li Qianghua's voice came from outside. Coming. Lin Xiao answered, taking 2 or 3 steps to the door and pulling it open. There stood Li Qianghua, smiling sweetly. What made her so happy? Lin Xiao wondered. Could it be because of the delicious cow dung mushrooms today? He stepped out and turned back to lock the door. Then he turned and walked over to Li Qianghua, saying, Let's go. Captain, you lead the way. I don't know the place. Where are we eating? Li Qianghua walked with her hands behind her back, swaying gently as she moved. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, she replied with a beaming smile. Of course, we're going to old Jiang's place. He set up kitchenware at his place, and even built a stove himself, though he hasn't used it much. Smiles are truly contagious, and Lin Xiao seemed to catch a bit of Li Qianghua's good mood. So he asked, "Captain, why are you suddenly so happy?" "I just feel like it." "Why do you care so much?" Li Qianghua said, slightly quickening her pace. Lin Xiao was puzzled but could only follow closely behind her. He had originally wanted to ask about the first squad, but seeing the captain so cheerful he held back, afraid to spoil the mood. Li Qianghua suddenly turned around and said, "Tomorrow after we deliver the goods, how about we stop by your place?" Lin Xiao quickly replied, "Maybe next time. I have a lot to do tomorrow and I can't finish it all in one day. I was just thinking how nice it would be to have 2 days off. Then let's talk about it another time. If you need any help, just let me know." They walked to another row of houses and stopped in front of a room similar in style to Lin Xiao's. The door was half open. "Here we are," Li Qianghua said to Lin Xiao, then pushed the door open and entered. Lin Xiao followed, and inside he saw a square table with 4 benches. Jiang Ziliang, Ma Yunjuan, and Wu Kun were each seated on one bench, while Li Qianghua walked over and sat on the remaining empty bench. Lin Xiao was about to go sit with Wu Kun when Li Qianghua scooted to one end of the bench, patted the seat, and said, "A Xiao, sit here." Hearing this, Lin Xiao walked over and sat on the same bench as Li Qianghua. On the table was a large pot of wild boar stir-fried with cow dung mushrooms, a bowl of boiled green beans, and a big pot of rice. 5 small bowls of rice had already been set out. "Captain, you say the word to start, and we'll all dig in," Lin Xiao joked with a smile. Li Qianghua let out a chuckle, then said seriously, "All right, everyone's here, let's eat." The group uniformly picked up their rice bowls and began to serve themselves. Lin Xiao, having heard Li Qianghua rave about how delicious the cow dung mushrooms were, naturally picked one first. He bit into it and chewed slowly. It was smooth on the palate but had a slight chewiness, a soft, increasingly fragrant chewiness. A fresh, savory juice burst from the mushroom, coating every taste bud with intense umami. The color, aroma, taste, and texture were all exquisite. Lin Xiao quickly stuffed the remaining half of the mushroom into his mouth. After swallowing a mushroom, a wave of warmth surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Lin Xiao felt every pore on his body breathing. What a relief. Pausing to savor the sensation, he then devoured 2 more cow dung mushrooms. Li Qianghua watched Lin Xiao eating the mushrooms with amusement, perhaps finding it amusing. She picked up a mushroom, placed it in her mouth, and chewed with a smile. After finishing the mushrooms, she tilted her head and asked Lin Xiao, "These cow dung mushrooms are delicious, aren't they?" "Delicious. I've never tasted such amazing mushrooms." Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. "Are these mushrooms only found near the outposts?" "Not just near the outposts. They only grow where azure fire cows are present. Just from the name you can tell these mushrooms are related to cows." Li Qianghua picked up a large piece of pork belly, took a gentle bite, and mumbled, "Ziliang really knows how to fry this pork belly, crispy, fragrant, and sweet." Jiang Ziliang, who was just then picking up some long beans into his bowl, heard Li Qianghua's compliment. He picked up a piece of pork belly and tasted it. Smacking his lips, he said, "It's okay. I personally love pork belly the most, so I'm good at cooking it." Lin Xiao listened to their casual chatter and suddenly realized that he too knew how to cook. Back when he was delivering food, he had dreamed of becoming an excellent chef. Then he would marry a wife, open a small restaurant of his own, a little couple-run shop, and work hard together to build a comfortable life. Though he had been in this world for less than a week, everything from his past already felt so distant. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao nearly sighed, but he held it in. He casually picked up a piece of pork belly, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. It was truly delicious. Smiling, he praised, "Brother Liang, your skill rivals that of professional chefs." Ma Yunjuan, who had already eaten half a bowl of rice, burped and said, "I didn't have time to savor it. I was too hungry. I couldn't even taste what it was." Hearing Ma Yunjuan's words, Lin Xiao suddenly felt his stomach growl with hunger. Perhaps he had been hungry all along, but his hunger had been busy with other matters. At Ma Yunjuan's call, it returned. So he quickly grabbed several large helpings of vegetables into his bowl and ate heartily. Wu Kun, on the other hand, remained silent, keeping his head down, eating without a word. Their chopsticks never stopped. Soon the large bowl of cow dung mushrooms stir-fried with pork belly was completely finished, leaving only a layer of oil and a few garlic cloves at the bottom. Lin Xiao let out a long burp, picked up a few long beans, scraped the last few bites of rice from his bowl, and set down his chopsticks. Wu Kun, however, had finished eating first. He was now picking his teeth with a gleaming white metal pick, his lips pursed to one side, twitching slightly. A piece of garlic leaf was stuck between his front teeth. Li Qianghua had been eating only the dishes, having consumed only half a bowl of rice, but she had already set down her chopsticks, leaving the remaining half bowl untouched. Only Jiang Ziliang and Ma Yunjun were still eating large mouthfuls of long beans. Though Ma Yunjun was thin, his appetite was considerable. He polished off another bowl of rice with the long beans. After picking his teeth, Wu Kun reached into his chest, pulled out a leather pouch, and handed it across Lin Xiao to Li Qianghua. Li Qianghua took it, weighed it in her hand, opened it to glance inside, then turned the pouch over, spilling its contents onto the table. A pleasant jingle of gold coins filled the air, and a pile of gold coins appeared on the table. Li Qianghua counted them carefully, then divided the coins into 4 piles. Except for Ma Yunjun, each person received a pile in front of them. Lin Xiao used his left hand to catch the coins at the edge of the table, while his other hand swept the coins toward him. He counted them, only 9 in total, but earning 9 gold coins in half a day wasn't bad. Pocketing the coins, Lin Xiao asked, "Is there someone at the lumberyard who buys equipment?" "No, we sold them at the market in the dojo stronghold. They buy and sell all kinds of things there," Wu Kun replied, putting away his gold coins. "By the way, Xiao, you still need to pay 50 silver coins. You bought some miscellaneous items." Li Qianghua suddenly spoke to Lin Xiao, extending her open palm toward him. Hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly took out a gold coin from his chest and placed it in Li Qianghua's palm. "Well, split this gold coin among the 4 of us. Next time all the miscellaneous items from our team go to you, no matter how many pieces." Li Qianghua pocketed the gold coin, then took out some silver coins to distribute to Wu Kun, Ma Yunjun, and Jiang Ziliang. "Fine. If there are several gold bracelets next time, you'll be losing out." Lin Xiao laughed. Though he had no idea when the team would next encounter humans. "If that happens, then you'll get a bargain next time," Li Qianghua said, tucking a strand of short hair behind her ear. By then Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang had also finished eating. The bowl of long beans was cleaned out completely, even the broth was drained. Lin Xiao secretly admired them. He had only eaten long beans for a few days and was already tired of them, yet they ate them every day for who knows how long, still relishing. Jiang Ziliang stood up, gathered the bowl's plates and chopsticks, placed them on a nearby cabinet, and stood by the cabinet picking his teeth. Ma Yunjun then spoke. "Team 1 took a heavy loss this time. Only 3 left. Although they can still manage patrols, Feng Liangzhu probably isn't in the mood to patrol now." Jiang Ziliang, standing by the cabinet, chimed in. "They won't add more tasks to our teams, will they?" "No. Team 1 needs time to recover. The town should send another team to replace them for a while," Li Qianghua replied. "Well, stay the same as before. We still need to attend the funeral for Captain Feng's side, right? After all, they were former teammates," Wu Kun asked, stroking his chin. "They'll definitely hold the funeral back in town, not in the lumberyard. Feng Liangcheng's mother is still in town. They have a house there." Li Qianghua crossed her arms in front of her. "Well, see. We'll decide then whether to go or not. Huang Chaoyun is also from town, I think. As for Qin, who I don't know his situation," Wu Kun said, frowning. "Right. Huang Chaoyun is from town. I remember he used to be a gate guard there." Jiang Ziliang walked over and sat on a stool, adding, "Qin, who is probably from a nearby village. His family are farmers. I heard that when he was born his father saw a tiger lying in their field, so he named him Qin Hu." Li Qianghua added softly. "Huang Chaoyun is from town, the neighbor's child of the Feng family. Qin Hu is from Xinghe village, right on the road to town. You should know that, Ziliang. It's not far from your Xingli village." Lin Xiao sat quietly listening to their discussion about Team 1 without interjecting, as he was not familiar with them at all. Jiang Ziliang was taken aback by Li Qianghua's words and turned to reply, "Xinghe village is indeed next to our village, but I didn't know Qin Hu before." Ma Yunjun sighed deeply and said, "If I ever kick the bucket unexpectedly, you all must come to my funeral. Then sing me a song, an ancient folk song." "You're talking nonsense. Can't you say something nice?" Jiang Ziliang rarely raised his voice. "Enough. Ma Yunjun, stop saying such depressing things. You're usually the most carefree and daring." Li Qianghua also chimed in, "Why are you being so sentimental today? Perhaps it's the pity of fellow creatures." Wu Kun sighed as well. Seeing everyone's spirits sink, Lin Xiao decided to cheer them up. "We still have to deliver goods tomorrow, remember? Also, I might discuss a business deal with a friend in town tomorrow. If it works out, I can't handle it alone. Then he'll need your help. Of course, there's money to be made. Let's focus on earning more and not dwell on other things. You always have a plan, Xiao. Come with me to prepare the cart. Early tomorrow we'll load up and head to town." Li Qianghua's lips curled slightly as she spoke to Lin Xiao. "Great. When should we prepare the horse cart?" "Wait a bit, let's rest after dinner first," Li Qianghua suggested, patting her stomach. "How about we all take a walk together? A few steps after meals are good for health. You go ahead. Old Jiang and I will head to the neighboring market later. He earned some money today, so I'll accompany him to hunt for treasures," Ma Yunjun said with a burp. "Let's go then. Remember to get up early tomorrow and come to the canteen to move things." Li Qianghua stood up and walked toward the door. Lin Xiao and Wu Kun also rose bid farewell to Ma and Jiang and followed Li Qianghua. We've walked enough, let's head back. Xiao, come with me to prepare the cart. Li Qianghua lifted her right foot, swung it to the outside of her left foot, twisted her feet, spun half a circle, and strode back. Wu Kun turned back and replied, you two go ahead. I'll walk a bit more. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lin Xiao responded casually and followed Li Qianghua. Li Qianghua led him to a room adjacent to the large one they had visited the other day, which belonged to Director Li. She gently knocked on the door. Come in. A bright, clear voice came from inside. Li Qianghua pushed the door open and Lin Xiao followed closely. Inside, a young man sat behind a desk. He wore a light blue round-collared robe with a crew-cut square face, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and an imposing aura. We need to deliver goods to town tomorrow, 2 wild boars and a bear. Lend us a cart for the day. Li Qianghua smiled at the man. The man beamed and replied, no problem. Later take yourselves to the east to pick a cart. Will you harness the horses yourselves, or shall I arrange someone? Arrange someone, please. I always make it too tight or too loose. I'm good at driving a cart, though. Li Qianghua scratched his head. All right. The man shifted his gaze to Lin Xiao and smiled. You must be Lin Xiao. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Li Fenghua, in charge of funds and supplies at the lumberyard. I usually interact more with the lumberjacks. The patrol team isn't under me. But if you need anything, feel free to come to me. Lin Xiao found the man very warm, and the name Li Fenghua sounded somewhat similar to Li Qianghua. He smiled and replied, brotherly, you're too kind. Thank you for your help. Let's have a meal together someday. By the way, your name is quite similar to the captain. Li Fenghua smiled meaningfully, and said, obviously she's my sister. The captain is a woman. No wonder I felt something off. Lin Xiao's heart jolted and he felt a strange excitement. He cupped his hands politely. So you're the captain's brother. Then we're all family. The captain has been very kind to me. If you ever need anything, just let me know. No need to be so formal. Let's have a drink sometime. Li Fenghua waved his hand. Enough. Stop exchanging courtesies. Let's go, Lin Xiao, and prepare the cart. Li Qianghua said with a smile. Where's the cart? Follow me, Li Qianghua said, then turned to Li Fenghua. Well, clean the cart first. Have someone harness it early tomorrow morning, please. We want to leave early for town. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's done early. Brotherly farewell. Lin Xiao said politely and followed Li Qianghua out. Li Qianghua led Lin Xiao across the yard to a cluster of buildings opposite the patrol team's quarters. This is where the lumberjacks work and rest. They mainly cut timber and do rough processing, Li Qianghua explained, pointing at the row of houses. Is the processed timber sold in town? Some goes to town, some to nearby villages, and some workshops and lumber mills come to pick up stock. Li Qianghua explained patiently. I see. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with all this, Lin Xiao said in surprise. I've lived here for over 10 or 20 years, so naturally I know it well. I've been at this small mountain lumberyard since I can remember, Li Qianghua said with a smile. So you've grown up here. Have you seen many forest monsters? Do all kinds of monsters come out of the forest? Lin Xiao asked curiously. I've seen plenty of monsters. But as a child I was terrified of them. They used to scare me with stories about monsters eating children. Li Qianghua laughed as if recalling something amusing. Then he added, but I never saw a large group of monsters emerge from the forest myself. I've heard it happen before though. Haha. Honestly, I'd love to see you scared. Lin Xiao teased. Then you should have come earlier. Li Qianghua smiled sweetly. Then you would have seen it. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled something and seized the opportunity to ask, Captain, is Director Li Jicheng your father? Yes, he is. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I thought you already knew. Li Qianghua halted her steps, turned around, and looked at Lin Xiao as she replied. Just asking casually. Are we there yet? Lin Xiao saw Li Qianghua stop under the eaves of a row of houses arranged perpendicular to the south-facing main building. Between this row and the main building there was a small structure parallel to the main building. Between it and that small house was a narrow covered alley with doors at both ends, both of which were now open. The alley was pitch black inside, its destination unknown. Almost there. Let's go. Through this alley and we'll arrive. Li Qianghua said as she stepped into the alley. Lin Xiao followed her through the alley, which opened into a small three-sided courtyard facing the outside of the timber yard. Several horse-drawn carriages were parked inside. A middle-aged man in a narrow-sleeved shirt with a crew cut and a round face was harnessing a horse to a carriage that was slightly larger than the others. Li Qianghua walked up to a carriage, patted its side, and said to the middle-aged man, Old Qing, we need this carriage early tomorrow. We're going to tidy it up now. Don't let anyone else use it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man called Old Qing immediately replied respectfully, all right. Qianghua, rest assured. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Old Chung, who are you harnessing that horse for? Is someone using this big carriage to deliver goods? Li Qianghua stepped in front of the carriage, glanced around, and asked casually. It's for Captain Feng with the patrol team. He said he needs to go to town this afternoon, but I'm not sure what for. Old Qing had just finished harnessing the horse, stroked its mane, and replied. Lin Xiao climbed into the carriage and looked around. It was only slightly dusty, with a few wood shavings quite clean. He picked up some shavings and tossed them outside. Turning around, he asked, Captain, are we cleaning the carriage, or? We need to lay some leather hides. Otherwise, after delivering the meat, the carriage will gradually stink. The smell is nauseating. Let's secure this carriage first, then go get the hides and lay them down. Li Qianghua scratched her nose in reply. The details of their work on the carriage need not be elaborated. Over at the patrol team's courtyard inside the room of Captain Feng Kunshan, the captain was now standing behind his desk. In front of his desk stood his eldest son, First Squad Captain Feng Liangzhu. Feng Liangzhu said somewhat excitedly, can we find out who those 5 people are? Don't panic. I've already sent word to the town. They'll definitely send someone to investigate. Only the town can clarify this matter. They didn't have anything on them that revealed their identity. Feng Kunshan replied calmly. Liangqing. This whole thing is actually Li Qianghua's fault. If she hadn't kicked Liangqing out of the 3rd squad, how could he have died? Feng Liangzhu said indignantly. What does it have to do with her? It's normal that she and Liangqing didn't get along. Do you get along with everyone? Besides, if it weren't for the 3rd squad's outstanding performance, ambushing and killing those 5, it's hard to say whether you two could have escaped alive to the outpost. Feng Kunshan scolded loudly. Even if they didn't get along, there was no need to drive him away. It was Li Qianghua and those bastards in the 3rd squad who killed Liangqing. Today I found the right moment to throw a bottle of white mist powder and shook off those chasing me at a distance. Whether the 3rd squad came or not, we would have escaped. After killing them, the 3rd squad looted everything clean, even the things those 5 took from our 1st squad. Those bastards in the 3rd squad. Feng Liangzhu's tone grew defiant. Enough. Qianghua may be a bit willful, but her character is trustworthy. Don't say another word. Let's go. The carriage should be harnessed by now. Time to head back. Feng Kunshan raised his hand to stop Feng Liangzhu from continuing, then stood up, walked to the weapon rack, casually picked up a blade, and signaled Feng Liangzhu to follow him. The next day, in the early hours before dawn, Lin Xiao woke up. There was no entertainment here. He went to bed early every night, and woke up before sunrise. Today was Lin Xiao's first day off since joining the patrol team, and also his 6th day in this world. He packed his armor into a box and stored it in his backpack, put on a white robe, and hung the formation-breaking blade at his waist, preparing for the trip to town. He also checked his backpack to see if anything could be cleaned out. Standard energy isolation box, 1 black bat fangs, 487 fire extinguisher, 1 C07 type automatic pistol, 1 standard automatic pistol, 1 pistol bullets, 90 standard flamethrower, 1 red bat jerky, 7 cursed statue silver bat, 1 white robe, 1 wine skin, 1 gear wooden box, 1 sleep talisman, 1 controller, 3 iron box, 1 wooden box, 1 longbow, 2 leather armor, 1 armor piercing curved blade, 1. Along with 33 energy points and another 13 silver and 600 copper. He also glanced at the warehouse information: withered tree monsters eye, 2 corpse dogs fangs, 2 D07 type defense suit, 2 cursed severed arm, 1 riot shield, 1 chopping knife, 1. The warehouse had 4 slots left, so he transferred the fire extinguisher, wine skin, gear wooden box, and iron box into the warehouse, filling it up. The backpack still had 5 empty slots, enough for now. Wondering how to upgrade the backpack and warehouse for more slots, he tried asking the system in his mind, system, how do I upgrade the warehouse and backpack to make them larger? The next warehouse upgrade requires 50 honor points, and the next backpack upgrade requires 100 honor points. Once the honor points are met, a certain amount of energy can be spent to upgrade. The system replied. Lin Xiao saw that his honor points were only 10, far from enough. He decided not to think about upgrades for now and instead focus on accumulating honor points by opening chests slowly. It was about time to set off. He wondered if the captain and the others were ready. He decided to go to the mess hall first and wait for them there. They would load the frozen meat from the mess hall's cold storage onto the carriage and leave right away. There was too much to do today, Lin Xiao thought. So he locked his room and walked briskly to the mess hall. Seeing that the kitchen was already bustling preparing breakfast, Lin Xiao estimated it was around 6 o'clock. The other members of the 3rd squad hadn't arrived yet, so he stood outside the kitchen watching the cooks prepare braised bear meat, hoping to pick up a trick or two. He saw the cook heating a large wok of oil, deep frying the diced bear meat, while another wok was used to caramelize sugar for color. There was nothing particularly interesting to see. It hadn't started stir-frying yet. It was probably similar to the steps for braised pork, with nothing special about it. What are you looking at? Lin Xiao, watching the chef in the cafeteria frying bear meat, heard the voice of Li Qianghua from behind. He turned around and saw only Li Qianghua with no one else around and replied with a smile and watching the chef cook, hoping to learn a few tricks. Haha. You want to learn how to cook? You can learn from Jiang Ziliang. They should be here soon, you can ask him for advice then. Li Qianghua said with a smile. I'm just watching for fun since I have nothing to do. Shouldn't we wait for them to arrive before we start moving? How about we move one panel over for now? Li Qianghua shook her head and said let's wait for them to come and move together. But there are 6 panels of meat, and we only have 5 people. Then you can carry 2 panels, you big guy. Li Qianghua patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and said with your strength carrying a bear shouldn't be a problem. Alright. Lin Xiao replied helplessly. You all arrived quite early. At this moment Wu Kun also arrived and greeted them upon seeing that Li Qianghua and Lin Xiao were already there. Early. Just as they were speaking, Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang also arrived. Alright, everyone is here, let's go. 1 panel each and Lin Xiao carries 2. Li Qianghua commanded. The group then carried the meat from the cafeteria's cold storage to the cart, sat down one by one and set off toward the town. Li Qianghua sat in front driving the cart, while Lin Xiao sat beside her on the right, and the others sat with the meat in the cart. The cart drove out of the courtyard, kicking up a cloud of dust as it headed toward the distant fields in the morning sunlight. On the hillside in the early morning the birds are singing. Brother, why aren't you coming? Sister, I long for you. At that moment Ma Yunjun began to sing a melodious and bright song in the cart. It actually sounded pretty good. Lin Xiao thought to himself, not expecting Ma Yunjun to have such a talent. Usually he spoke in a blunt manner and looked cold when silent. Unexpectedly he had such a good voice. Soon the cart passed by a village scattered among the fields, and he noticed a house not far from the road where a 2-stringed instrument and a suona were playing. The melody was quite mournful. Although it was still early, many people had gathered in the courtyard in front of the house. Upon seeing this, Li Qianghua slowly stopped the cart, jumped down, and walked to the roadside, looking over and saying, that's Jin He's house. The 3 in the cart also got out to take a look from a distance. Let's not go over and add to the chaos, we're not familiar with Jin Hu, just acquaintances. Jiang Ziliang said while touching his earlobe. Just stop to take a look and we'll leave soon. This must be the home of that Jin Hu who shone like gold, Lin Xiao thought. It seems that Captain Feng has already sent his body back. He sighed inwardly and then sat by the cart waiting for the others. After a while everyone got back in the cart and drove towards the town. When they arrived at the town's city wall it was still early, and the north gate had not yet opened. Lin Xiao suggested, since we have time, let's go around to the east gate. The cafeteria is near the east gate. You all wait in the cart, I'll go negotiate with them first. Li Qianghua responded with an then drove the cart toward the east gate. Before long they reached the customs house outside the east gate, which seemed to be a place for carriages and escort agencies. In such a short time the city gate had already opened, so they drove straight toward the gate. After presenting their waste tokens they entered the city. Lin Xiao got out and asked around. It seemed that Sanxian machinery was quite well known, even a random passerby knew the address, which was not far south from the east gate, so he led Li Qianghua to drive there. Upon arrival they found Sanxian delivered the few panels of meat, and received 1 gold and 80 silver from them, then said to Li Qianghua, Captain, I still have something to do here, not sure how long it will take. You all can go around the town first. I'll return to the woodyard myself later, and you don't need to wait for me. I have many other things to attend to after finishing here. Li Qianghua divided 36 silver coins for him, softly saying, alright. We'll manage ourselves, you be busy. See you tomorrow. After finishing they drove away. Lin Xiao acknowledged and turned to find San Yan in the workshop, intending to discuss sewing machines with his team. San Yan and the others were in the process of disassembling a severely rusted sewing machine head, which was basically taken apart already. He wondered how they managed to disassemble it when it was so rusty. Curious, he opened his mouth to ask San Yan how they did it. San Yan replied, first measure what can be measured, carefully draw it out, and then forcibly disassemble it. If it won't budge, just saw it open. Upon hearing this from San Yan, Lin Xiao laughed, so it's a brute force approach. That probably means there are many damaged parts, and whether they can replicate them later is question. San Yan picked up a damaged part, and placed it in front of Lin Xiao, asking, Mr. Bear, can you take a look at what this part is for? Lin Xiao took it, examined it carefully, and replied, this is a lever for adjusting the stitch length. When this lever is moved it causes certain structures inside the machine head to shift. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but in short this lever adjusts the length of the sewing machine stitches. San Yan called over a young man wearing a dark blue outfit to record what Lin Xiao said in a notebook, then showed it to Lin Xiao to check for any omissions or mistakes. Lin Xiao glanced at it, nodded to indicate there were no issues. After chatting with San Yan for about 2 hours the matter was temporarily settled, and Lin Xiao took 1 gold coin and left. He would continue the conversation next month when they had progress. Exiting the Sanxian machinery workshop, Lin Xiao headed straight for the medicine shop at the dojo, hoping to find Old Wolf to see if there were any good tasks available. As the clock in the square struck 7, the staff at Lanchi Pharmacy began their busy day early, opening the door to welcome customers, organizing shelves, and checking what needed to be restocked. In the workshop behind the shop, they were counting what materials were missing, with many trivial matters to attend to. Ini had been working as a staff member in this shop for 3 years, having initially gotten the job through connections from his brother-in-law who worked in the dojo's hunting hall. At first he was quite proper, but later, as he became familiar with the other staff and learned many tricks, his thoughts began to become more agile. Later, various urgently needed materials for the pharmacists in the workshop naturally had to be logged, with the hunting hall sending people to the forest to gather them. Some of these tasks were low risk but high reward. Whenever he had the chance, he would send out simple tasks himself to earn a bit of a price difference. Of course, he wouldn't dare to send out more difficult tasks no matter how much he could earn, because if he failed to complete them, his little tricks would no longer work. Ini considered himself a man of great patience. Earning a bit of extra money, though not exactly a small amount, within 10 to 20 days seemed quite good to him. However, his former longtime partner Xiao Wei thought otherwise, believing him to be too timid to take on more tasks. A minor dispute ensued and the two eventually parted ways. Ini felt somewhat regretful. Xiao Wei was indeed a good partner, capable but too ambitious. Ini had his own principles. Whenever a mission involved a demon more formidable than the fire-rolling bear, he would always hand it over to the guild's hunting hall and never interfere. Now there was no choice. Since Xiao Wei and he had conflicting ideas, he had to find a new partner. At that moment, Ini was attending to an old regular customer at the counter when a burly, short-haired young man walked into the shop. It was him, the partner he had set his sights on last time. Ini quickly turned his head and said, "Old bear, wait a moment. Let me finish this deal first. This is an old customer of ours." The young man who entered was naturally Lin Xiao. Hearing Old Wolf call him to wait, he casually responded and began to wander around the herb shop. On the shelves behind the folding counter of the herb shop were various potions, all stored in porcelain bottles revealing nothing of their nature. Lin Xiao was now level 4 and thought of buying a bottle of Dao Art potion to see if he could reach level 5. By now Old Wolf had finished the transaction. The customer stuffed the purchased potion into his bosom and quickly walked out of the shop. Seeing this, Lin Xiao slowly walked over to Old Wolf, placed his hands on the counter, and asked softly, "Old Wolf, any tasks today?" Ini leaned his head closer to Lin Xiao and said in a low voice, "The Chuyun leopard and the cold-horn red viper. Which one can you handle?" "I can handle both. We caught a cold-horn red viper not long ago, but we already sold it." "Are you after its horns?" Lin Xiao said casually. "Yes, we need the horns. So choose one, Chuyun leopard or cold-horn red viper." "I'll go with the Chuyun leopard. There might be one near our place. The cold-horn red viper would require searching everywhere. Too much trouble." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, "We only need the Chuyun leopard skin and 4 claws. You can dispose of the rest yourself. Just bring me the skin and claws. This task has a time limit of 10 days. You'll get 25 gold coins and it'll take 5. As he spoke, Ini took out a bamboo token and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the bamboo token and glanced at it. The token was about 2 fingers wide and 4 fingers long, appearing a dull yellow with a slight matte sheen. The front was engraved with the characters, "Lanchi Herb Shop." The strokes painted over with red pigment, looking quite pleasing. Flipping it over, he saw only a few simple strokes depicting an unknown plant, the carvings filled with emerald green pigment. The token overall looked quite worn, probably of some age. "Keep this token. If when you come to deliver the goods it's not me but another clerk attending the shop, show this token to him, and he'll understand." Ini continued, "And if I see a token he gave out, I'll also accept the goods for him. So you don't have to worry about any issues." Lin Xiao nodded in response. "No problem. Within 10 days he'll definitely bring the Chuyun leopard skin and claws. Wait for my good news. If you complete this task successfully, I can offer you 1 to 3 suitable tasks each month. We'll make money together," Ini replied with his arms crossed. Hearing this, Lin Xiao patted his chest and said, "Old Wolf, rest assured. The Chuyun leopard is really not a problem. For us, the time might be spent on finding it. By the way, Old Wolf, give me a bottle of the 5th Dao Art potion. Didn't you want the 4th bottle last time? It's only been a few days and you want the 5th? Ini asked with a hint of confusion. "Last time I was hiding my strength. Actually, I've already perfectly fused the 4th bottle. So you can safely entrust the task to me," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Ini smiled, turned around, took a small blue porcelain bottle from the shelf and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, 5 gold coins. Lin Xiao took the porcelain bottle and tucked it into his bosom, then took out 5 gold coins and handed them to Old Wolf. He then said, "Old Wolf, if there's nothing else, they'll be off. See you. See you next time." Ini waved his hand in reply. Lin Xiao also waved, turned around, and walked out of the Lanxi herb shop, putting the Dao Art Potion and the bamboo token into his backpack. As he walked, he checked the information of the Dao Art Potion. Dao Art Potion category: consumable effect. After taking it, gain 400 experience points over half a year. During this period, taking the same type of potion is ineffective. Indeed, it could level up, but it would take a year's consumption of 2 bottles to reach level 5. It seemed that relying on potions to level up required starting from a very young age to be in time. However, Li Qianghua and the others might need only 1 bottle to fuse and level up, which was twice as fast as me. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and decided to drink the bottle of Dao Art Potion. He took out the potion, scraped off the sealing wax, uncorked it, and drank it all in one go. It felt cool, slightly sweet with a faint fragrance. It actually tasted quite good. He put away the bottle and glanced at the bamboo token in his backpack. The information of that bamboo token caught his attention. Bamboo token of the herb shop clerk category: item grade white, attribute stamina 1, evaluation a token of some age, inherited by the herb shop clerk from his predecessor. Good heavens. This bamboo token was actually an item. Lin Xiao quickly equipped the bamboo token of the herb shop clerk and then checked his own information. HP 24, stamina 8, level 4, EXP 82,800, stamina 93, strength 101, intelligence 81, spirit 8, agility 9, inheritance none, skills none, equipment C07, automatic pistol 1, sharp array, breaking blade, accessories worn, sapphire ring, old gold ring, dull platinum ring, items anchor of time, white notebook, no. 3 white daw head, man's eyeball, blue bamboo token of the herb shop clerk, white metal skill, metal, directional sonic cannon, flag none, phantom none, pet none, attribute points none, skill points none, evaluation mediocre. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that he was lucky, and his mood immediately became cheerful. He hummed the song that Ma Yunjun had sung before and strolled leisurely down the street. Suddenly he stopped. He had an idea. If he had time, he could visit every old shop in town to inquire and see if he could obtain any items. But for now it was better to go to the Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association first. It was more important to ask whether Snail would come today, or to find Snail and ask clearly where he got that controller. With this thought, he quickened his pace toward the Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association. By the time Lin Xiao arrived at the association's shop, only Sun Daoqin was. He walked in and greeted. "Brother Daoqin, you're the only one here today." Sun Daoqin saw Lin Xiao enter the shop and hurriedly rose to welcome him. With a beaming smile, he said, "Old bear, you've come to visit today. The association usually schedules activities in the afternoon, so there's hardly anyone in the morning, just me." "I see. Is there any activity organized in the association today?" "Please have a seat and let's talk," Sun Daoqin said, pulling out a chair. "This afternoon there's a hunting trip in the forest, considered a training session for those planning to go to the ruins. Just hunting wild boars, bears and such." Lin Xiao sat down, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Is Snail coming today?" "Mr. Snail isn't coming today. He's one of those strong enough to venture into the ruins, so naturally he doesn't need to participate in basic training like forest hunting." Sun Daoqin shrugged and replied, "I see. So he's an expert. What level of strength is required to enter the ruins?" Lin Xiao figured that Snail's controller was likely obtained from the ruins, so he asked. "For wandering around the periphery, 7 bottles of spiritual energy are sufficient, but one must be very familiar with combat techniques," Sun Daoqin said, stroking his chin. "Brother Daoqin, where exactly are these ruins?" "The ruins our association refers to are the southern ruins deep in the forest south of the town. Most people who go to the ruins only roam the periphery. Even a 10-bottle expert would risk their life deep inside the ruins," Sun Daoqin explained patiently. "So there are ruins all around the town?" Lin Xiao asked, somewhat surprised. "At least not to the east, because east of us is Yunhua town. There should be ruins in other directions. There are definitely ruins to the north, but nobody has developed them. The other directions are probably too deep into the forest. Before reaching the ruins, one would likely be stopped by forest monsters." Sun Daoqin seemed somewhat uncertain. "So the southern ruins aren't very far into the forest?" "Forgive me, I've never been to the ruins," Lin Xiao said with a sheepish smile. "Please enlighten me, Brother Daoqin. It's easy. If you join our ruins training class, you'll learn all this and more. After all, the president himself roamed the ruins in his early years and is quite familiar with them," Sun Daoqin continued. "The things you're asking about are basically common knowledge for anyone who wants to make a fortune in the ruins. To put it simply, the southern ruins are either too close nor too far into the forest. Not close because they're much farther than the outpost. Not far because they're closer than any other ruins." Lin Xiao clasped his hands and smiled. "I understand now. Thank you, Brother Daoqin, for clearing that up. However, I have no plans to visit the ruins for now. I have many things to do each day, and I need to improve my strength further. If I ever decide to go to the ruins, it'll certainly trouble the association for training. As for forest hunting, to be honest, I'm already quite proficient. I'll join another activity next time. For now I'll take my leave. I'll visit the association often. Brother Daoqin, farewell. Farewell. Old bear, take care. Son Daoqin said, rising to see Lin Xiao out of the shop. By the way, Brother Daoqin, how long has the association been established? Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something and asked. About 10 years. Why? Son Daoqin asked, puzzled. So the association is that old. Has it kept any old items from the beginning that are still in use, like small wooden plaques or trinkets? Lin Xiao carefully chose his words. I have a special hobby. I like collecting small items with a bit of history and human touch. Son Daoqin replied with a smile. I can't think of any offhand. The shop has undergone several major renovations, so there shouldn't be any old decorations left. And you want something that has been used? Then you'd have to look for the founding members like Mr. Zhang. Their membership tokens might meet your requirements, but they might not be willing to sell. It's not that valuable, but they might be reluctant to part with it. If they agree to sell, the association can issue them new tokens for free. You can talk to them. Then thank you, Brother Daoqin. I'll just try my luck, I'm not insisting. It's purely a personal hobby. It's fine if I get it and fine if I don't, Lin Xiao replied with an indifferent expression. Then he bid farewell to Son Daoqin again. Brother Daoqin, go back inside. They'll be off now. Lin Xiao left the Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association and headed toward the dojo. It was almost noon, so he decided to eat at Lanchi Tavern first, having enjoyed it last time. He had only 2 things left to do today: meet Li Qi at 2 p.m. and go to the weapon shop to replicate a suitable bow for Jiang Ziliang. If there was still time, he would visit various shops to try his luck at finding a prop or 2. He had thought the day wouldn't be enough, but it seemed he might finish even earlier than last time. This was mainly because the Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association had no activities that interested him. Soon Lin Xiao arrived at the square in front of the dojo. He checked the clock. It was just past 12. He entered Lanchi Tavern and saw that the first floor was already full. A waiter came over and guided him to the second floor, where he followed. On the second floor, half the tables were empty. Lin Xiao found a corner table and sat down. He ordered a pot of wine, liver, and tripe stir-fried scallion omelette, and stir-fried greens. As usual, the wine and peanuts arrived first. Lin Xiao took a sip of wine with some peanuts, and saw 4 people sit down at the empty table next to him. They were 3 men and 1 woman. A man in his 30s wearing a red round-collared robe with a thick beard sat with his back to Lin Xiao. To the left of the bearded man was a young man in a light blue short outfit. A dagger hung at his right waist, and a longbow was strapped to his back. His profile was sharp and chiseled as if carved by a knife. Opposite the bearded man sat a woman in a black and white sleeveless jacket, her hair gathered and coiled on top of her head. Her face was round with a lock of hair falling on each cheek. Beneath her soft curved brows were bright black almond-shaped eyes. A full tear trough lay under her lower eyelid, and her straight nose bridge had a faint elusive glint under the light. Lin Xiao's gaze drifted down, and he saw a strand of hair resting on her pale red lips, making him feel somewhat intoxicated. Whether it was the wine that was too potent today, or the gentle autumn breeze drifting in through the window that was so enchanting. On the right side of the man with a beard sat a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. He had a buzz cut, and a square face. His features were fairly regular but lacked any distinctive traits. He also carried a long bow on his back. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Xiao started eating peanuts by himself. Have you finalized your personnel? A woman in armor asked. After a moment of silence, a deep voice replied. Let's wait another 2 days. The old Luo we partnered with last time is unreachable. Although these people have some strength, it seems they only plan to come to our town for a quick score and don't intend to stay here long term. Now we need to find someone else on short notice. Lin Xiao noticed that no one else spoke and knew the words must have come from the man with the beard. The man with the beard mentioned someone named Old Luo, and Lin Xiao felt he had heard that name before. He searched through his memories. Right. The last time he returned to the lumber yard, he encountered a group of robbers on the road, and one of them was called Old Luo, the one who was the first to be killed, known as the Blood Hand. Could it be the same person? Lin Xiao discreetly glanced over at the table next door. He suddenly remembered seeing that group of people when he last ate at this Lanchi Tavern. At that time he was enjoying delicious wild mushrooms stir-fried with pork belly. Yes. That's right, last time there were only 3 people and there was no blue-clad archer sitting to the right of the man with the beard. Lin Xiao recalled the wild mushroom stir-fried pork belly, and also remembered some other details. That group seemed to have mentioned Old Luo last time. While he was thinking, the waiter brought the dishes Lin Xiao ordered on a wooden tray. The waiter placed the tray on the table, then served the dishes one by one. Sir? Your dishes are served, please enjoy. If you need anything, just call for me. The waiter politely said before leaving. While eating, Lin Xiao continued to listen attentively to the commotion at the next table. 1 wild mushroom stir-fried pork belly, 1 braised bear meat, 1 ginger stir-fried wild chicken, 1 yam stewed with ribs, 1 soy sauce fried egg, and 1 vegetable. Then serve a pot of wine and 4 cold dishes. Lin Xiao heard the bearded man ordering and thought to himself, he has good taste. Wild mushroom stir-fried pork belly is indeed delicious. I will have to come back for it next time. This time the stir-fried kidney and scallion omelet were decent, but not as good as the wild mushroom stir-fried pork belly. You all arrange it as you see fit. Old Song, you did well in the previous few times, which is why I kept looking for you. I occasionally have jobs coming in. Why don't you recruit 2 or 3 more people and form your own team? Don't worry about not having work, just get the team together. Lin Xiao heard a gentle woman's voice. I think finding reliable people to join the team is crucial. This matter can't be rushed. I have some old acquaintances who plan to pursue this path, and I intend to bring him in and cultivate him slowly. I believe we should be cautious about recruiting strangers at the dojo or elsewhere. The people who register at the dojo should primarily be about collaboration. Members should ideally be cultivated by ourselves or introduced by acquaintances. After all, we will be risking our lives together. Lin Xiao heard the bearded man reply slowly. He thought so. This bearded man is called Old Song. Old Song's voice then came over again. Old Xian and I have known each other for many years, and Xiao Lu is my cousin. Currently the 3 of us can manage just fine. If we can't handle something, we can temporarily find someone. Recruiting fixed teammates can't be rushed. I'm just making a suggestion. How you proceed is of course your business, as long as you don't delay my matters. The woman casually replied. Old Song quickly added, Don't worry, Miss Jiang. I definitely won't delay anything. Today we'll go to the dojo to find available Dao masters for help. If all goes well, we can set off tomorrow. I heard recently that a batch of goods went missing at the dojo. The woman known as Miss Jiang took a sip of wine and said, Goods missing at the dojo? What kind of thief is so bold as to steal from the dojo? Old Song said in surprise. It wasn't stolen, it was a batch of valuable goods sent from an external base to the town. Miss Jiang explained. For many years no one dared to disturb the dojo. Today it seems to have opened our eyes. The dojo has always kept a low profile, but this time they've encountered bandits. Was it a large batch of goods that was lost? Old Song asked with curiosity. A large batch, it's said to be a full cart. Miss Jiang wiped her nose and replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao thought it couldn't be the highway robbery he encountered a few days ago. But then he thought that's not right. The cart was basically empty with only 2 people, a coachman, and 1 hiding in a secret compartment with an iron box. There wasn't a full cart of goods. Looks like there's going to be a spectacle. But it seems the dojo isn't making much noise about it. Old Song stroked his beard and said, I don't know the specifics. I mentioned this to urge you to quickly find someone, or else the Dao masters at the dojo might have other tasks. It would be bad if it delays matters later on. Miss Jiang glanced at Old Song and said, Miss Jiang is right. We'll go as soon as we finish eating. Plans can't keep up with changes. Old Song hurriedly replied with a smile. At this moment the waiter came over to serve dishes at the next table, and their conversation temporarily halted. Lin Xiao picked up a big chopstick full of stir-fried kidney and stuffed it into his mouth, taking a few bites of rice and chewing slowly. Actually, the kidney was quite good. It had a soft texture and sweet flavor, but it was just a little overcooked, lacking the tenderness, and having a slightly chewy consistency. He preferred to eat tender kidneys as the texture and flavor were exquisite. However, very few restaurants could cook kidneys to his liking. They were usually overcooked. Lin Xiao had a particular fondness for kidneys, but he had often seen videos warning against eating too many animal organs, which made him hesitant. Otherwise, if he were to eat kidneys every day, he could definitely manage it. Miss Jiang, you should try this wild mushroom stir-fried pork belly and soy sauce fried egg. The sound of Old Song inviting Miss Jiang to try the dishes came over. Lin Xiao had already finished the stir-fried kidney and scallion omelet, leaving only a few pieces of vegetable. He quickly finished the remaining vegetables and downed the last few sips of wine. After burping, he prepared to get up and go downstairs to settle the bill. Old Song, do you know anyone selling guns? Miss Jiang's question made Lin Xiao, who was about to get up, pause. He thought for a moment, and decided to stay seated to listen. No. Miss Jiang, why do you need a gun? With your strength, do you even need one? But if you want to get a gun, I could help, though I don't have any bullets. Old Song picked up a wild mushroom as he replied. It's nothing, I was just asking. I didn't say I absolutely needed it. I can get an empty gun too, but what's the use? Miss Jiang said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xiao rose and went downstairs to settle the bill, spending a total of 1 silver and 40 copper coins. Walking out of the Lanchi Tavern, he strolled around the square, believing that a post-meal walk was beneficial to health. Just moments ago, he had thought there might be a business opportunity. If Miss Jiang had a great need for a gun, he might have been able to sell one at a high price. After all, he now had 3 guns, one for himself, one for Li Ji to sell on his behalf. He only planned to give Li Ji 1 gun since they weren't very close. If he gave her 2, there was a risk she might run off with his goods and he would suffer a great loss. He couldn't find anyone at the Gear Association either. It was already a little past 1 o'clock, nearing the time they had agreed upon. Lin Xiao casually entered a shop and wandered around since it cost nothing to just look. In the shop there was a folding counter facing the street, behind which were various bottles, jars, and ceramic and earthenware pots. He couldn't tell what was inside, and he hadn't noticed the sign when he entered. "What would you like, sir? How about some pickled radish or pickled long beans? Would you like some bean paste?" The shop assistant greeted Lin Xiao enthusiastically as he walked in. Lin Xiao quickly said, "Sorry, I came into the wrong shop. I thought it was something else. I didn't pay attention to the sign when I came in." Saying that, he walked out. The shop assistant smiled and said, "Never mind, we sell pickled vegetables in jars. Our Chen's Pickled Vegetables is a renowned old brand in Lanchi Town." Lin Xiao had already walked outside the shop. He looked up at the sign and saw it was called Chen's Pickled Vegetables. Hearing the shop assistant say it was an old brand, he had a sudden thought maybe there were some old, frequently used items in the shop that could be artifacts. So he went back into the shop and said to the assistant, "I'll buy some pickled radish strips then. Do you have any?" "Of course, sir. How much would you like?" "1 tael or half a jean." The shop assistant walked over to a jar and turned back to ask, "I'll try 1 tael first. If it suits my taste, I'll buy more next time." Lin Xiao replied, "My friend, do you have any old items that have been used for many years in your shop?" The shop assistant moved the jar from the shelf to the counter and replied, "Old items? What kind of old items? Anything like decorations or something?" Lin Xiao actually didn't know what kind of things could be artifacts, so he could only answer vaguely. "Well, we have some jars that have been used for a long time. Some of them were here when I first came to this shop. But our old jars are not for sale. After all, they don't look very nice. When customers buy a whole jar of pickles, we usually use new jars." The shop assistant didn't know what Lin Xiao was up to, so he just humored him. "Can you sell me an empty old jar? I can pay a higher price," Lin Xiao said as he handed the assistant a silver coin. "This money is for you to buy a cup of tea." The assistant hesitated for a moment, then took the silver coin. He opened the jar, took out a piece of lotus leaf from under the counter, and used chopsticks to pick some pickled radish strips from the jar and place them on the lotus leaf. Then he weighed it, wrapped it up, and added another layer of oil paper. He handed it to Lin Xiao and said, "Sir, 1 tael of pickled radish strips is 50 copper coins. They'll give you 50 copper coins in change." Lin Xiao took the pickles and quickly handed the assistant another 50 copper coins, saying, "Please do me a favor, my friend. Sell me an old jar for my collection. I like to collect old things when I have spare money." The assistant hesitated for a moment, but still took the money. He put the jar back on the shelf, then brought up a ceramic jar from under the counter. He turned to Lin Xiao and said, "I'll sell you one. This one. Give me 2 silver coins and it's yours." Lin Xiao paid another 2 silver coins and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help, my friend." He said, "I'll come back to buy pickles next time. I'm leaving now." Lin Xiao opened the jar lid, put the packet of pickled radish strips inside, covered it, and then walked out of Chen's Pickled Vegetables holding the jar. It was almost 2 o'clock. Lin Xiao scanned the area several times to see if Li Ji had arrived, but found no trace of her. So he strolled around the square for a while without entering any more shops so as not to miss their meeting. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking that Li Ji, even with a watch, had no sense of time, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. "Old bear, it's me. In here." Then he heard Li Ji's deliberately lowered voice. Lin Xiao turned around and saw that Li Ji was wearing a white jidao today with her hair coiled into a bun. But her thick bangs were still the same as last time, giving her a more heroic look. Yet it wasn't as familiar to Lin Xiao as her modern outfit from last time. Lin Xiao said with a serious expression, "Hello, Miss Li Ji. I'm very glad to see you again. Come, let's talk over there where there's no one." Saying that, he led Li Ji to a secluded corner of the square. "Hello? Old bear, why are you holding an old jar?" Li Ji asked, looking at Lin Xiao with some confusion. "Don't ask too many questions. Actually, I belong to an ancient organization. Our organization occasionally accepts suitable candidates as formal members. Of course, our organization's benefits are excellent, and you can also gain access to items and information that ordinary people can never come into contact with. Last time I saw that you were a good person, so I thought of conducting some assessments to see if I could accept you as an outer member of the organization." Lin Xiao wore a solemn expression, speaking in a calm, steady, and deep tone with a hint of mystery, as he said to Li Ji. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Li Ji's eyes widened, looking deeply shocked. She no longer wondered why Old Bear was holding a jar. Perhaps she thought that as a member of an ancient organization one should naturally hold an ancient jar. Lin Xiao watched Li Ji's expression change from shock to disbelief, then to sudden realization, and finally to great delight, as if she was about to cry out. Feeling that the effect was achieved, he quickly said, "Li Ji, don't make a sound and don't tell outsiders about the organization's existence." Li Ji immediately covered her mouth with both hands and nodded repeatedly. "All right. This time's goods are also a pistol the same as last time. The magazine also has 10 rounds. Put your hand into my sleeve to receive the goods," Lin Xiao said slowly. Li Ji softly hummed in acknowledgement, reached her hand into Lin Xiao's wide sleeve, took the C-07 automatic pistol from his hand, and without looking withdrew her hand holding the gun into her own sleeve, then tucked it into her bosom. Then she whispered, "Old Bear, what does the organization want you to test me on? This naturally cannot be told to you. You will know in the future. Don't ask now. For this gun I only want 10 gold coins. If you don't have enough gold coins for now, you can take the goods first and give me the money after you sell them," Lin Xiao said unhurriedly. "We'll meet here again in 6 days, also at this time around 2 o'clock in the afternoon." "All right. You'll definitely make it on time next time. Old Bear, do you have bullets for sale?" Li Ji asked, her large eyes wide open. "I don't have any at the moment, but the organization does. If you want to order from the organization, you need to let me know in advance," Lin Xiao said with a deliberately profound tone. Yes. I want to place an order. I want to order bullets for this pistol." Li Ji nodded repeatedly as she spoke. "All right, this pistol is internally called the C-07 automatic pistol. You can remember that. As for the bullets, they come in boxes of 50. They'll source them from the organization and sell them to you for 40 gold coins per box. How much you sell them for is your own business. However, I suggest you sell in small quantities each time so as not to draw attention to your supply source. Always remember, for our organization the most important thing is secrecy," Lin Xiao said in a mysterious tone. Li Ji blinked as she nodded. "Got it. Always remember, for our organization the most important thing is secrecy. I will never reveal the existence of the organization. If anyone asks about anything when I'm selling, you'll make up something to brush them off." "Very good. Here, take this. This is the token given to members during the probation period. Keep it safe. When you officially become a peripheral member, use this to exchange for the peripheral member's token. Do not lose it." After saying this, Lin Xiao took out a black bat's fang from his backpack and held it in his palm. "Reach your hand into my sleeve to take it." Li Ji, with a solemn expression, extended her hand into Lin Xiao's sleeve. Lin Xiao placed the black bat's fang in her hand. Li Ji received the black bat's fang, held it in her palms, and examined it carefully. Somewhat puzzled, she asked, "Old Bear, what is this?" "Don't ask too many questions. It's something unique to the organization. Just keep it safe," Lin Xiao said solemnly. Oh, you'll treasure it," Li Ji exclaimed excitedly. "All right, do you have anything else to say? By the way, a friend of mine wants to buy a control or damage type skill token. Does the organization have any?" Li Ji asked in a soft voice. "That's a business for the dojo. We usually only sell special and valuable items. As for things like skill tokens, tell your friend to just go to the dojo and buy them." Lin Xiao had learned from Li Qianghua during their walk earlier that the vast majority of skill tokens and divine blessing equipment could only be made by the dojo, and other sellers of skill tokens basically source their goods from the dojo. Oh. But control and damage type skill tokens are very rare. Buying them depends on luck," Li Ji explained. "The organization does have such skill tokens, but not many, and they're also purchased from the dojo. Such skill tokens are only sold to official members of the organization. You don't have purchase permission yet," Lin Xiao said seriously. "I see. Well then, can I order a divine blessing weapon? A ranged one like a longbow or something?" Li Ji said softly. "The organization naturally has divine blessing weapons, but they are also products of the dojo. These can be sold to peripheral members, but you don't have purchase permission yet either. Besides, the organization's price won't be much lower than the market price. I suggest you go directly to a weapon shop to buy one," Lin Xiao said expressionlessly. "I understand. Then you'll wait until I become a peripheral member. I'd rather buy from the organization," Li Ji said with firm determination. "Very good. Do well and you'll gradually feel the mighty power of the organization. Similarly, as your rank within the organization slowly rises, your permissions will also increase and many more treasures await you. Many treasures, even just a glimpse of them, is a rare opportunity for many important figures. You'll come to understand gradually," Lin Xiao said slowly. I understand. Thank you, Old Bear, for giving me this opportunity. I'll cherish it." Li Ji nodded vigorously. Seeing Li Ji like this, she had been completely fooled by him. Actually, strictly speaking, it wasn't really a con. He had originally intended to recruit a team and sell some items from the shop to make some money. This was the first employee he had recruited, and Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement inside. But he kept his expression serious. Initially he wanted to ask where Li Ji bought her watch, but feeling that would damage his image, he didn't ask. "Old bear, have you ever fought monsters?" Li Ji tilted her head and asked softly. "Of course. One of the organization's precepts is that monsters are eternal enemies. The organization was originally founded to eliminate monsters. You must remember this precept. I was supposed to tell you only after you began the probation period for peripheral members, but since you've performed well, I'll make an exception for you. Letting you know this precept in advance." Lin Xiao's tone was firm and slightly impassioned. "Understood. I will take this precept as my code of conduct," Li Ji said solemnly with firm determination. "Repeat after me. Monsters are eternal enemies," Lin Xiao commanded. "Monsters are eternal enemies," Li Ji repeated without hesitation. "Very good." Lin Xiao's tone was impassioned with affirmation. "Old bear, I've drunk 3 bottles of Taoist potions so far, but I've never fought a monster. I've only fought a black bear with the Gear Society. I originally planned to join the Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiast Society's hunting mission in the forest today, but I thought the appointment with you was more important. I never expected such a pleasant surprise. I'm glad I didn't choose wrong," Li Ji said with a beaming smile. "Don't rush. In our organization there are plenty of opportunities to fight monsters, more and better growth opportunities than the Gear Society. And once you become a peripheral member, you'll have a personalized training plan tailored just for you. Far better than the one-size-fits-all approach in the society. Our organization only trains elites. Having passed my initial selection, you certainly have the potential to become an elite," Lin Xiao said gently. "That's wonderful. Old bear, you really have a keen eye. I've always felt I was extraordinary. Let me tell you, last time when I went with the society to hunt a bear, I wasn't flustered at all, unlike some people who were scared and screamed," Li Ji said excitedly. "If you weren't excellent, why would I have chosen you? The organization's selection criteria for candidates are very strict. It's not just about combat talent, character is also examined. You're very good. But don't get complacent, there are plenty of talented people in the organization," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "We'll work even harder and never slack off. I won't let your efforts go to waste, old bear. Come on," Li Ji cheered herself on. "Old bear, what kind of monsters have you seen? Can you tell me? Do you know about the green fire ox?" Lin Xiao asked softly. "No, I've never even heard of it. My family doesn't tell me about monsters, and my friends know little about them either. Everything I know about monsters I learned in the Gear Society," Li Ji replied somewhat helplessly. "It's okay not to know. The green fire ox is a very powerful monster, but in the places where it lives a very delicious mushroom called cow dung mushroom grows." Lin Xiao continued chatting casually. "Once you pass the assessment and become a peripheral member of the organization, you'll have the chance to taste cow dung mushrooms. They are truly an unparalleled delicacy." "Really? That's wonderful. This feeling is like a dream come true." Li Ji's smile revealed her teeth as she said, "Old bear, once I become an outer member of the organization, can I go fight monsters?" "Of course. But you'll need to undergo some training first. The organization has to take responsibility for you. We can't just send you against monsters without teaching you anything. You train past the assessment, and then you can fight monsters. You'll train hard past the assessment, and beat those monsters until they're crawling on the ground, haha." Li Ji laughed happily. "Alright, Li Ji, anything else you want to ask? Or need to order? If not, let's wrap up this meeting here," Lin Xiao said solemnly. "Old bear. When you fight monsters, can you bring me a souvenir from them? Like bones, teeth, anything will do." Li Ji's eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Lin Xiao. "I can pay." "Sure. This is a personal favor. You'll bring it next time we meet, no charge. But it'll only give you the worthless parts of the monster." Lin Xiao agreed readily. "Great. Old bear, you're the best. I can't wait for our next meeting. I'm dying to know what part of a monster you'll bring me. Can you tell me about the monster then?" Li Ji tilted her head, hands behind her back, beaming. "We'll talk about that later. Let's end today's meeting here. There's a ritual passed down in the organization. After this ritual, your probation period begins. Once you pass the evaluation, you'll become an outer member," Lin Xiao said in a mysterious tone. "Ah. What kind of ritual? Do I have to cut my finger and bleed? Will it hurt?" Li Ji looked nervous. "Our organization doesn't have such vulgar rituals. Do you see this old jar I'm holding? It was left by an old senior in the organization. The organization placed something inside and asked me to bring it. After you recite the organization's precept that I asked you to memorize earlier, I'll open the jar and give you what's inside. That completes the ritual. Lin Xiao explained solemnly. Ah. So that's it. The organization is truly unique and the ritual is so charming. I can't wait to pass the evaluation and become an outer member. Old bear, what's inside the jar? Li Ji asked with a look of realization. Lin Xiao spread his palm and said mysteriously. Li Ji. Are you ready? I'm ready. Come on, let's begin the ritual. Li Ji looked determined and spoke solemnly. Good. The ritual begins now. Li Ji. Please repeat after me solemnly. Monsters are eternal enemies. Lin Xiao said in an impassioned tone. Monsters are eternal enemies. Li Ji repeated without hesitation. Good. Li Ji, uncover this honorable old jar. Lin Xiao commanded. Li Ji carefully lifted the jar's lid with both hands. Lin Xiao reached in and took out the bundle of pickled radish strips wrapped in lotus leaves and oil paper, handed it directly to Li Ji without looking. Li Ji. Please cover this honorable old jar, then take this bundle from my hand. The ritual is complete, and your probation period begins. Li Ji, too nervous to speak, gently placed the lid on the jar with trembling hands. Then she cupped the oil paper bundle Lin Xiao handed her. Seeing Li Ji like this, Lin Xiao felt his quick thinking had worked. He suppressed a smile and said sternly, Li Ji, oh, your probation period officially begins. Good luck. Farewell. I understand, old bear. You'll do well. This oil paper bundle you gave me, should I enshrine it at home or is there some other trick to it? Li Ji replied nervously. Li Ji. Let me repeat, this isn't a bundle from me, it's from the organization. You'll have to figure out what to do with it yourself. Lin Xiao said gravely. Okay. Old bear, I understand. Li Ji quickly replied. Alright. Our organization is called the Commerce Guild. I have to go now. See you next time. Lin Xiao waved goodbye. Commerce Guild. What Commerce Guild? Li Ji asked, slightly puzzled. The name is just Commerce Guild, not some Commerce Guild. Oh. Li Ji's face lit up with understanding. Does our organization do business? Of course, haven't I been doing business with you all along? We only do two things: fight monsters and do business. Alright, I have to go. Lin Xiao waved again. See you next time. Li Ji, holding the oil paper bundle with both hands, couldn't wave back, so she just nodded repeatedly. Lin Xiao straightened up, looked into the distance, held the jar under one arm, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Leaving Li Ji standing there gazing at his retreating figure with reverence. After parting with Li Ji, Lin Xiao originally intended to go to the weapons shop by the square. But considering that Li Ji was still around, he slipped out of the square in one go. He decided to wander nearby first, waiting until Li Ji left before heading over. Finding a deserted street corner, he put the jar into his backpack. Glancing at the information, it read pickle jar 1 with no other details. So it turned out to be just an ordinary jar with nothing special. Lin Xiao was greatly disappointed, sighing that acquiring a relic was no easy task. At that moment, his enthusiasm for exploring various shops in search of relics faded considerably, feeling it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He would need to recruit more underlings like Li Ji to help him search for relics. Casting a wide net would be much better than stumbling around like a headless fly. He had forgotten to ask Li Ji to look for old used items. Oh well, next time. There was no rush. Li Ji should be gone by now, Lin Xiao thought. He had been pacing back and forth on a street behind the square for about 10 minutes. He decided to check the square. If Li Ji was gone, he would go to the weapons shop to replicate a longbow for Jiang Ziliang, then return to the lumber mill to sleep. He felt relaxed now, but maintaining that facade in front of Li Ji had been quite draining. He was so tired he felt sleepy. He had been too keyed up earlier, which was mentally exhausting. Before long, Lin Xiao reappeared at a corner of the square. He scanned the area carefully but saw no trace of Li Ji. Relieved, he strode quickly toward the weapons shop. Welcome, esteemed guest. What brings you here today? The shop assistant of Zhou's weapons shop greeted warmly as Lin Xiao stepped inside. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. I'm looking for a divine blessing longbow today. Do you have any that enhance arrow power? Show me a few. Of course, sir. Please take a seat and I'll fetch them right away. The assistant invited Lin Xiao to sit down and went to get the goods. Hold on, my friend. Take this. Lin Xiao handed the assistant 3 silver coins. I often come to browse equipment. Consider it a token of appreciation. Have some tea on me. Much obliged. Much obliged. The assistant accepted the coins with a grin. He turned and fetched 3 long wooden boxes from the storeroom, placed them on the table, opened them one by one, and pushed them toward Lin Xiao. Take your time, sir. No rush. Lin Xiao picked up a bow, examined it carefully for a moment, but found nothing remarkable. Pretending to inspect the bow, he was actually already scanning the market information in his mind. Explosive longbow, category equipment, enchantment, explosive, rank E, attribute arrow, explosive, damage 2, evaluation. See that gaping hole in the armor. It turned out to be a longbow with an rank enchantment. From the description it seemed that arrows would cause explosive damage upon hitting the target. Quite impressive indeed. The marketplace price was 100 energy points, reasonable, not too expensive. He then asked the assistant. My friend, this bow is nice. How much? You have a keen eye, sir. For you a special price, 30 gold coins. The assistant replied with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded, touched the enchanted pattern on the bow, felt nothing special and couldn't discern the details. So he placed the bow back into the box. He closed the box and picked up the longbow from the second box, examining it carefully. Of course, he was scrutinizing it in the marketplace. Tearing longbow, category enchantment, enchantment, tearing rank F, attribute arrow, tearing damage 1, evaluation, blood gushes like a The marketplace price was 50 energy points. This one was also good, though only in frank enchantment it seemed quite formidable. Judging by the description, this bow would be devastating against unarmored foes. Just as he was about to ask the price, the assistant spoke up. This bow, a discounted price of 15 gold coins for you. Lin Xiao nodded without a word and also returned the bow to its box, closing it. He turned to the third longbow, piercing longbow, category equipment, enchantment, piercing rank F, attribute arrow, piercing 1, evaluation, that armor you're wearing. Useless. The marketplace price was 50 energy points. It seemed decent too, useful in certain situations, especially against high defense monsters or enemy eggs. It appeared this item was specifically designed for dealing with eggs. After duplicating the 3 pieces of equipment, Lin Xiao decided not to duplicate any more. These 3 were enough. He would let Jiang Ziliang choose, then purchase the chosen one from the marketplace, and sell it to him, claiming it was delivered by the shop or using some other excuse. However, his energy points were running low, only 33 remained. He needed to find a way to gather more energy. Killing a single monster alone would suffice. He thought about the monsters he could handle solo, and decided that a lone tiger-head beast would be a good target. Waiter! Customers are here. Come attend us. A sudden shout jolted Lin Xiao out of his thoughts, startling him. He quickly looked up and saw 2 men and a woman entering the shop. The shop assistant had already approached them. The young man in the middle wore a purple round collar robe with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His long hair was tied into a topknot, and a long sword hung at his waist. On the right was a young woman of 18 or 19 with an oval face, slightly loose straight brows, and large sparkling eyes that darted around curiously. Behind them stood a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a deep blue short jacket with a 2-handed greatsword strapped to his back. His piercing eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. Judging by the situation, the one who had shouted earlier was likely the young man. The shop assistant seated the 3 at a table next to Lin Xiao. As they passed, the young woman kept staring at the bow in Lin Xiao's hand. Could this girl be an archer? Lin Xiao wondered. 3 distinguished guests grace our humble shop. It truly shines with your presence. What may I interest you in? The assistant asked with a smile. We want divine blessing leather armor and divine blessing longbows. Bring out multiple items for us to examine carefully. The young man said in a clear, loud voice. Right away. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch the goods. The assistant hurried into the storeroom. Soon he emerged with 2 large boxes and placed them on the table where the 3 were seated. He opened the boxes and lifted the lids one by one, saying with a smile. Take your time, esteemed guests. These are the 2 finest sets of leather armor in our shop. What about the longbows? Bring those over too. We want to see them together. The young man said, not even glancing at the leather armor, in a tone that commanded the assistant like a servant. And bring that young man's bow over as well. Monsieur wants to see it. No trouble at all, sir. We have more longbows of that type in stock. I'll fetch one for the young lady to inspect. The assistant said with an apologetic smile. Go fetch more longbows. Go on. The young man waved his hand dismissively. The assistant hurried off to the storeroom, returning shortly with 5 long wooden boxes which he stacked on the 3's table. There was no room left to spread them out. Monsieur, take your time and pick whichever you like. The young man said to the young woman beside him with a smile. The girl opened a wooden box, took out the bow, and examined it carefully. Soon she pressed the index finger of her right hand onto the pattern on the longbow. The pattern glowed red for a moment before fading away. The girl then leaned in to look at the pattern, shook her head, placed the bow back into the box, closed it, and handed it back to the assistant, signaling him to take it away. Lin Xiao found this quite intriguing. Monsieur could directly inspect the detailed enchantment information of the equipment without even test firing it. Moreover, the assistant showed no surprise, indicating this was not uncommon. Interesting. He wondered if the captain could do the same. If so, he could ask the captain to demonstrate next time, and see if he could glean any insights. While Lin Xiao was lost and thought the girl had already begun inspecting the second longbow, the assistant was about to return the rejected bow to the storeroom when Lin Xiao spoke up. My friend, bring that over for me to see. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant brought the box over and placed it on Lin Xiao's table, then returned to wait by the 3 of them. Lin Xiao casually opened the box, picked up the longbow, and checked its information in the mall. Explosive longbow category: equipment, enchantment, explosive, grade F, attribute, arrow, explosive, damage 1, evaluation, flesh and blood torn apart. Its price in the mall was 50 energy points. So it was merely in grade enchanted explosive longbow. No wonder that Miss Sure had turned her nose up at it. Lin Xiao placed the bow back inside, closed the lid, and said to the shop assistant, "Brother, I have things to attend to. They'll be off now and come back another time to check out the equipment." "Very well, sir, take your time. I won't see you out." The shop assistant clasped his hands in a polite gesture. Lin Xiao waved his hand and walked out of Zhou's weapon shop. He glanced at the clock in the square. It was only 4:30. There was still plenty of time. He could wander somewhere else. On second thought, he might as well head back to the forest and see if he could take down a few tiger-headed monsters to earn some energy points and level up. With that in mind, Lin Xiao dashed toward the north gate. No sooner had he turned a street corner than he ran into a young man in a blue short tunic who was sprinting toward him from the opposite direction. Lin Xiao's 12 points in physique and 11 in strength were no mere decoration. The young man was sent flying several meters away by the accidental collision. Startled, Lin Xiao hurried over to help the man up and asked with a smile, "Brother, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself anywhere?" "I'm terribly sorry." The young man was so dazed from the impact that he could barely stand. As soon as Lin Xiao helped him up and let go, the man wobbled and seemed ready to fall again. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed him to prevent another fall. The young man shook his head vigorously, steadied himself against Lin Xiao for a moment, and finally came to his senses. He burst out cursing. "You brat, don't you watch where you're going? Running so fast, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? You nearly knocked my soul out of my body." Hearing the man's tone, Lin Xiao immediately let go and walked away without another word, heading toward the north gate. He had too many things to do. He had no time to waste here. Seeing Lin Xiao turn and run, the man assumed he was afraid and chased after him, hurling curses all the while, vile and foul-mouthed. By then many people drawn by the commotion had gathered to watch. Seeing that the man was relentless and growing more aggressive, Lin Xiao stopped. The man immediately drew the long blade at his waist and swung it at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sidestepped to the young man's right, controlled his strength, and landed a punch to the man's head. The man's head spun with stars and he collapsed to the ground, struggling but unable to get up. "Deng Lei, you're causing trouble again," said a bystander, as he walked over to help the young man named Deng Lei to his feet. Lin Xiao clasped his hands to the onlookers and explained, "This man was running like mad, collided with me at the corner, and fell because he's weak. He tried to blame me. I figured I'd avoid trouble and just leave, but as you all saw, he drew a blade and chased me. I wanted to let bygones be bygones and slip away quietly. That punch I threw was measured. He'll be fine. I can't afford to mess with him, so I'll take my leave now, folks." With that, Lin Xiao sprinted straight for the north gate. When he arrived, he noticed that the gate guards were more numerous than usual, carefully inspecting everyone leaving the city. Lin Xiao joined the queue for the inspection. It seemed only those exiting were checked, not those entering. He observed that the scrutiny was directed solely at people leaving. He wondered what was happening. It didn't matter. Judging by the speed of the checks, it wouldn't waste much time, he thought. Just then a man of around 30, dressed in a gray straight robe and a square top hat, suddenly left the queue not far ahead of Lin Xiao. He turned and hurried back toward the town. Lin Xiao noticed an old scar 1 or 2 centimeters long under the corner of his right eye. The gate guards were busy questioning the person at the front, and seemed not to notice the man who had left the line. Lin Xiao said nothing to alert them. Soon it was Lin Xiao's turn. The guard checked his token, asked a few questions, and let him out of the city. Lin Xiao dashed all the way toward the small hill timber yard. The journey was uneventful. By the time Lin Xiao returned to the small hill timber yard, it was nearly dusk and there was still about an hour or two until dinner. He estimated that it was too late to go hunt tiger-headed monsters. It wasn't that he feared missing a meal, but soon it would be dark and in the forest visibility would drop to nothing beyond 3 meters. He was somewhat wary of encountering unexpected dangers, as he was still not very familiar with the forest. So he went back to his room, fetched water to wash up, and prepared to lie down and rest. As soon as he lay down, he remembered that there was a Taoist guild outpost next door. Since he still had time today, he might as well check it out. It was only about a mile away and the round trip wouldn't take long. He rolled off the bed, picked up his blade, and left the timber yard, heading toward the Taoist guild outpost. The small hill outpost of the Taoist guild looked unremarkable from the outside. The Taoists and other combat personnel stationed there permanently numbered fewer than 100. The rest were people who had taken on guild missions and needed to stay overnight, sometimes for several days if the task couldn't be completed in one day. Others came to earn money by hunting monsters. It was more convenient to process the spoils locally than to bring them back to town, so a small market had formed here. Initially people came mainly to hunt monsters near the small hill, but gradually they just used the place for lodging and trade. The main hunting grounds for monsters were at the neighboring Grindstone Ridge. The sun was already slanting westward. Shenlang had just returned from hunting ding-ding monsters at Grindstone Ridge. He found a small empty spot in the market, laid out a piece of fur and arranged the items he wanted to sell. His little stall was open for business. He didn't bother to hawk his wares, just waited for a kindred spirit to inquire. At that moment a young man in a round-collared robe with a pigeon blade hanging at his waist stopped in front of his stall and scrutinized the items on display. So he asked, "Little brother, is there anything you need? Feel free to speak up. I don't have everything out on the stall." The customer at Shenlang's stall was naturally Lin Xiao. Hearing the stall owner's words, Lin Xiao shook his head. He said, "I'm just browsing. If I see something good, I'll buy it. I don't have a specific target in mind for coming to this market. No need to attend to me, just let me look around." "Alright, take your time. No rush. If you see something you like, just give me a shout," Shenlang replied with a smile. Lin Xiao surveyed the items on the stall but could barely identify any of them. He could only tell that they were parts from some kind of monster or beast. Unless he could put them into his backpack to check the information, he had no clue what they were. These things only Jin Guang could probably identify them. Lin Xiao thought of Wu Kun. Forget it, just ask directly. So he spoke up. "Boss, what are all these things? I can hardly recognize them. They don't seem to be from the nearby forest, do they?" "Little brother, you're from the neighboring patrol team, right?" Shenlang laughed and said. Lin Xiao was a bit curious how the boss could tell, so he smiled and said, "Yes, I am. I'm from the Muyang patrol team." "How did you know, boss?" "Only patrol team members would recognize only the local monsters. People who come here to do quests and earn gold coins basically know all the items on my stall. These are all from monsters on Moshi Ridge next to Xiaoshan, not from here," Shenlang explained. "I see. So people who come here to hunt monsters actually look down on the monsters in Xiaoshan. Are they not worth much?" Lin Xiao seemed to understand. "Of course there are also valuable monsters here, but for ordinary teams with the same effort they earn more at Moshi Ridge." Shenlang enjoyed the feeling of guiding a newbie, so he patiently explained. "Then why not set up the base at Moshi Ridge? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Lin Xiao asked with slight confusion. "The base was set up here a long time ago. Back then Moshi Ridge wasn't as popular as this place. Besides, Moshi Ridge is not far from here, so the base was never moved." At that moment Lin Xiao suddenly noticed that on the boss' right hand, which was folded across his chest, there was a stone-like object threaded with a leather cord. This thing looked very similar to his own dog-headed man's eye. But the boss was wearing this one as a bracelet. So he hurriedly asked, "Boss, the stone on your wrist is quite pretty. I like it. Will you sell it?" Shenlang glanced at the stone on his right wrist. He had picked it up in the room of the inn where he was staying. It was probably left behind by the previous guest. He quickly replied, "Sell. Of course I'll sell it. How much are you offering?" "Boss, name your price. I really like it. Give me a straightforward price and I won't haggle," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Since you like it so much, I'll sell it to you for 5 silver coins." Shenlang casually named a price without hesitation. Lin Xiao immediately took 5 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the boss. Shenlang took the coins without a word, removed the stone from his wrist, and gave it to Lin Xiao. After receiving it, Lin Xiao reached into his chest, pretending to put it in his pocket, but actually stored it in his backpack. He checked the information of the bracelet and other eye of the dog-headed man type item, grade blue, attributes vitality 2, evaluation woof. 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 Lin Xiao was overjoyed and quickly equipped the other eye of the dog-headed man. What a stroke of luck, seeking far and wide only to find it effortlessly. He immediately said to the boss, "Boss, if you ever come across similar items in the future, please keep them for me. I really like collecting accessories that others have worn for a long time or old things that have been used for ages." Sure. If there are any, I'll definitely save them for you. Let's get to know each other and be friends. My name is Shenlang. What's yours?" Shenlang said with a smile. "Hello, boss Shen. My name is Lin Xiao. Nice to meet you." Lin Xiao replied happily. "Brother Lin, when you're on break, I'll take you to Moshi Ridge to hunt ding-ding monsters for money." Shenlang was visibly enthusiastic. "Great. When I have time, I'll come find you and learn something new. Boss Shen, are you always here?" Lin Xiao said, resting his right hand on his waist. "I usually come here in the second half of the year and stay in town in the first half. I just arrived not long ago this time, planning to work here for a few months, earn some money and go home for the new year. The kids are all looking forward to a good new year," Shenlang said warmly. "I see. I'll come find you here when I'm free. I need to go back to the patrol team for dinner now." Lin Xiao waved at Shenlang. "Alright, take care, Lin. Come find me when you have time." Shin Lang waved back. Lin Xiao returned to Myung, put his sword in the room, and then wandered around the yard waiting for dinner, planning to talk to the captain about the cloud leopard. He couldn't handle the cloud leopard alone, so he had to call for help. In fact, he might not even be able to find where the cloud leopard was. He saw two people in the duty room but didn't know them and wasn't sure which team they were from, so he didn't go over to greet them. Lin Xiao thought about it, realizing he only knew the people from Team 3 plus Lu San and Old Shin from Team 2, and had only met the members of Team 1 and Team 5 once. Should he communicate more with others and make more friends, he wondered. As he was thinking, a team of 5 people walked past him and directly out of the yard. Lin Xiao found it strange. It was almost dark. Why were they going out? Clang, the bell rang. Lin Xiao headed straight to the cafeteria, found an empty table, sat down, and stared at the entrance waiting for the other members of Team 3. Shortly after, Wu Kun walked into the cafeteria and Lin Xiao called him over to sit. One by one the members of Team 3 arrived. Lin Xiao spoke up. Captain, I took a job in town today. They want the hide and claws of a cloud leopard for 25 gold coins. Are you in? Of course. How could we not? This is 5 gold coins more than selling a whole cloud leopard directly at the dojo base. Take more jobs like this. If we could get this kind of work every day, we'd laugh in our dreams. With you around, the cloud leopard is no problem. Li Qianghua replied excitedly. Lin Xiao, with you here, getting a cloud leopard is a piece of cake. Not just cloud leopards, our team can now handle ordinary monsters with ease. Wu Kun said to Lin Xiao with a smile. That's good. Then, Captain, you're in charge of finding the cloud leopard. When are we going to get it? Lin Xiao asked. No problem, leave the task of finding the cloud leopard to me. Let's go tomorrow. We'll patrol a section first, and if nothing comes up, we'll head straight to get that leopard. Li Qianghua said happily. By the way, old Jiang, a friend of mine, has a few bows. There are arrows with tearing, armor-piercing, and explosive effects. Take a look and see which one you want. I can get an internal price. Lin Xiao turned to Jiang Ziliang. We mainly hunt monsters. I think I'll go with explosive arrows. Are they first-grade explosive? Jiang Ziliang, seeing that Lin Xiao still remembered his plan to change bows, replied with a beaming smile. Level 1. Lin Xiao, upon hearing Jiang Ziliang's reply, surmised that this, level 1, likely referred to frank enchantment. He then attempted to respond. I have both level 1 and level 2 explosive enchantments. Which one do you want? One level 1 will do. Level 2 must cost at least 30 gold coins, so level 1 is enough. How much is level 1? Jiang Ziliang hastily replied. After hearing Jiang Ziliang say that level 2 costs 30 gold coins, Lin Xiao basically confirmed that the so-called level 1 and level 2 refer to frank and rank. A level 1 explosive longbow costs 14 gold coins. Lin Xiao offered a price 1 gold coin cheaper than Zhou's weapon shop. That is indeed a favorable price. The market rate is usually 15 gold coins, a full gold coin cheaper. Brother Lin, your friend really gives face. When can I get the goods? Jiang Ziliang was very happy after hearing Lin Xiao's quote. We can pick them up next time we have a break. You can come with me or I can bring them back for you. Have the money ready. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, and then said, This price is of course only for you, old Jiang, an internal price for our Team 3. Others can't get it at this price. I understand. Then bring them back for me next time. They'll have the money ready for sure. Jiang Ziliang stopped his chopsticks upon hearing this and said. The matter was settled. Lin Xiao used a green bean to wrap a piece of braised bear meat, chewed it, and then asked, Captain, how is Team 1? They're on extended leave. The town has dispatched a new team to replace Team 1's patrol. Li Qianghua had finished eating by then and casually replied. This morning a few of us went to Fat Feng's place to check. I don't know him anyway, so it shouldn't matter whether I go or not. Lin Xiao replied upon hearing that. It's fine, you don't need to go. It might be worse if you go. Feng Liangzhu seems to be grieving too much or something, and his temper has become very bad, Li Qianghua said, seemingly lost in memories. Lin Xiao also took a few casual bites, finishing his meal, then addressed everyone. I'm done, I'll head back to the room first. You all take your time eating. Tomorrow we'll go together to deal with the cloud leopard. After exchanging a few pleasantries with everyone, Lin Xiao returned to his room and checked his information. HP 28, Stamina 8. Level 4. Experience 82,800. Constitution 95. Strength 101. Intelligence 81. Spirit 8. Agility 9. Inheritance none. Skills none. Equipment C07 automatic pistol 1. Accessories worn sapphire ring, age gold ring, dull platinum ring. Items anchor of ages white notebook no. 3 white Gaturins eyeball blue medicine shop clerk's bamboo token white Gaturins other eyeball blue. Metal skill metal directional sonic cannon. Banner none. Phantom none. Pet none. Attribute points none. Skill points none. Evaluation unremarkable. He now had a full 14 points of constitution. He remembered that when he first arrived in this world he only had 6 points. In just 6 short days at the very least his constitution had skyrocketed. Lin Xiao now felt terrifyingly strong. Logically speaking, even without the directional sonic cannon he would definitely be the top egg in Shaoshan Woodfield. No matter what kind of blood hand, he was absolutely sure it couldn't one-shot him now, Lin Xiao thought. With his current constitution and HP he could probably withstand a round of attacks from a team without dying on the spot, plus the damage-reducing radiant armor worth 350 energy points. Withstanding a round of attacks was no problem if there was a foolish team willing to focus fire on him. At this moment Lin Xiao thought of that masked blood hand who had been hit 4 times in the neck, and he wasn't entirely sure if he could withstand that. Anyway, I'll wear my helmet tightly, his neck isn't exposed. That won't happen with 4 hits to the neck. This Gaturan's eyeball is really nice. I wonder if the Gaturan is a kind of monster. Wait, that Xinlang couldn't be in cahoots with those who ambushed Team 1, could he? These 2 eyeballs of the Gatu monster looked like a pair. Although he couldn't be 100% sure, he still had to be careful about this. Xinlang Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the situation when he had obtained that Gaturan's eyeball earlier. In 2 more days he would be able to open 10 black iron chests again, but he still had no source of energy points. Maybe he should just absorb the energy crystal, Lin Xiao thought to himself. Better to play it safe first. Let's see when he could go hunt some monsters alone. Even if he couldn't kill a monster by himself, he had more than enough ability to protect himself. If he wanted to hunt monsters alone, he felt he needed to increase his agility, otherwise the monsters would run away, and he couldn't catch them. When fighting in a team, he just needed to provide crowd control. Fighting alone was different. He couldn't move while casting control. But fighting with a team gave no experience points or energy points. This was a real dilemma. It would be nice to have another batch of lab bats to fight. But he had gone to the Gear Ancient Culture Enthusiasts Association twice and hadn't encountered that snail. Lin Xiao, lost in thought, gradually drifted into sleep. It should be around here. The traces of Chuyun leopard activity are starting to increase. Li Qianghua, looking at the dead leaves on the ground, said. The soft morning sunlight filtered through the treetops, illuminating her profile. Lin Xiao felt as if she were standing in the light itself. The members of Team 3 had already patrolled a section of the area. They were taking the opportunity led by Li Qianghua to search for the Chuyun leopard. With Lin Xiao's crowd control, once the Chuyun leopard was found, taking it down would be a piece of cake. The group tracked all the way, continuing deeper into the forest. At this moment Li Qianghua signaled everyone to stop. She indicated for everyone to look in a certain direction. Lin Xiao followed her gaze and saw a Chuyun leopard lying on a pile of dead leaves, apparently asleep. Well, circle around and surround it. If it gets startled awake, well, engage directly. Archers and blood hands attack immediately to pin it down, giving the sculptor a chance to use crowd control. Li Qianghua quietly deployed. Everyone nodded in understanding and then dispersed to encircle the Chuyun leopard. By the time the encirclement was formed, the Chuyun leopard was still sleeping like a log. What's up with this leopard? Lin Xiao wondered. He slowly approached the leopard alone. The maximum range of the directional sonic cannon was about 50 meters, or so he planned to act within 50 meters. Lin Xiao slowed down, afraid of waking the Chuyun leopard. A few more steps and he would be able to strike. He lifted his foot and tried to move forward a step, but unfortunately the place he stepped on wasn't solid ground. It was a layer of leaves covering a few dry branches. The sound of breaking branches directly woke the sleeping Chuyun leopard not far away. The Chuyun leopard shuddered, then scrambled up from the pile of withered leaves, its gaze locking onto Lin Xiao. With a swipe of its claw, a blade of qi shot straight toward him. Lin Xiao barely sidestepped, and the qi blade struck his bronze shield with a clang, draining 3 points of his health. Seeing this, he realized that even if he stood still and let the Chuyun leopard attack, it would take a long time to break through his defense. By then the Chuyun leopard had already lunged at him. Without a second thought, Lin Xiao raised his hand and fired a directional sonic cannon directly at the beast. The leopard mid-stride stumbled and crashed to the ground. As it struggled to rise, the members of Team 3 struck in unison, and by the time Lin Xiao had exhausted his 8 points of qi, the leopard was already cold. So the Chuyun leopard was this easy to beat, even easier than the Hanjiao red viper. Its attacks barely hurt, unlike the cold attribute strikes of the viper, against which armor was useless. The team gathered around the Chuyun leopard, and Wu Kun took out his tools to begin processing the carcass. Lin Xiao then spoke up. The Chuyun leopard is too weak. It's so easy to hunt that I think we could make a fortune just by farming these beasts, as long as we have a steady supply. Ah, Xiao. Could it be that you're actually too strong? Did you really only drink 3 bottles of Taoist potion? Li Qianghua said in an incredulous tone. I bought and drank my 5th bottle of Taoist potion in town just yesterday, so I guess I'm at the level of 5 bottles now. Lin Xiao replied, planting his shield on the ground. You can tell people you've had 5. Seriously, even for 5 bottles you're still ridiculously strong. That Chuyun leopard's chi blade hit you like a tickle. Ma Yunjun interjected with surprise. I told you I borrowed money to buy this full set of armor. It cost me a fortune. This is a complete set of first-grade divine blessing armor, and every piece has damage reduction, Lin Xiao said, patting his armor. No wonder. I thought the Chuyun leopard's attack was too weak. It turns out your defense is just too high, Ma Yunjun exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. I've got some inside info this time. We won't be staying on standby at home. After 3 days of patrol, we're heading into the forest to investigate the situation with the Qinghua bull. We'll be in the forest for 2 days, and the goal is to figure out why the Qinghua bull came to the forest's edge. Li Qianghua slung her longbow over her back and took up the conversation. I was a bit worried at first, but after seeing Ah Zhao's performance today, I feel like Team 3 has nothing to fear on the forest edge, not even the Qinghua bull. The team members exchanged varied expressions at Li Qianghua's words. Lin Xiao didn't mind. Going into the forest was fine. He could even find a chance to fight some monsters alone to level up and earn energy points. Wu Kun, upon hearing this, set down the Chuyun leopard he had just gutted and looked up. If we're going into the forest for 2 days, we'll need to prepare properly. After all, the forest is very dangerous at night. We can't afford to be careless. If we finish the investigation in 1 day, we won't have to spend the night in the forest, right? Ma Yunjun said nonchalantly. Li Qianghua spoke up. Let's prepare more skins and ropes. In case we can't finish in 1 day, we'll sleep in the trees at night. It's safer. I think this mission probably can't be done in 1 day, otherwise they wouldn't have given us 2 days. We might not even finish it in 2, Jiang Ziliang said calmly. If we can't finish in 2 days, let's pull back, Captain Ma Yunjun said. Don't cut into our rest time. I've got something to do. We'll see. If we have no leads after 2 days, we'll pull out. But if victory is within reach, we'll use a bit of rest time to wrap things up, Li Qianghua said in an unwavering tone. Ma Yunjun pouted in response but didn't argue. Team 3 seems to be getting a lot of attention now. Such an important mission is directly assigned to us. Missions like this used to go to Team 1, Jiang Ziliang said with a wry smile. If we're just talking about strength, I think Team 3 with Lin Xiao's addition has surpassed Team 1. And by a clear margin, Wu Kun interjected. Of course. Without Lin Xiao we couldn't have taken down the Chuyun leopard nor the Han Jiao red viper. Lin Xiao's strength is obvious to all. Now Team 3 is far ahead of the entire patrol team, Jiang Ziliang said, giving Lin Xiao a thumbs up. Lin Xiao listened to everyone's praise, keeping a calm exterior but inwardly overjoyed. He then said, I think the captain is right. I fully agree with her plan. Hearing this, Li Qianghua said happily, then it's settled. Let's prepare in advance. Everyone feel free to offer suggestions. We don't want to get to the forest and find we've forgotten this or that. While they talked, Wu Kun had finished dressing the Chuyun leopard. He placed the leopard skin and claws into 2 leather bags and handed them to Li Qianghua. The leopard's gall he kept for himself in his wooden box. Everything else was discarded, and he dug a hole to bury it. Watching Wu Kun bury the Chuyun leopard's remains, a sudden thought struck Lin Xiao. I wonder if this corpse can be absorbed. I'll come back alone at night and try. First I need to remember the spot. He made up his mind, secretly deciding to wait until dark. The forest edge shouldn't be too dangerous at night. After pondering, Lin Xiao asked, Captain, what dangers are there in the forest at night? I'd like to prepare in advance. Li Qianghua smiled at Lin Xiao's request for advice and replied, many monsters are more active at night, and some come out only at night. Also watch out for snakes and insects. Everyone must remember to bring insect repellent boxes. And at night we can't see well, but the monsters that are active at night have much better vision than we do. Hearing Li Qianghua's explanation, Lin Xiao understood and said, thank you, Captain, for clarifying. I have another question. Are there any monsters in our Shaoshan region that only appear at night? Around here the only monsters that come out only at night are the lyre goblin and the Chiuya bug, but they're found deeper in the forest. The Han Jiao red viper is common on the forest edge, though it sometimes appears in daytime too. You already encountered one last time. Also there are plenty of ordinary snakes and bugs on the forest edge at night, and getting bitten isn't pleasant. Li Qianghua patted Lin Xiao's shoulder with a smile and said, but don't worry. We can hang a few leather bags in the trees to keep away most insects, snakes and monsters. And we'll arrange for people to take turns keeping watch. It's practically foolproof. Lin Xiao thought to himself, when I come tonight I'll bring the insect repellent box and watch out for snakes. Other than that there shouldn't be any problems. But aloud he said, Captain, you know so much. With you here I feel at ease. We'll definitely complete the mission smoothly. Haha. You have a really nice way of speaking. I shall after today's patrol go to the neighboring market and buy some pest control potions. Also prepare some daily necessities and any other items that might be useful later. You can ask the owner of the forest supplies shop over there, he will give you some advice. Li Qianghua felt quite pleased by Lin Xiao's compliment, and happily offered him some suggestions. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, but inwardly he scoffed, why do I have to pay for the things I need for work in this world? Upon reflection it seemed that it had always been this way. One had to pay for methods and potions equipment, and healing salves. He had only received a bronze shield for free from the patrol team. Let's go. Once everything was settled, Li Xiao commanded. The group continued their patrol without further details. In the evening the patrol team had finished their work. Lin Xiao was naturally inclined to follow Li Qianhua's advice and made his way to the neighboring market at the dojo base, casually asking someone where the forest supplies shop was. After some searching he finally discovered a shop named Little Mountain Forest Supplies at a corner. The shop featured an ancestral-style wooden structure with stone pillars, an upright display case on the street, and a row of shelves behind the counter filled with a dazzling array of goods. Lin Xiao stood at the counter looking around for a while but unable to discern much. At that moment a young woman in leather armor who had been sitting behind the counter stood up and asked Lin Xiao in a lazy tone, "What can I do for you, sir?" Not knowing much, Lin Xiao could only speak honestly. "Boss, I plan to stay in the depths of the Little Mountain Forest for a few days. What do I need to prepare? Little brother, let me give you a tip. The deep forest is very dangerous. The dangers of the night in the forest are not just doubled. You look delicate, it's better to stay alive and enjoy the beauty of the world. Don't act impulsively or you might regret it later." The young woman glanced at Lin Xiao and spoke gently. "I naturally know this, thank you for your concern. I have my reasons to go and I am confident I can survive in the forest." "Boss, please tell me what I should prepare," Lin Xiao said firmly. The young woman looked slightly surprised but then became intrigued, gazing at Lin Xiao. Smiling, she said, "Truly heroes emerge from youth. Brother, I recommend purchasing our Little Mountain Jungle Kit. It includes all the items you'll need in the Little Mountain Jungle along with a detailed guide." After saying this the young woman turned and retrieved a wooden box from the bottom shelf at the back, straining as she placed it on the counter. Then patting the box she said to Lin Xiao, "This big box of various forest supplies is just 1 gold coin. It's quite a bargain, brother." Lin Xiao didn't say much more, handed the young woman a gold coin and picked up the wooden box ready to leave. The young woman accepted the coin and smiled, saying, "Brother, if you don't die in the forest, remember to come back and chat with me. You're quite an interesting person." Lin Xiao remained silent upon hearing her words and turned to leave. "What's your name?" "I'm Su Xieye. You must come back alive." Hearing the young woman's voice from behind, Lin Xiao paused briefly but did not turn around, saying, "My name is Lin Xiao." After speaking he left without looking back. Originally Lin Xiao planned to ask Shen Lang about some experiences in the depths of the forest, but then he thought, what if Shen Lang is in cahoots with that masked person? If he learns about my plans to go deep into the forest it might not be good. So he didn't linger and went directly back to the lumberyard. Once he reached a secluded spot he stored the box in his backpack. Not long after returning to the lumberyard the dinner bell rang. Lin Xiao slowly walked to the cafeteria. For some reason he wasn't hungry at all at that moment. He recalled the shop owner named Su Xiaoya who wore leather armor while selling goods in the shop, which was rather peculiar. But then he thought, what does it have to do with me? As soon as he entered the cafeteria he noticed 3 teams of 4 people, and the second team, Old Chen and Lu San, had combined 2 tables. 6 people sat in a circle discussing something. He walked over and greeted them, saying, "Captain, good evening everyone. Why are you all having a meeting with the second team today?" The others greeted Lin Xiao back. When Li Qianhua saw Lin Xiao arrive he made space at the end of the bench, inviting Lin Xiao to sit. Lin Xiao was not polite, and sat down next to Li Qianhua, taking a plate of food from the center of the table. The group began chatting animatedly. Most of the conversation revolved around topics related to the ambush on the first team, with even Old Chin, who usually spoke little, participating. It seemed that the incident involving the first team had at least become the #1 news within the Little Mountain lumberyard. Lin Xiao did not interject, merely chewing on some beans slowly. Just as he swallowed the beans, Lu San suddenly mentioned something different. "I heard that our Lanchi town and the downstream Yunhua town are planning to cooperate. They are going to build a fortress-style small defensive outpost in the middle of the 2 towns to ensure the smooth flow of trade routes and the passage of people between the 2 towns. Upon hearing this news everyone paused. If this explosive news were true it could significantly impact the future of Lanchi and Yunhua towns. Lin Xiao was not quite clear about the intricacies involved, but he gathered from Lu San's words that the road between Lanchi town and Yunhua town was not entirely smooth. He was somewhat curious. According to Lu San, wasn't the Lanchi River supposed to flow from Lanchi town to the downstream Yunhua town? Shouldn't they just use the Lanchi water? Could it be that the productivity of these 2 towns is so low that they can't even build small boats for navigating the inner river? Although he thought this, Lin Xiao did not express his doubts and continued to listen to their discussion. If this news is true, not to mention building the outpost and transporting materials will require many combat personnel for protection. It looks like we who survive by fighting will have more meat to eat," Jiang Ziliang said thoughtfully. Moreover, this is a relatively long-term requirement. Even after the outpost is built, a large number of personnel will need to be stationed there. Adding in patrols along the way, the demand for combat personnel will be quite considerable. Wu Kun placed his chopsticks on the bowl and spoke. Old San, is your information reliable? At this moment, Ma Yunjun casually asked. I only heard it through hearsay. I can't guarantee whether it's reliable or not. They'll say it and you take it as you will. By the way, I definitely believe this news, Lu San said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone knew that the news was most likely reliable. If the passage between Lanxi and Yinhua towns can be maintained safely for a long time, that would be good news for everyone, Li Qianghua said with a smile, then picked up a piece of braised bear meat and put it into her mouth. It seemed Li Qianghua really liked braised bear meat. Lin Xiao thought. Maybe we can go there to earn some pocket money during our days off, Wu Kun said, stroking his chin. Let's talk about it later. Nothing is certain yet. We should focus on the tasks at hand first. We can prepare for other things when we have time, but not too much attention, Li Qianghua said calmly. Lin Xiao thought she was right. His single day off was far from enough. He wished he had more days off, so how could he have time for anything else? Wu Kun gave an awkward laugh and said, I was just talking. We'll see when the time comes. Naturally, we must first handle the current matters before considering anything else. I think the current situation is pretty good. We can earn money steadily. Although there are sometimes heavy burdens to bear, they are still within our capabilities, Jiang Zilian said with a smile. Earning more money is always a good thing. I want to save up enough to buy a house in town and find a wife. Ma Yunjun took over the conversation. You don't necessarily have to buy a house in town. Don't you have an ancestral house in your village? Jiang Zilian said to Ma Yunjun with a smile. You said it's ancestral. It's too old. Ma Yunjun sighed. It's fine. Among our third squad, besides the captain, you're probably the youngest. You're only 20, what's the rush? Jiang Zilian said comfortingly. I'm not in a rush, I just want to make money, Ma Yunjun said, eating a few more green beans. They'll put it out there. As long as you follow me, Li Qianghua, you will definitely earn more and more money. I have a plan, just follow my lead. You haven't earned little since joining my third squad, have you? I want say more, Li Qianghua immediately said in a firm tone. I know following the captain is never a loss. I was just speaking casually. I'm not blind, I'll stick with the captain no matter what plans you have, Ma Yunjun quickly declared. Lu San and Old Chen just focused on eating silently while the rest of the third squad successively expressed that they would follow Li Qianghua no matter what. Li Qianghua looked very pleased and ate several more pieces of bear meat. Lin Xiao had almost finished eating, but he didn't get up to leave. Given the atmosphere, it wasn't appropriate for him to leave alone. Li Qianghua was indeed a good captain. She always thought of everyone when distributing money. She was knowledgeable, reliable, and her skills were among the top-tier archers in the patrol team. Lin Xiao thought to himself. He felt that being a member of Li Qianghua's squad was truly a blessing, and he had indeed learned a lot from her. After another round of chattering, they finally finished eating and prepared to leave. Lin Xiao was already impatient. He still had to go find the corpse of the Chuyun leopard. The later it got, the greater the risk. So he exchanged pleasantries and bid farewell to the group. After returning to his room, he took out the so-called Shaoshan jungle set from his backpack, placed it on the table, and opened the lid. The box was divided into 2 layers. The top layer could be lifted like a lid, and the bottom layer contained many leather items, various cushions, pouches, bags, and something like a tent. The top layer was divided into compartments which held flint, a compass, torches, small oil lamps, and many other items that Lin Xiao completely didn't recognize. Fortunately, there was a guide inside that explained what items were in the box, their functions, and how to use them. Lin Xiao went through the box's contents with the guide. Most of them were all sorts of unexpected but useful little gadgets for the forest. For example, a water filtering bag, mosquito repellent, insect repellent, and snake repellent agents. He picked up the compass and looked at it. There were many characters and he couldn't understand it at all without the guide. After studying the guide for a while, he still didn't fully understand, but he roughly knew it could be used as a compass. He casually put the compass into his backpack and glanced at the information. Ancient compass. Category item. Grade blue. Attribute spirit 1, agility 1. Evaluation: take it and go see the world. What kind of trick is this? Lin Xiao couldn't understand the situation at all. Just buying a compass from a roadside shop turned out to be a blue grade item. Items always appear unexpectedly. When you deliberately look for them, you can't find a single one. Lin Xiao happily equipped the compass, then took all the items from the box one by one, put them into his backpack, and checked their information. After a lot of work, there wasn't a single item, all ordinary objects. But he still felt quite satisfied. Getting a blue grade item from a whole box of things was already a great deal. He quickly packed up the box, put it into his backpack, and locked the door. Then he quietly headed straight for the place where he had buried the Chuyun leopard during the day. The night on Shaoshan was quite chilly. Lin Xiao took out his armor and put it on, and hung his saber at his waist. He didn't light a torch, afraid of being seen. He walked in the dark toward the forest, planning to light a torch once inside. In the darkness he could only barely discern the general direction based on the nearby terrain. After a few steps he stepped into a shallow pit. A sharp pain shot through his right foot, and Lin Xiao fell to the ground. Damn! I twisted my ankle. He sat on the ground and rubbed it. After a while it was back to normal. Lin Xiao was amazed. It seemed that after his stamina increased, injuries like a twisted ankle healed very quickly. He stood up and continued groping in the dark toward the forest, and his memory stumbling along the way. He lost count of how many times he twisted his ankle or fell. He endured it without a word and finally entered the forest. Once inside, Lin Xiao applied some insect repellent, snake repellent, and mosquito repellent ointment on his body. He lit a torch and searched for the location in his memory. With the torchlight, Lin Xiao finally stopped falling and twisting his ankle. In the night forest, everywhere he looked was pitch black, especially terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was quite brave. He quietly hummed the gorilla song as he groped his way into the forest. After some time he finally found the place where the Chuyun leopard was buried. Lin Xiao didn't dig it out, instead he planned to try absorbing it through the soil. Such a thin layer of soil based on past experience would not pose any obstacle to absorbing energy. System absorb energy, Lin Xiao commanded in his mind. Extracted 20 energy points, 20 experience points. The long-awaited ethereal voice of the system echoed in his mind. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Although the amount of energy and experience points absorbed was relatively small and no items were dropped, it was still better than nothing. He secretly resolved to find opportunities to absorb the corpses Wu Kun had buried. Suddenly recalling that he had not absorbed the previously buried corpses, he felt a pang of regret and sighed inwardly. Having obtained what he desired, Lin Xiao was in high spirits. He lit a torch and headed back, softly humming, "Our life is full of sunshine." He made it to the edge of the forest without encountering any monsters, and the night in the woods was not as terrifying as he had imagined, he thought. Lin Xiao slid the cover over the torch to extinguish the flame, then stowed it in his backpack. He quietly walked out of the forest, groping his way through the darkness back to the lumberyard. First he removed his armor and stored it along with his blade in the backpack. Then he dashed toward his room. It was already very late. The lumberyard had fallen silent, devoid of the daytime bustle. Walking through the quiet lumberyard deep in the night had its own charm. Lin Xiao slowed his pace as if strolling through the river. Back in his room after a full day of toil, Lin Xiao felt not a trace of fatigue. On the contrary, he was quite exhilarated, tossing and turning in bed for about an hour before finally falling asleep. The forest awoke at the call of the morning sun, stretching lazily in the gentle breeze. A yellow leaf, perhaps having quarreled with its twig, sulkily let go of the branch and drifted down to the ground. A pair of brown boots stepped squarely onto that yellow leaf. Alas, the withered leaf could no longer look up, otherwise it might have recognized the owner of those boots. Lin Xiao, the very one who had subdued a cold-horned red viper here last time. "Captain, there don't seem to be more traces of the azure flame bull in the forest, at least not in the outer area. Maybe it has gone back deep into the woods," Lin Xiao said, wiping his forehead as he addressed Li Qianghua, who was walking ahead on his right. "Perhaps. We haven't seen anything unusual during our patrol these days. If the azure flame bull were rampaging in the outer forest, we would surely have spotted some lesser monsters fleeing the woods." Li Qianghua tightened the straps of his backpack. "Should we just take a look around and report back? Or do we need to find that bull?" Ma Yunjun toyed with his curved blade as he asked. "Of course we can't just take a look and go back. Our mission is clear: investigate why the azure flame bull came from deep in the forest to the outer area. When a monster leaves its habitat, either a more powerful beast has taken over its territory, or something it fears has appeared in the deep forest, forcing it to flee to the outer area for safety," Li Qianghua analyzed. "Or there could be other unknown reasons. So what do we do? If something can scare the azure flame bull, it might scare us too." Jiang Ziliang chimed in, scratching his head. "Don't worry. We don't have to confront it. If the azure flame bull can run, so can we. We still need to go deeper, further than the outposts, to gather some information," Li Qianghua said with a smile. "According to your analysis, Captain, I think if we can find the azure flame bull's original habitat, the problem will be solved." Lin Xiao stopped and said to Li Qianghua, "Exactly. Ah Xiao, you're right. That's what I was thinking. I plan to track the azure flame bull first and then find its habitat," Li Qianghua said cheerfully. "Then let's stop at the outpost to rest and pick up some news." Wu Kun also stopped and spoke. "We haven't even encountered a decent monster along the way, just a few tiger head fiends. You want to fight monsters? It's simple. Just head deeper into the forest. There you could spit and hit a monster. You can fight as many as you want. Li Xiao joked casually, then added. Of course we'll go to the outpost first. Maybe the two teams stationed there have already taken down the Azure Flame Bull. Let's go. The group fell silent and continued their journey. Most of the time nothing noteworthy happened at the Shaoshan outpost, so being on duty at the outpost was generally a very relaxed and pleasant affair. Every morning they rose with the sun, climbed into the observation huts perched on the trees around the bunker, scanned the surroundings, and if nothing was amiss they would hunt some game or pick wild fruits, and the morning would pass. If traces of monsters were spotted they would stay in the trees to observe and record the findings. But if there was a major disturbance they would immediately light a smoke signal. If no major incident occurred they would wait for any stray monsters to leave, then inspect the marks left behind, jot down notes, and the day would pass. The people at the outpost didn't have to fight monsters. If a monster came they could engage if they thought they could win, otherwise they would simply retreat into the bunker. Today as usual nothing happened. Bloodhands Wichiji, a member of the outpost guard, was sitting in an observation hut watching his son, also the guard's archer, Swetianyu. At that moment Swetianyu was picking small golden wild persimmons from a distant tree. Persimmons that were utterly unappetizing. Watching his son leaping about like a monkey among the branches he couldn't help but smile. He casually took off his leather cap and placed it by the observation window, then drew a short sword from his waist and began twirling it skillfully. Meanwhile Golden Light Wei Guohua of the guard was sitting on a rock in front of the bunker, seemingly lost in thought. Guohua, you've finally shown yourself today. I didn't see you last time. The sudden greeting from behind startled Wei Guohua. He turned around and saw Wu Kun, who had trained under the same master as him, standing with his patrol team at the side of the bunker, smiling and waving. Wei Guohua quickly stood up to welcome them. Captain Li, old Wu. What brings you to this godforsaken place? Isn't the supply run tomorrow? We have a different mission. We already delivered supplies last time, someone else will come tomorrow. We're just passing by your outpost to gather some information. Li Xiao said with a smile to Wei Guohua. Then come into the bunker and sit. Captain He and Captain Bai are both inside. It's better to ask them for information. I don't know everything. Wei Guohua made a welcoming gesture. Let's go. We'll rest at the outpost bunker for a while. Li Xiao didn't stand on ceremony, leading Team 3 as they followed Wei Guohua into the bunker. Lin Xiao followed Li Xiao into the bunker. This time the person who opened the door for them was Jingguang, the same one who had led them in last time. As soon as he entered he saw Captain He sitting on a stone block gnawing on an unknown fruit. Captain Bai was not there, likely inside the inner room. Captain He, what delicious treat are you having? The cow dung mushroom you gave us last time was truly exquisite. Do you have any more this time? Li Xiao greeted Captain He with a smile. Upon hearing this, Captain He quickly finished the fruit in a few bites, wiped his mouth and replied. I haven't found any yet this time. Captain Li, why are you here today? We've taken on a mission. We're looking for the Azure Flame Ox. Captain He, do you have any news to share? Li Xiao said as she found a stone block to sit on. There is news. We've made some progress. This time 2 Azure Flame Oxen have emerged from the depths of the forest, not just one. One of our team members spotted them. Captain He turned to Li Xiao and continued. By the way, not long after you left last time, Feng Lianzhu and Wang Biao from Team 1 came running over here. They said they were ambushed and chased, losing several team members. That's true. On our way back we heard someone blowing a bamboo whistle. After investigating the situation we set up an ambush and took out the group that was chasing Feng Lianzhu. Li Xiao recounted the situation, then asked. Did you later go out with Feng Lianzhu and the others to check the situation? So that's how it was. Yes, Feng Lianzhu mentioned they blew the whistle because they knew you were coming to deliver supplies that day. They've been hiding in this stone fortress ever since. They described that group as demons. In short, they exaggerated them to the heavens, scaring all of us into retreating back into the fortress, too afraid to go out. Later Chief Feng and Lu Zhuang found this place and took them back. Captain He gestured with his hands as he spoke. Li Xiao turned around and exchanged knowing smiles with the members of Team 3. Your Team 3 is so strong now. Captain He found it hard to believe. It seems that Feng Liangqing was indeed holding you back before. Li Xiao, pleased by Captain He's compliment, said cheerfully. Not bad. We only succeeded because we caught them off guard with an ambush. Captain He, do you know where the Azure Flame Ox's lair is? We're not sure about that. We only dare to stay near this stone fortress and don't venture deep into the forest. However, we do know where the 2 Azure Flame Oxen that came from deep in the forest have been active. If you need, I can have someone take you there. Captain He rubbed his nose as he replied. That would be great. Thank you for your help, Captain He. Please find someone to lead us there now. We can finish our mission and return sooner. Li Xiao quickly said. Jingguan go call. Actually, I'll go myself. Captain he stood up and beckoned the members of Team 3 to follow him. Everyone walked outside the stone fortress. Captain he shouted toward a wooden house on a tree. Suichiji, come down. I have a task for you. Lin Xiao looked toward the wooden house Captain he had called out to and saw a middle-aged man in black leather armor emerge from inside. He climbed onto a branch beside the house, put on a leather cap, and swiftly slid down the tree. The middle-aged man whom Captain he had called Suichiji walked up to Captain he and said respectfully, Captain he, what task do you have for me? Take the patrol team to check the traces of the Azure Flame Ox. They have a mission to find it. You are the most familiar with the Azure Flame Ox's activity area here. Captain he explained to Suichiji. Alright, shall we set off now? Suichiji accepted the assignment without hesitation. Captain, please keep an eye on Tianyu and don't let him wander too far. Don't worry, I'll watch Tianyu. Take them there. Captain he waved his hand at Suichiji. Suichiji nodded and said to Li Xiao, Captain, they follow me. He then turned and walked into the forest. The members of Team 3 quickly followed. The 6 of them descended from the slope where the outpost was located and soon reached a flat area at the bottom. Suichiji turned back and said, Captain Li, if anything goes wrong later, I'll certainly bolt. Don't blame me. That's fine. If there's danger, you run. But to be honest, if you can lead us to the Azure Flame Ox, we'll be more than grateful. Actually, the Azure Flame Ox isn't that hard to deal with. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come. Li Xiao replied with a smile. Captain Li, you sound completely different from a few days ago. Suichiji remarked with mild curiosity. Ha! That's because our Team 3 has filled a gap. The former weakest link has even become the strongest one. Li Xiao said with a beaming smile. Lin Xiao felt a surge of pride hearing Li Xiao praise him so openly. Suichiji said no more and simply led the way. The flat ground was not wide but was long, covered with shrubs flanked by 2 narrow ridges, one tall and one short. Lin Xiao and the others followed Suichiji through the bushes. Apart from the abundance of mosquitoes, they encountered no monsters. Fortunately, at Li Xiao's reminder, everyone had prepared a large amount of mosquito repellent. After walking for a long time, they finally emerged from the narrow valley flatland. Lin Xiao felt a sudden sense of openness. Before them lay a magnificent grassland within the forest. In the middle of the grassland was a pool of water. Lin Xiao gazed at the vast expanse of green grass, experiencing a joyful sense of harmony with nature. The clear, deep pool in the center was like a pearl in the forest. As his gaze shifted, he noticed a scorched trail on the left edge of the grassland extending into the forest. It was a trace left by the Azure Flame Ox's charge. He had seen similar marks before on the forest edge. Perhaps the ox had encountered an enemy here. Suichiji then called out. Over there. Let's go take a look. The Azure Flame Ox often comes here. Who knows if we'll run into it today? As soon as he finished speaking, Suichiji walked toward the scorched trail. The members of Team 3 followed closely behind him, but everyone instinctively tensed up ready for battle. Lin Xiao held his shield in his left hand and his blade in his right, walking at the front. Wu Kun and Ma Yunjun followed closely behind him, while Li Xiao and Jiang Ziliang with arrows already knocked brought up the rear. As they drew closer to the scorch marks, the groups slowed their pace. The fragrance of the grass gradually mingled with a faint, peculiar dry scent. Lin Xiao thought to himself that the smell of burnt grass was oddly pleasant. He actually quite liked this place, and he guessed the Qinghua ox felt the same. The only regret was that there wasn't even a trace of wind. If only a gentle breeze were to blow, it would make this place utterly enchanting. At that moment, Suichiji, who was walking ahead of Lin Xiao, stopped beside the scorch marks. The 5 members of the 3rd squad also maintained formation and moved closer. Suichiji, can you tell how long these marks have been here? Li Xiao asked. Just by looking at the marks I can't tell. But I was here yesterday and there were no such marks then. Suichiji said as he crouched down to examine the scorch marks on the ground. Lin Xiao saw him crush some burnt grass between his fingers and bring it to his nose to sniff. He nodded from time to time, shook his head and muttered under his breath, leaving Lin Xiao puzzled as to what he was doing. Lin Xiao recalled that last time in the forest the scorch marks had ended at a broken tree. Perhaps they could go to the end of the scorch marks now, and see if they could find anything. So he spoke up. Captain, why don't we go check the end of the scorch marks? Li Xiao nodded in agreement. Alright, let's head into the forest and take a look. Suichiji, are you coming with us? Suichiji hesitated for a moment, then replied. I'll go with you and see. As they entered the forest, Suichiji walked behind Lin Xiao. Wu Kun, seeing a bloodhound he wasn't familiar with getting close, instinctively stepped aside. Ma Yunjun noticed this and took a large step diagonally forward, positioning himself between Wu Kun and Suichiji. The scorch marks didn't go far into the forest, ending at the base of a broken tree. It seemed to be the same old story. This Qinghua ox seemed to have caught something and then rammed it violently into the tree. But just like last time, there were no traces on the broken stump, as if the Qinghua ox had hit nothing but air. Li Qianghua walked over to the tree stump, examined it closely, and checked repeatedly but found no clues. Just then Lin Xiao heard a noise from the right side of the group, which soon turned into a rumbling sound. A water buffalo the size of a minivan covered in blazing green flames charged at the group from the right at high speed. This must be the Qinghua ox. Although it was huge, it was even faster than the Chuyun leopard. Among those present aside from Ma Yunjun and Zhuqiqi, no one else could outrun this ox. What was even more astonishing was that the ox could turn faster than it could run straight. Since running was out of the question, Lin Xiao steeled himself. He raised his bronze square shield and quietly slipped a few pieces of red bat jerky from his backpack into his pocket, ready to call for healing at any moment. The group barely had time to take cover behind Lin Xiao before the rumbling sound reached him. He didn't dare to raise his hand for a directional sound wave cannon. It was safer to stay behind the shield. By now Lin Xiao could feel the heat emanating from the Qinghua ox. He felt as if his hair was singed. A wave of hot air blasted against him, followed by a deafening clang. The bronze shield in Lin Xiao's hand shattered into pieces. He was sent flying backward, landing right in front of Wu Kun. The Qinghua ox, having collided with Lin Xiao, came to a halt. Lin Xiao felt as if his back was broken, but he was still alive. He quickly checked his status. Only 6 HP lost. Suddenly his back didn't hurt as much. He saw Wu Kun raise his token to heal him, but Lin Xiao quickly stopped him. He said casually, "It's fine. I don't need healing yet. I can take a few hits from 1 or 2 Qinghua oxen." As he spoke, Lin Xiao got up from the ground. Seeing the Qinghua ox still standing still, he wondered if the beast had been stunned by the collision. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and fired a directional sound wave cannon at the ox's head. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air and struck the Qinghua ox in the neck. It was Li Qianghua making her move. After taking the directional sound wave cannon, the Qinghua ox, which had been frozen, gradually began to move. But before it could adjust its stance, an arrow hit its neck. The ox let out a loud moo and prepared to charge at Lin Xiao. Then with another whoosh, a second arrow struck its neck. After 2 arrows, deep green flames began to flicker from the Qinghua ox's eyes. It stomped the ground hard and charged at Lin Xiao, who was at the front of the group. But its speed was greatly reduced, as if stuck in glue. Ma Yunjun was already circling around to the side of the Qinghua ox, waiting for an opportunity. However, he realized the ox's defense was higher than expected and didn't dare act rashly. Ma Yunjun feared that if he failed to land a fatal blow, the Qinghua ox would take him down instead. Li Qianghua and Jiang Ziliang were retreating while continuing to shoot arrows at the ox's neck. The Qinghua ox now had 4 arrows stuck in its neck, but it seemed unfazed and continued charging at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was in the middle of releasing a directional sound wave cannon and couldn't move, but he didn't cancel the skill. He intended to take the impact heat in, believing it wouldn't cost him much HP. The previous full-force collision had only taken 6 HP, which gave him immense confidence. Moreover, the Qinghua ox's speed was now greatly reduced, so he figured he could withstand it even without a shield. The Qinghua ox mustered all its strength and finally reached Lin Xiao. It lowered its head, thrust its body forward, and slammed into him. At that moment, 2 more arrows struck its neck. Lin Xiao felt like he had been shoved by someone. He only took a step back with a scorching pain on his body, like being burned. He checked his status and saw only 2 HP lost, likely from the fire. He thought to himself the Qinghua ox was nothing special, it was weak. But that single step back interrupted his directional sound wave cannon. The Qinghua ox snapped back to its senses, and its movements became swift and powerful. It lowered its head again, thrust upward at Lin Xiao's waist, and then jerked its head up sharply. Lin Xiao felt a sudden excruciating pain in his abdomen as the Qinghua ox's sickle-like horns sent him flying. He flew several meters and landed right in front of Zhuqiqi. This attack cost Lin Xiao 4 HP. Lin Xiao scrambled to his feet, ignoring the churning pain in his stomach, and raised his hand to fire another directional sound wave cannon at the Qinghua ox's head. Just as the green fire bull was stamping its hooves ready to deliver a fierce blow to Lin Xiao, it was struck by another directed sonic cannon. It immediately began shaking its head and staggering, charging toward Lin Xiao in a struggle. The moment its hooves exerted force, another arrow struck its neck. As its hoof took the first step forward, another arrow hit its neck again. The green fire bull now had 8 arrows lodged in its neck, but aside from bellowing in rage, it seemed unaffected, as if the arrows were not. Lin Xiao's heart was starting to pound with unease, yet he did not interrupt his skill. He could still hold out for a while. After a brief internal calculation, he decided to call for healing. Though he could endure a couple more blows without issue, he felt it best not to reveal too much of his strength lest it cause astonishment. "Old Wu, give me some healing." Lin Xiao did not look back, merely calling out quickly. A golden light flashed across his body, restoring 4 points of health. Lin Xiao glanced at the information. He still had 21 health points, more than enough to withstand the bull. But the beast seemed unkillable and neither Ma Yunjun nor Zhuqiqi was engaging. He recalled that Ma Yunjun used to be a daring and aggressive fighter. Why was he hesitating now? Could the green fire bull have some massive hidden move? During the brief moment Lin Xiao called for healing, the green fire bull had already charged forward 2 or 3 meters. He was not panicked, his skill continued unabated. Needless to say, the bull's neck took 2 more arrows. Shooting this bullhead was like shooting at a target, hardly any skill required. The bull, once again ignoring the arrows in its neck, rammed into Lin Xiao, pushing him back a few steps as usual, this time costing him 3 health points. Lin Xiao now had 18 health points remaining, but his stamina was down to just 3. If another round came, his stamina would be drained and he would have to endure the hits directly. The bull's head interrupted Lin Xiao's skill once more. Regaining its freedom, it immediately charged at him. Lin Xiao hurriedly retreated, but the green fire bull was faster, tossing him several meters away and costing him 4 health points. Judging that Wu Kun's healing was not yet ready, Lin Xiao did not call for it as he still had 14 health points left. He quickly scrambled to his feet and fired his last directed sonic cannon at the bull's head. Just then 2 more arrows struck the bull's neck, turning it into a veritable hedgehog. This time the bull suddenly stopped shaking its head and instead lifted its head to let out a long drawn-out bellow. Before the sound died away, a light circle appeared beneath Wu Kun's feet, instantly spreading to Lin Xiao's feet. A golden light flashed on Lin Xiao, restoring 2 health points. At the same time, he saw the others quickly retreating far away from the bull. Seeing this, Lin Xiao guessed the green fire bull was about to unleash its ultimate move. He mentally prepared himself to eat a few pieces of red bat meat jerky at any moment. Suddenly the green fire bull's roar halted and a torrent of cyan flames burst forth from its body in all directions, overwhelming everything in its path. The flames instantly engulfed Lin Xiao. He felt as if the air around him had been sucked away, leaving him suffocating in an instant. Simultaneously, his entire body was submerged in fire, and his health points began to plummet. He quickly stopped his skill and ate a piece of red bat meat jerky. After about 5 seconds, the flames finally ceased. Lin Xiao was scorched black all over. Fortunately, his armor was originally black, but his hair was completely gone. His health had dropped by a whopping 10 points. He began to panic another such blast would finish him. Now his whole body was searing with pain, and with only a single-digit health remaining, he was about to retreat. Just then Ma Yunjun dashed out swiftly and rushed to the side of the green fire bull. He slashed the bull's neck with his blade, then quickly retreated. Zhuqiqi also charged and thrusting his 2 short swords straight into the bull's neck. After the stabs, Zhuqiqi abandoned even his short swords and began to retreat. At that moment, arrows from Li Qianghua and Jiang Ziliang also pierced the green fire bull's neck one after another. Finally, the green fire bull could no longer hold on and collapsed stiffly to the ground, motionless. Damn, it seemed this bull either bounced around or died outright. No middle ground. Lin Xiao was inwardly speechless. They seemed to have known the green fire bull had stored up that massive move. Why hadn't anyone told me? Lin Xiao thought silently. He did not rush over to check the bull's condition, wary of any tricks. At that moment, Ma Yunjun was already walking toward the fallen bull. Then Li Qianghua and the others also gathered around. "Ah, Xiao. Are you alright?" Li Qianghua called out to Lin Xiao from a distance. "Seems okay, just my hair got singed." Lin Xiao replied, touching his scorched. "That's insane. You tanked all of the green fire bull's attacks." "I was dumbfounded, almost forgot to shoot my arrows," Li Qianghua said in astonishment. "Yeah. I thought the green fire bull's attack power wasn't as high as rumored," Jiang Ziliang added. "Your armor is ridiculous. The defense is that high. As an egg, it's normal to have high defense, right?" "Haha," Lin Xiao replied with a laugh. "The first time the green fire bull charged from a distance, it hit your shield and seemed to get stunned on the spot. Do you know how insane that is?" Wu Kun cut in. "I can only say that if it were any other egg in the patrol team, that hit would have half killed them. Everyone has their own secrets, Ah Xiao. We won't pry into yours. We're just stunned by your performance. It's incredible." Li Qianghua walked over and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, smiling. "Haha." Lin Xiao was a bit embarrassed by the praise and could only force a sheepish laugh. "Come on. Let's go take a look," Li Qianghua said, heading toward the green fire bull. Lin Xiao glanced at the wooden box on his back. Aside from the surface being scorched yellow, it was remarkably intact. He couldn't help but marvel at the quality of the wood. As he thought, he followed toward the bull. By now, the flames on the green fire bull had completely vanished, revealing its dark yellow hide. Its 2 large sharp horns were jet black and glossy, barely showing some strange patterns. The tip of its nose was pure white, and white vapor occasionally drifted from its pink nostrils. Its tail was thick and long, still emitting thin wisps of green smoke. Ma Yunjun, seeing everyone gathered, stood up with a surprised expression and said, "It's dead. Lin Xiao is truly fierce." I think with Lin Xiao and Team 3 we can totally venture into the deep forest. Before long we'll all be decked out in divine blessing equipment. Who knows, we might even have enough left over to buy a house in town. Your praises are making me a bit embarrassed, Lin Xiao said with a smile, glancing at Ma Yunjun and rubbing his nose. We're just speaking the truth. The strength of our third squad is not weak among all the patrol teams in Lanchi town, Ma Yunjun said earnestly, hanging his curved blade back at his waist. What's this? Wu Kun suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing with the tool he was using to extract the horn. Lin Xiao quickly turned around to look at where Wu Kun was pointing. Beneath the fan-sized ear of the azure flame bull, 2 dark brown insect legs were exposed, while the rest of the bugs seemed to have burrowed into the bull's skin. Lin Xiao estimated that the thickness of those insect legs was even larger than a pair of chopsticks. Quite thick for insect legs, suggesting the entire creature was not small. Suichiji looked carefully, then raised his hand to stroke his chin and said, "It looks like some kind of insect." Lin Xiao silently thought, "No kidding, it's obviously an insect." "Is it dead?" Li Qianghua asked thoughtfully. "I don't know. I didn't dare touch it. When I first saw it, it gave me quite a fright." Wu Kun stood up and replied. Ma Yunjun walked over to the bull's head, drew his curved blade, and seemed ready to strike the insect. Wu Kun quickly stopped him, saying, "Yunjun, wait. Don't touch it yet. Let's all step back and let the captain shoot an arrow at it from a distance to test it." Li Qianghua raised her longbow upon hearing this and said, "Wu Kun is right. Everyone step back. Let me first see if the insect is dead or alive." Everyone moved back, retreating a good distance. Li Qianghua stepped back about 20 meters, notched an arrow, drew the bow fully and aimed. With a release of her right fingers, a whirring sound accompanied the arrow as it left the bowstring. From afar, Lin Xiao could only see the arrow strike the bull's head, but he couldn't tell if it hit the insect. He couldn't help but admire Li Qianghua's exceptional eyesight. Perhaps archers naturally have better vision than ordinary people. After the arrow struck the bull's head, there seemed to be no unusual movement, so the insect was likely dead. Seeing that the others had already moved back toward the carcass of the azure flame bull, Lin Xiao also approached, but to be safe he gripped a piece of dried red bat meat in his hand. When he reached the bull, he saw Li Qianghua's arrow embedded just below the ear, exactly where the insect's legs had been. Strangely, the arrow hadn't hit the insect, which was nowhere to be seen. "Watch out!" Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, noticing something moving inside the bull's ear. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bull's ear erupted with a bang. A palm-sized dark brown insect flew out with a buzzing sound, aiming straight for Li Qianghua's face. Li Qianghua had already started retreating when she heard Lin Xiao's warning. Seeing the large insect charging at her, she immediately executed a sideways roll. Lin Xiao, with sharp eyesight and quick reflexes, estimated the insect's speed and swung his blade along its path. With a clang, the insect seemed to collide with the blade on its own, and he knocked it to the ground. The insect vanished the moment it hit the ground. Lin Xiao watched it disappear right before his eyes, and his hair stood on end. He quickly ran to the side, shouting, "Run!" The others, not knowing what had happened, saw Lin Xiao fleeing and followed suit, all bolting away. The 6 of them sprinted all the way back to the valley. Lin Xiao stopped when he reached the valley, set down his box, sat on it, and gasped for breath. "What happened?" Li Qianghua asked with a hint of confusion. "The insect disappeared," Lin Xiao explained hastily. "Disappeared? What do you mean?" Wu Kun said, his face showing surprise, his voice rising. "It vanished instantly after hitting the ground. Not flying away, it just vanished." Lin Xiao gestured excitedly. "Vanished? What kind of monster is that? I've never heard of anything like it," Ma Yunjun said, stroking his chin. "Did you get a good look at it?" "Everything happened too fast for me. I vaguely thought it looked like a beetle," Li Qianghua asked calmly. "I saw it clearly. It wasn't a beetle, it seemed to have no shell. More like a giant cockroach." Lin Xiao recalled describing the scene. "A cockroach? Could it be an iron armor cockroach?" Suichiji interjected. "Aren't iron armor cockroaches found around Shima Ridge? How could there be one in Shaoshan? Autumn leaf beetles, which are natural enemies of iron armor cockroaches, inhabit Shaoshan. The iron armor cockroach wouldn't come here," Li Qianghua immediately refuted. "Besides, I've never heard of an iron armor cockroach burrowing into the skin of an azure flame bull," she added. "Have you ever seen an iron armor cockroach?" Lin Xiao asked doubtfully. "If you had, you'd probably recognize it, right? I've never seen one, only heard of it," Li Qianghua replied with a shrug. "We'd better not go back to deal with the azure flame bull's carcass for now. We don't know the situation with that insect." Wu Kun suggested, still feeling a bit. "Yes, let's not go. Losing the materials from an azure flame bull is nothing. Safety comes first. Let's return to the outpost and discuss this further, and also hear what Captain He and Captain Bai have to say," Li Qianghua decided decisively. So the group crossed the valley again, climbed the stone steps, and returned to the outpost. Zhuiqi led them straight to the entrance of the stone fortress. When Captain He opened the door and saw them returning, he quickly invited them in to sit. Any trouble? Why is this young man's hair singed? Captain He asked with a smile, looking at Lin Xiao's appearance. We encountered an azure flame bull and fought it. His hair got burned by the bull's flame cyclone, Li Qianghua explained, rubbing her nose. It actually used its flame cyclone against you. You guys are ferocious. Captain He said, somewhat surprised. Just lucky. The situation is complicated. The azure flame bull is dead, but there was an unexpected incident near the end. Li Qianghua sighed. What incident? Captain He asked, curiously impressed that the azure flame bull had been killed. Li Qianghua then gave him a rough account of their recent experience. After hearing her description, Captain He also found the matter quite strange. He scratched his head and said hesitantly, a cockroach-like insect. I only know of the iron armor cockroach, but we shouldn't have that here, and it doesn't have the ability to vanish into thin air. We're not sure what it is, but the fact that it wasn't afraid of the azure flame bull's blue flames means it's definitely no ordinary creature. Li Qianghua said, sitting on a stone block and analyzing. Captain He pondered for a moment, and said, what are you planning to do now? We intend to go back and check on the situation after a while. By the way, Captain He, didn't you say there were 2 azure flame bulls? Where is the other one? Li Qianghua rested her hand on her knee and rubbed her nose as she spoke. It was also found near that pond, Captain He replied casually. You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about a quick meal together? Not yet, but we brought enough food with us. We'll eat our own. Don't worry about us, make yourself at home. Alright then. We're about to eat as well. Let's go eat outside, we can talk about other matters after the meal. With that, Captain He got up and walked into the inner room. He was probably going to call the others, Lin Xiao thought to himself. Let's go, we'll eat outside too. Li Qianghua stood up and motioned for the 3rd squad members to head out. By the tranquil pond outside the valley, a sturdy azure flame bull covered in green flames stood beside its dead companion, lowering its head and licking the white nose of the fallen bull with its tongue. At that moment, a dark brown insect the size of a palm suddenly appeared near the bull's mouth. Startled, the azure flame bull shuddered violently and immediately turned to flee. The insect lunged forward in a flash, directly piercing the skin beneath the bull's ear. The azure flame bull began trembling and hopping wildly on the grass. But once the insect latched onto the bull's hide, it used its 2 blade-like mouthparts to slice through the skin, and its entire head burrowed into the gap. By now, the azure flame bull was frantically shaking its head and leaping about in a frenzy on the grass. Suddenly the bull let out a mournful bellow, its body erupted in blazing flames, and it kicked fiercely against the ground before charging madly into the forest. With a deafening crash, the azure flame bull rammed into a large tree, snapping it in half and sending it crashing to the ground. Li Qianghua held a square white candy in her hand and offered it to Lin Xiao, asking softly, Xiao, would you like some winter melon candy? Lin Xiao had just finished a few large flatbreads with some pickled vegetables and was now taking a water skin from his waist to drink a few mouthfuls. Seeing Li Qianghua offer him a piece of candy, he smiled and took it, saying, I'll have a taste. Captain, I didn't know you like sweets. He popped the winter melon candy into his mouth and took a bite, chewing slowly. It was soft and made a satisfying crunch, only slightly sweet. Not particularly good nor particularly bad, Lin Xiao thought to himself. It's okay, I eat it sometimes. So how is it? Nice. Li Qianghua smiled gently. Not bad. An occasional piece is quite refreshing. Lin Xiao smacked his lips. Exactly. I love the refreshing taste of winter melon candy. It's not cloyingly sweet like other candies. Shall we have the same taste? Li Qianghua brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled at Lin Xiao. Captain, I once ate a pastry that was also quite tasty, lightly sweet with a hint of grain fragrance. I just don't remember its name. Lin Xiao hung the water skin back on his waist and said with some excitement. He recalled his favorite snack, vegan, but since he didn't know what it was called in this world, he didn't mention the name. Really? Did you eat it in town? Bring some for me next time. Li Qianghua clapped her hands happily. Yes, but I had it as a guest at someone's home. The host made it themselves. I'll ask him about the recipe next time. We can make some ourselves when we're free. Lin Xiao had to gloss over it. That works too. By the way, this afternoon we should check on the azure flame bull. If the insect is gone, 1 bull can sell for 50 gold coins. Li Qianghua suddenly remembered, her tone filled with anticipation. Sure, Captain. Do you think it's possible that the insect drove the azure flame bull to the edge of the forest? Very likely. If this kind of insect appeared in the bull's habitat, it might have fled to the forest edge to escape the infestation. Li Qianghua nodded thoughtfully. Then should we observe the other bull and head back to report? Seeing that Li Qianghua agreed with his view, Lin Xiao felt the investigation had yielded preliminary results. Let's find the second azure flame bull first. If we find no other clues, we'll have to settle with this. Li Xiao frowned as she spoke. The sight of her frowning was utterly adorable. Lin Xiao thought to himself, I'm going to take a stroll around. Coming. Li Xiao stood up from the stone block and said to Lin Xiao. Sure, let's walk. It'll help with digestion. Lin Xiao also rose. The two of them began to stroll around the stone fortress together. Captain, he watched Li Xiao and Lin Xiao walking together, and said to Zhuqiqi with slight surprise, Captain Li seems to treat that young man differently. That's only natural. If I were the third squad captain, I'd treat Lin Xiao, that young man you mentioned, differently too. Zhuqiqi replied. Is there a reason? Captain, he grew even more puzzled. Lin Xiao is the strongest novice I've ever seen. You think the third squad could kill an azure flame bull? That young man did the heavy lifting. You weren't there, you don't know how stunned I was. Zhuqiqi said excitedly. Oh. How stunning. You know, when the azure flame bull charged at full force and hit his shield, it only knocked him over. He didn't even need healing. Instead, the bull was the one that got stunned and stayed in place. It was incredible. Zhuqiqi vividly recounted the scene. That's unbelievable. Then at least around the forest edge they could take down any monster. Captain, he could hardly believe his ears. It's exactly that unbelievable. You saw it yourself. He took a flame cyclone from the bull and only lost a bit of hair. I've never seen any other novice that strong. Zhuqiqi shrugged. So the third squad's sudden surge in strength wasn't because Feng Liangqing was weak, but because Lin Xiao was so strong that it elevated the entire team. Captain, he realized with sudden understanding. Based on what I saw with my own eyes, I think you're right. And I believe Lin Xiao also has a skill token, maybe a damage-type skill token. I couldn't glean much more information. Zhuqiqi said mysteriously. Oh. So he's a battle-type Taoist, but only a part-time one. Although battle-type Taoists are more common than control-type ones, they're still quite rare. The most common type we see is still the healing-type Taoist. Captain, he remarked thoughtfully. So it's only natural that Captain Li treats Lin Xiao with such special regard. What do you think Lin Xiao's background is? This guy is far stronger than we ever imagined. Jiang Ziliang sat on a tree stump not far from the stone fortress, speaking in a low voice to Ma Yunjun and Wu Kun beside him. Who cares about his background? That's none of our business. I only know he can help us make a lot of money, and that's enough. Ma Yunjun watched Lin Xiao and Li Qianghua strolling about, speaking indifferently. Yunjun is right. Lin Xiao has already become one of the core members of our third squad. With Lin Xiao's strength and the captain's brains, our third squad is bound to have a bright future. Wu Kun agreed wholeheartedly with Ma Yunjun's words. Besides, the stronger Lin Xiao is, the more money we earn. I hope Lin Xiao still has more trump cards he hasn't revealed. To be honest, I sometimes think that way too. When I do, it gives me a surge of courage. Ma Yunjun took up the conversation, speaking with slight excitement. Ha! Yunjun, you really have a way with words. But if Lin Xiao becomes too strong, won't he look down on us weak teammates? Jiang Ziliang said with an awkward smile. Even if Lin Xiao grows rapidly and leaves us far behind, so what? Even if he eventually leaves, we'll have gained a powerful friend. If we need his help someday, I'm sure he won't refuse. I think Lin Xiao is a decent person. Ma Yunjun replied casually without a care. Let's work harder too. I should save up some money to buy the 6th Taoist potion, and then upgrade my token. Wu Kun gazed into the depths of the forest, and spoke with a sigh. Once I get the money for the Cloud Leopard, I'll have enough to buy the 6th Taoist potion. The potions for us Blood Hand are much cheaper than your Taoist potions. Ma Yunjun glanced at Wu Kun and stated his plan. I need to get a new bow first, so I can't afford the 6th Taoist potion for now. Honestly, if Lin Xiao hadn't joined our third squad, I wouldn't have earned so much. The captain bought the 7th Taoist potion in town a few days ago. It seems he's almost finished fusing the 6th one. Jiang Ziliang scratched his head and said, the captain is truly gifted. We can't compare. Take it slow. Old Jiang, you should have already fused the 5th one long ago, but you just never took the 6th. Wu Kun looked at Jiang Ziliang. I don't have the money to buy it. I need to save up for the bow. Once I get the Divine Blessing bow, it'll be a much bigger boost than drinking the 6th Taoist potion. Jiang Ziliang spread his hands and smiled. The money I saved before doesn't even compare to what I earned from the last supply delivery to the outpost. That's also thanks to Lin Xiao. Wu Kun sighed, his eyes growing distant. My situation is similar. But although that trip paid well, the danger was far greater than usual. It was damn exhilarating, Ma Yunjun said with sparkling eyes. It was clear that Ma Yunjun quite enjoyed this kind of thrill. Wu Kun didn't reply, simply sitting quietly. For a moment the three fell into sudden silence, as if each was lost in thought. The sun was already slanting westward. The people at the outpost had gradually returned to the front of the stone fortress, sitting in small groups on the ground, chatting idly. The 5 members of the third squad also sat in a circle on the ground exchanging words. Lin Xiao's mind was racing. If he could absorb the corpse of that azure flame bull, maybe he could level up. But it was just wishful thinking. He still needed to improve his strength. When he could single-handedly kill an azure flame bull, then he could do whatever he wanted. For now he had to play it safe. Let's go check on the azure flame bull's corpse. It's been a while now, the bug should be gone, right? Li Qianghua stood up and said. Alright, well, first observe the situation from a distance. To be safe, we could catch a rabbit or something and toss it over there to see the reaction. Wu Kun also stood up. No need for all that trouble. Just go straight over. That bug isn't that formidable. We just don't understand it, so he hesitated. Ma Yunjun stood up looking unconcerned. Li Qianghua didn't respond, as if deep in thought, then led the way toward the valley. The rest of the third squad fell silent and followed behind. Lin Xiao didn't care either way. He was fully armored and the bug didn't look like it could drill through his armor. The valley was actually brighter in the afternoon. Earlier in the morning, this section of the valley had been entirely in the shadow of the mountain ridge. Now the entire valley was bathed in sunlight. Walking through the valley, Lin Xiao felt that the sunlit shrubs exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance, unlike the dampness of the morning. Though not as intense as floral scents, it had its own unique charm. Ma Yunjun had somehow plucked a long, slender blade of grass and was chewing on it. Seeing Ma Yunjun's leisurely demeanor, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. This kid is quite interesting, he thought to himself. He wondered if there were fish in the pond. If so, he could spear a few to taste. The thought of the pond made him crave the freshness of fish, and his mouth began to water. He quickly swallowed his saliva. The steamed fish he had eaten at Lanchi Tavern last time was truly disappointing. If he could catch some fish this time, he would roast them well and indulge himself. Eating braised bear meat and boiled green beans every day was getting unbearable. As Lin Xiao pushed through the bushes, his thoughts began to wander. Just as he was thinking, the group had already passed through the long valley, arriving at a meadow that glittered gold under the sun. In the distance, the pond in the middle of the grassland shimmered in the breeze. If there were no monsters here, he could build a small courtyard and enjoy the mountain scenery. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think. Li Qianghua stopped a short distance after exiting the valley. After a moment's thought, she said, "Let's shoot a few arrows first to test the situation. If nothing happens, we'll gather together and walk over. If that bug is still alive, we can watch each other's backs. A bug can only attack one person at a time." With that, she led the group toward the azure flame bull. Lin Xiao saw the bull still lying motionless in its original spot and figured there was probably no other danger besides that bug. If there were other monsters, the bull's corpse would have been dragged away and eaten long ago. When they reached a suitable distance, the group halted. Li Qianghua attempted to shoot a few arrows near the azure flame bull, but there was no response. The 5 of them then tightened their formation and slowly approached the corpse of the azure flame bull. Nothing happened along the way. It seems the insect has already left this place. Wu Kun, you can start working now. Li Qianghua surveyed the surroundings and said to Wu Kun. Upon hearing this, Wu Kun prepared his tools and began to process the corpse of the azure flame bull. Lin Xiao suddenly noticed that among the chaotic scorched marks left by the bull when it had charged at him that day, there was one trail that looked distinctly different. Looking closely, this trail appeared to lead all the way into the forest, and it did not coincide with the path the azure flame bull had taken when it burst out of the woods that day. Startled, he walked over to the trail and said, "Captain, come take a look at this trail. Something seems off." Li Qianghua was watching Wu Kun separate the large horn from the azure flame bull. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, he glanced up and walked over to Lin Xiao, carefully examining the trail. Ma Yunjun also gathered around, stroking his chin as he looked into the forest, lost in thought. "This should be left by the other azure flame bull, Captain," he mentioned. "These 2 bulls might, how should I put it, be acquainted," Li Qianghua said thoughtfully. "I think so too. The bull must have seen this corpse, then burst into flames here and charged into the forest. Let's go see what it was ramming into." Lin Xiao looked toward the forest and suggested, "Let's go. Yunjun, come along too," Li Qianghua said as he followed the trail into the forest. Lin Xiao and Ma Yunjun exchanged a glance and fell in behind Li Qianghua. Entering the woods, the 3 saw that the trail did not extend far, stopping at a broken tree. It looked just like the previous trail, just a tree rammed, nothing special. "Maybe we should go a bit further, there might be more to discover." Ma Yunjun touched the broken tree and glanced deeper into the forest. "What do you think, Xiao?" Li Qianghua turned to ask Lin Xiao. "Sure, going in to have a look is fine. Should we call old Wu and old Jiang?" Lin Xiao felt indifferent, confident in his abilities, and answered casually, "Let them handle the azure flame bull's corpse. We 3 will go into the woods for a quick look. If we don't go too far, there's little danger. If we encounter the other bull, you can hold it off long enough for them to come to our aid." Li Qianghua thought for a moment, touched his nose and said. Lin Xiao said nothing more. So the three followed the footprints left by the azure flame bull on the dead leaves, heading deeper into the forest. Soon they saw another scorched trail which seemed to be a few days old. Following it to the end, they found another broken tree. What was this azure flame bull up to, ramming trees all over the place? Lin Xiao wondered. Then he thought, wait, the bull wasn't fine. There was a huge bug burrowing into its flesh under its ear. It must have been uncomfortable, maybe ramming into trees gave it some relief. With this thought, Lin Xiao spoke up. Captain, I have an idea. I think the bull had a bug on it, making it very uncomfortable, and hitting its head against trees might have eased the pain. That sounds quite plausible. That must be it. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. Li Qianghua nodded. So the other azure flame bull also has bugs. It seems the bull was driven mad by the bugs and ran to the outskirts of the forest. So our investigation is complete. Ma Yunjun grinned and quickly chimed in. Partially complete. Let's take this as our finding for now. If nothing else turns up, we'll report back with this. Li Qianghua turned to Ma Yunjun. Then shall we continue further? Let's head back. If we go any deeper, the distance for Wu Kun and Jiang Ziliang to come to our aid would be too great. Li Qianghua led the way back. When the three returned to Wu Kun, he had already finished. The azure flame bull was divided into 4 pieces plus the head, and the hide had been stripped. Seeing the three return, Wu Kun bagged the meat, slung the head, hide, and horns over his own back, leaving the rest for Lin Xiao and the others. Thus each of the 4, Lin Xiao, Li Qianghua, Ma Yunjun, and Jiang Ziliang, carried a leather bag of beef on their shoulders and headed back. Let's give a bag of beef to the outpost. Last time they gave us a clump of cow dung mushrooms, so we should return the favor. Besides, this beef can only be used for cooking, it's not worth much money. Li Qianghua said to the group. The members of Team 3 naturally agreed. I wonder if there are any dangerous monsters in that pond. If not, we could go spear some fish and roast them. Lin Xiao glanced at the pond and said. Let's ask Captain He later. It's getting late today. Even if it's safe, we'll wait until tomorrow. Could it be that the bugs came from the water? Li Qianghua stopped at this and said to Wu Kun and Jiang Ziliang. We just went into the forest to check the situation. After some discussion, we've reached a preliminary conclusion about the investigation. We believe that the bugs are what caused the azure flame bull to run to the forest outskirts. We think the bull felt very uncomfortable because the bugs burrowed into its flesh, so it ran around everywhere. There were no scorch marks near the pond. Therefore the bugs probably didn't come from the water. Let's get our story straight first. If there's no further progress in the investigation, we'll report this back. Wu Kun and Jiang Ziliang both acknowledged. By the time Team 3 returned to the outpost stone fort, dusk had fallen. The outpost housed 2 teams of 10 people, all now sitting or standing outside the stone fort, leisurely watching the sunset. Captain He saw the 3 return carrying large leather bags and knew they had secured the azure flame bull. He called out to Captain Bai, and the 2 came together to congratulate Team 3. Captain Li, you've made quite a haul. Congratulations. Your team's strength is truly impressive. Captain He showered Li Qianghua with flattery. Li Qianghua laughed heartily, took off the leather bag from his shoulder, and gestured for Captain He to take it. Captain He took the bag and asked, Is this for us? Of course. Azure flame bull meat, a return of courtesy. Then thank you, Captain Li. Captain He said, then turned to address the outpost's men loudly. Captain Li of Patrol Team 3 is treating our outpost brothers to beef. We'll have an extra meal tonight, roast beef. The crowd at the outpost began to clamor, each speaking their own words, and Lin Xiao could not make out what they were saying. Tonight let's bed down in the observation room of the outpost. It's more convenient than in the forest. We'll decide later whether to arrange a night watch, said Li Qianghua, looking at the small house in the tree. Good, we don't have to spend the night in the desolate jungle. We're lucky to have preliminary findings near the outpost. Wu Kun placed his things on the ground and took up the conversation with a smile. Tomorrow let's go early to the forest by the pond and see if we can find any clues. As for the lair of the green flame bull, we only know it's deeper in the forest, and we have no other leads, so we'll skip it for now. Li Qianghua stated her plan. Team 3 naturally agreed with her plan. That makes sense, Lin Xiao thought. They had already found the bugs which fulfilled the mission, so naturally there was no need to seek the unknown lair of the green flame bull. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered the matter of the pond, so he approached Captain He and asked, Captain He, I'm Lin Xiao. I'd like to consult you about something. Are there any powerful monsters in the pond near the green flame bull? Or is there any danger there? On the grass it's fine, but near the pond it's hard to say. We once saw a cloud leopard come to the pond to drink water. It was suddenly dragged down by something and disappeared. We've never figured out what exactly is in the pond. Captain He explained warmly, seeing that it was Lin Xiao asking. Thank you, Captain He, for clearing that up. I'll take my leave then. You're busy. Lin Xiao expressed his courtesy. Sure. The observation room of the outpost was quite crude with almost nothing inside. Lin Xiao spread a piece of fur on the wooden plank, put his box aside, and lay down. This time he had hardly used the things in the box he bought. But on second thought, not using them meant good luck. Speaking of which, this was Lin Xiao's first time sleeping in a tree. The room didn't even have a door, he might fall off in the middle of the night. However, with his physique, falling wouldn't kill him instantly. Comforted by this thought, he took another piece of fur from the box and covered himself. At that moment Lin Xiao thought of the bug that could disappear into thin air. According to the strange knowledge he had gained from reading novels before, this ability was quite remarkable. However, he currently had no wide-range control or damage skills, so he had no good way to deal with the bug. After a bout of random thoughts, he gradually fell asleep in the cool evening breeze. Bugs? What kind of bugs? Asked Li Jicheng, the director of Shaoshan Timber Yard, looking at Team 3, who had come to report with a puzzled expression. They are bugs that look like cockroaches, dark brown, and can disappear into thin air. Very eerie, Li Qianghua replied. Li Jicheng's expression turned serious upon hearing this. From your description, it sounds like bloodthirsty ground beetles. However, these bloodthirsty ground beetles should only exist in the ruins north of Lanxi town, very far from the outpost. Bloodthirsty ground beetles can teleport into the soil not far from the ground, and they look like cockroaches. That matches your description. Do bloodthirsty ground beetles like to burrow into the skin of green flamed bulls? Wu Kun stepped forward quickly upon hearing this. I don't know either. I only heard about bloodthirsty ground beetles when I was young, but I've never seen one. I need to report this immediately. If something big is happening in the northern ruins, it will be problematic, Li Jicheng said with a serious expression. So there's nothing left for us now? Li Qianghua asked, seeing that there was no time to delay. You've done well on this matter. There might be some monetary reward later. They'll notify you when the reward comes. For now, there's nothing for you to do. Get some rest. Li Jicheng nodded and smiled at Team 3. Then we'll take our leave, Li Qianghua said, signaling the others to follow her out. Once they reached the courtyard, Li Qianghua arranged. It's still early before dark. Let's split into 2 teams to hunt 3 bears or wild boars, and as usual bring them to town tomorrow, then we can disband. The market at the dojo outpost gave off a lazy atmosphere under the slightly westward sun. Lin Xiao, who had just finished his hunting shift, walked into Shaoshan Forest Supplies. The shop owner Su Xiaoya was surprised to see Lin Xiao enter. Little brother, you've returned from the deep forest. It seems you do have some strength, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Boss lady, you're not honest. Last time you sold me a second-hand item. What second-hand item? Don't try to cheat me, little brother. I'm not easy to mess with, Su Xiaoya said with a puzzled expression. The compass in your set was a second-hand item. Remember now. I'm telling the truth. Lin Xiao spread his hands, looking helpless. A compass? Let me think. Su Xiaoya scratched her head vigorously, then suddenly laughed. Yes, I remember now. The new compass in the set was bought by someone else last month. I temporarily put an old compass I had collected inside, planning to replace it when new stock arrived, but I forgot later. Ha! I knew it. That compass looked very old at first glance, Lin Xiao said with a laugh. Big sister can swap it for a new one. Give me the old one, Su Xiaoya said a bit apologetically. It's fine. I just wanted to let you know. Actually, I personally enjoy collecting old items like this. It's a hobby of mine. Do you have any other old items, big sister? I'd like to buy a few more from my collection. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile to Su Xiaoya. You have such a hobby. I do have some old things. Wait a moment, let me find them. Su Xiaoya's smile grew wider as she said, and she rummaged under the counter. After a while she brought out a pair of horn divination sticks, a pendant made of a regular pale yellow stone, and a brass pipe with a light green patina, placing them on the counter, and gesturing for Lin Xiao to take a look. Little brother, see if you like these. This pair of horn divination sticks was collected together with that compass. Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement inside, but he didn't show it. Instead, he picked up the 3 items one by one, and slowly examined them. Then he said calmly, I like all 3. Name your price, big sister. These things have been collecting dust in the counter for a long time. Since you like them, little brother, I'll let you have them all for 30 silver coins, Su Xiaoya said, batting her eyelashes at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took out 30 silver coins from his pocket, and handed them to Su Xiaoya with a smile. He then picked up the 3 items from the counter, examined them carefully, looked up, and said softly to Su Xiaoya with a gentle smile. Sister, if you ever come across old relics like these again, remember to save them for me. The price is negotiable. The more I look at these 3, the more I adore them. Su Xiaoya tilted her head, her eyes shimmering with affection as she gazed into Lin Xiao's eyes. She chuckled softly and said, No problem, leave it to me. As for you, little brother, the more I look at you, the more I like you too. Lin Xiao coughed lightly behind his hand, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He quickly changed the subject. Sister, I need to head back for dinner now. I'll take my leave. See you next time. Farewell. Su Xiaoye said, then burst into hearty laughter. The dim flame of the oil lamp flickered on the table. Lin Xiao had just finished dinner and lay down resting his head on his jacket. He picked up the horn-shaped divination tool he had bought from Su Xiaoye earlier and examined it closely. The tool was made of some hardwood, a light yellowish-brown gleaming with a sheen. He placed it into his backpack and checked its information. Ancient Horn Divination Tool Category Item Grade Blue Attributes Spirit 1 Agility 1 Evaluation. Here, see this. This is the positive divination. He clenched his fists tightly. Persistence finally paid off. He had broken the previous pattern where items deliberately eluded him. Now he had found one, and it was a blue-grade item. A surge of joy rushed from his head through his entire body, even his toes brimming with excitement and delight. He quickly equipped the horn divination tool, then eagerly picked up the stone pendant and gave it a casual glance. It was a rough, dull stone utterly devoid of luster, not the least bit appealing. Who would make a pendant out of such a stone? Without overthinking, he placed it into his backpack and checked its information. Sedimentary rock pendant, and that was it. His luck didn't continue. Disappointed, he set the pendant on the table. He picked up the last item, the brass tobacco pipe. It was an old water pipe with a few patches of verdigris at the base, its overall sheen somewhat dim, as if it hadn't been used for a long time. He casually tossed it into his backpack and glanced at its info. Zhang San's brass tobacco pipe. Category Item Grade Blue Attributes Spirit 1 Strength 1 Evaluation. A puff after a meal. This is the meaning of life. A fine item. Another blue-grade item. He was fortunate. It seemed he should visit the Little Mountain Forest Supplies shop more often. The odds of finding items there were so high. 2 blue items, and Lin Xiao suddenly felt a surge of power within him. He equipped Zhang San's brass tobacco pipe and checked his own stats. HP 28, Stamina 11, Level 4, Experience 102800, Strength 95, Power 102, Intelligence 81, Spirit 83, Agility 92, Legacy none, Skills none, Equipment C07, Automatic Pistol 1, Accessories worn sapphire ring, old gold ring, tarnished platinum bracelet. Items Anchor of Time, white notebook, no. 3 white kobolds, eye blue pharmacy clerk's bamboo token, white kobolds, other eye blue ancient compass, blue ancient horn divination tool, blue Zhang San's brass tobacco pipe, blue metal skill, metal directed sonic cannon banner, none phantom, none pet, none attribute points, none skill points, none evaluation, mediocre. Looking at all the items he had equipped, Lin Xiao felt a deep sense of accomplishment. He calculated his attribute points and figured they were roughly equivalent to those of a bare level 8 character. Still, leveling up was more efficient. Each level gave 6 attribute points, the equivalent of 3 blue items. He needed to find a way to earn some energy points to open chests. He only had 53 energy points, enough for just 2 chests. He decided to wait until he had saved up 200 energy points to buy 10 chests, and open them all at once. No, wait. He also needed to buy a bow for Jiang Zilian, which would cost 50 energy points. Energy points were simply too scarce. The most pressing task was to find a way to earn more energy points. He couldn't waste too much time in town tomorrow. After meeting with Lizzie in the afternoon, he would head straight back to the lumberyard and venture into the forest to hunt a few tiger-headed monsters for energy and experience. He figured he could handle 2 tiger-headed monsters on his own. He recalled that tiger-headed monsters usually came in pairs. They were just strong with no special skills. His strength was still too weak. If his damage output were higher, he might be able to take on a single Azure Fire Ox alone, provided he had some red bat jerky. First he would grind some weaker monsters to level up, then head deeper into the forest to take on higher level ones. That should solve his energy point shortage. He checked his backpack. Standard energy isolation box, 1 black bat fangs, 486 standard automatic pistol, 1 pistol bullets, 90 standard flamethrower, 1 red bat jerky, 6 cursed statue silver bat, 1 straight robe, 1 sleep talisman, 1 wooden chest, 1 carriage, 1 controller, 3 longbow, 2 leather armor, 1 armor piercing scimitar, 1 sharp breaching saber, 1. Energy points 53 silver, 13 copper, 600. He also checked his warehouse. Withered tree monsters, eye 2 corpse dogs, fog 2 D07 defense suit, 2 cursed severed arm, 1 riot shield, 1 machete, 1 fire extinguisher, 1 wine pouch, 1 gear wooden box, 1 iron box, 1. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and decided to leave some items in his room since they were worthless and wouldn't reveal anything. He took out the straight robe and the wine pouch and placed them by his bedside. He also retrieved the wooden chest he had used to store armor and set it beside the weapon rack. Then he stored the carriage in the warehouse, which was now full again. His backpack still had 7 slots free. That was fine. He didn't need to upgrade his backpack space just yet. During his meeting with Lizzie, he planned to sell her some bullets. If she could pay 20 gold coins up front, he'd give her a box of 50 bullets. If she was short on cash, he'd just give her 10 loose rounds. From the sale of the Azure Fire Ox he had received 10 gold coins. Earlier selling 2 bears to the cafeteria had earned him 20 silver coins. Currently he had 22 gold coins, 82 silver coins and 18 copper coins. After selling some more bullets he figured he might have enough to buy a house in town. Selling bullets was the most profitable. System bullets cost only 5 energy points for 50 rounds. He planned to sell them to Lizzie at 40 gold coins per 50 rounds. This was a lucrative deal. Based on the information he had gathered from Lizzie and the group at the Lanchi Tavern, guns were occasionally seen in this world, but bullets were extremely scarce. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that he could completely specialize in selling pistol bullets. Every time he met Li Ji, he would give her a box of bullets to sell on his behalf. If nothing unexpected happened, he could get rich just by selling pistol bullets. Thinking about this, he felt as if he were about to become a millionaire, and a surge of joy welled up in his heart. But then he thought if he shipped too many it might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives and trouble would follow endlessly. That would be a loss rather than a gain. If he had a chance, he could also sell some bullets in the neighboring Yinhua town. He didn't know how far Yinhua town was from here. He would ask Li Xiao tomorrow. He had actually forgotten to ask before. It seemed there weren't many things to do in town tomorrow. Sell the meat to San Yan, meet Li Ji, and that would be it. Oh. Right, he also had to go to the pharmacy to see Old Wolf hand over the cloud leopard skin and claws and check if there were any new tasks. Additionally, he still had a few pieces of equipment obtained from taking down Lao Luo's gang, and he wondered if Li Ji could sell them. But then he thought better of it. Better not to sell them for now to avoid any trouble. Tomorrow morning he would still go to the Gear Association to see if there were any activities. If he could meet Wen Yo and ask about the details of that controller, he might find a great opportunity. That was about all the things to do. After finishing them, he would immediately rush back to the Little Mountain Timber Yard and go into the forest to hunt tiger-headed monsters for energy points and experience. After planning tomorrow's affairs, Lin Xiao lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep, snoring loudly. The morning dew dampened the wide road leading to Lanchi town. A carriage galloped by, raising little dust. As the carriage drew closer, 2 people could be seen sitting in front. One was a youth of about 18 or 19 years old, sitting in the middle and driving. To the youth's right sat a young man in his early 20s dressed in a white straight gown. These were precisely Li Xiao and Lin Xiao, who were heading to Sanxian Machinery in town to deliver goods. Meanwhile, Wu Kun was sitting in the carriage with the cloud leopard skin and claws along with several sides of meat. Ma Yunjun and Jiang Ziliang did not come along this time. Both made excuses that they were busy. Captain, last time Brother Lu said that Yinhua town and our Lanchi town would build a stronghold midway between the 2 towns. Where do you think it will be built? Lin Xiao placed his formation-breaking blade on the carriage and turned to Li Xiao beside him, saying, Well, I can only guess. I think it might be built a bit closer to Lanchi town, since Yinhua town is overall stronger, and they can take on more defense responsibilities along the route. Li Xiao pondered for a moment and said, Lanchi town is about 60 kilometers from Yinhua town. I think it would be suitable to build it about 24 or 25 kilometers from Lanchi town. So it was about 60 kilometers between Lanchi town and Yinhua town. That was too far. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Captain, if building a stronghold has so many advantages, why didn't they build one earlier? I heard that a stronghold was built before, but it was scattered by monsters. Sometimes monsters would inexplicably swarm out of the depths of the forest. Li Xiao laughed and shook the reins in his hand. Who knows how long this one will last? It's still up and it hasn't even started construction yet. Maybe the number of monsters between the 2 towns has decreased recently. Li Xiao replied thoughtfully. The town's territory should be expanding into the forest, though at a very slow pace. Perhaps in the future the outposts of the 2 towns could connect. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Ha! You're at the timber yard every day. You've seen how fast we're expanding into the forest. Speaking of which, I sometimes think along those lines too. Imagine our town conquering a vast forest with crops planted everywhere, a much larger population, and then developing into a great city. Lin Xiao happily expressed his vision. Seriously, Captain. I think your ideas will all come true in the end. As long as we do our best in our own matters, everything will get better and better. Lin Xiao clapped his hands and said passionately, Yes, let's work hard together. Captain, what kind of monsters are there in the ruins to the north? Apart from the bloodthirsty ground beetle that Director Li mentioned yesterday, I don't know the others. We know very little about the northern ruins, but I've heard that people often go into the outskirts of the southern ruins. Li Xiao pursed his lips and said, Captain, what's your plan? Lin Xiao leaned in with a hint of curiosity and asked softly, I plan to first deliver the goods to your friend, then go with you to hand over the cloud leopard, get the money and distribute it to everyone. No, that's not what I'm asking. Last time in the cafeteria, didn't you say you had plans for the future? Lin Xiao quickly explained upon hearing this. Well, I plan to become an expert specializing in hunting down troublesome monsters and of course attract like-minded people to join me in achieving this goal. We will only deal with the tricky monsters, let others handle the ordinary ones. I think as long as we eliminate the troublesome monsters in the forest, the living space for humans will naturally expand. Leave the other matters to the specialists. Of course, this is not limited to Lanchi Town or Yunhua Town. By then a group of us with the same aspirations will travel around hunting down all the great monsters that cause suffering to people. But we must take it step by step. Let's start near the small hills first. Doing this not only benefits humanity but also ourselves. Eliminating a great monster will naturally bring us considerable income. And our deeds will be sung by others. Li Qianghua looked ahead with firm eyes, speaking very seriously. Captain, you truly have lofty ideals. So what's our first step? Lin Xiao was also somewhat fascinated by the idea, even though he had originally only wanted to establish a trading company backed by the mall flipping equipment to make some money and become a wealthy man. But in his spare time he could also hunt monsters. The first step is of course to do a good job with the patrol team and also earn more money to improve our own strength. Without strength everything is meaningless. Li Qianghua glanced at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, Captain, how many bottles have you taken? Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to ask his doubt. I just drank the 7th bottle bought last time in town. I also plan to replace my bao. The money we earned this time plus the money from selling this bao will be enough to buy a level 2 bao. Li Qianghua patted the longbow behind him and said happily, Captain, do you want a level 2 explosive bao? My friend has stock and can give you an internal price. Lin Xiao naturally asked upon hearing this. Isn't Ziliang already planning to buy an explosive longbow? They'll get a different one. They'll decide later, there's no rush. Does your friend have any other level 2 bows? Li Qianghua pondered for a moment and said, I'll ask him about it later. During dinner he'll show you the bao he has. Lin Xiao said after a moment's thought. After delivering the goods to Sanxian Machinery and selling the cloud leopard, I'll drop by my friend's place first. I shall thank you. Honestly, you're a blessing to our third team. Since you joined we've made quite a lot of money. I feel like I'm one step closer to my dream. Li Qianghua freed one hand and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. It's also thanks to you, Captain, and our third team. I didn't make this much money before joining the third team. Lin Xiao said, then shifted the topic. Captain, if we form a team to hunt dangerous monsters in the future, should we still call ourselves the patrol team? Of course not the patrol team, and it wouldn't be fitting to call it the third team either. We'll decide later. I haven't figured it out yet. Ah Xiao, do you have any ideas? Li Qianghua asked with keen interest. How about calling it the monster hunting team? Straightforward. Monster hunting team. Not bad. Let's stick with that for now. To be honest, Captain, I think what you aim to do can't be accomplished with just 5 people. Lin Xiao said after pondering. Of course. We can form several monster hunting teams and that should be enough. Then would you lead one team on the hunt or coordinate the tasks of each team? Lin Xiao asked casually. Well, take a streamlined approach. Forming a few elite monster hunting teams will suffice. Matters we can't handle will naturally be taken over by others. With fewer teams, coordinating tasks won't take much time. As for these specifics, I think solutions will present themselves when the time comes. The key is where we're headed and what our goal is. Details can be addressed as they arise. Li Qianghua said after a moment of contemplation, turning to Lin Xiao. You're right, Captain. I've been overthinking. Overthinking only hinders progress. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, speaking softly. The two chatted all the way to the entrance of Sanxian Machinery Workshop. Lin Xiao got off the carriage to find someone to help unload the goods. After the delivery was completed, Lin Xiao handed the payment to Li Qianghua. These days 3 Eyes and the others were busy with a large order and had no time to work on the imitation sewing machine. Lin Xiao was content with the situation. He didn't linger at Sanxian Machinery. Instead he led Li Qianghua and Wu Kun slowly driving the carriage toward Lanchi Pharmacy. Are we heading to deliver the cloud leopard? Li Qianghua suddenly asked. Yes. Wait for me by the street. They'll take the items to complete the transaction and get the money. The clerks there don't like too many people. Lin Xiao paused and said with a smile. Alright, go quickly and come back soon. It's not convenient for us to wait too long by the street with the carriage. Li Qianghua frowned slightly, then waved her hand with a smile. The 3 traveled from the southeast Sanxian Machinery to a street in the northeast near Daoguan Square. Lin Xiao then said to Li Qianghua, wait for me here. They'll take the items to complete the delivery. Wu Kun climbed onto the carriage, pulled out a leather pouch from the cabin and handed it to Lin Xiao. Li Qianghua smiled and said to Lin Xiao, go ahead. We'll wait for you here. Without further ado, Lin Xiao slung the leather pouch over his back and walked toward the square. It seems Lin Xiao's connections are related to the dojo. Wu Kun said thoughtfully to Li Qianghua beside him. Maybe. Let's not worry about it. Well, just wait here for a while. Lunchi Pharmacy was busier than usual today. Several groups of customers were inside inquiring about prices while others had already purchased their desired potions. When Lin Xiao arrived at the pharmacy entrance, he encountered a few people chatting as they walked out of Lunchi Pharmacy. He stepped aside, then entered the shop. Seeing that it was bustling, he casually found a small stool in the corner and sat down to wait for Old Wolf to finish his work. Old Wolf was still tending to the shop. As Lin Xiao sat there, he suddenly caught a peculiar fragrance drifting from the inner door beside the shelves. That was likely where the pharmacy's alchemists prepared potions. So the pharmacy was making potions today. Lin Xiao was eager to take a look inside, but it was merely a thought. After all, he wasn't familiar enough with the pharmacy to do so. Feeling somewhat bored, he began to observe the customer conversing with Old Wolf, a young man of about 25 or 26. He wore a light blue robe, had short hair, and his profile bore a resolute expression. In his hands he held 2 potion bottles, likely listening to Old Wolf explain their effects. Yet the man carried no weapon, making it hard to tell what type of combatant he was. Lin Xiao had no choice but to sit idly fiddling with his pigeon Dao. At that moment the strange fragrance grew stronger, reminiscent of the charred aroma of roasted meat mingled with a hint of some plant's freshness. Were the pharmacy's potions made from monster meat? No wonder Old Wolf and his team collected so many monster materials. Lin Xiao found it fascinating. Just then the chatter in the pharmacy seemed to quiet down. He looked up to see the last customer, having purchased their potion, heading out the door. Finally the customer was served. Lin Xiao stood up and walked to the counter where Old Wolf was asking. Old Wolf, is it convenient for me to turn in the quest now? Convenient? Where's the item? Yini had actually noticed Lin Xiao sitting there earlier, but with customers present he hadn't greeted him. Lin Xiao took the leather pouch off his back, placed it on the counter, and pulled out the cloud leopard's pelt and 4 claws. Yini picked up one claw, examined it carefully, and nodded. Not bad. It's top quality. Wait a moment, I'll get the money. Alright. Lin Xiao watched as Old Wolf took one of the cloud leopard's claws and went through the inner door. Soon he returned with a small leather pouch. Old Wolf handed the pouch to Lin Xiao and said, Count it. 25 gold coins. Lin Xiao took the pouch, counted the coins, and said, The amount is correct. So is the quest considered complete? Are there any other procedures? No, that's it. The transaction is settled. Alright, Old Wolf. Are there any quests available at the pharmacy today? Lin Xiao put away the leather pouch and turned to ask Old Wolf. Today is the 23rd. All quests have been posted, so you'll have to wait until next time. Old Wolf said with a shrug. But don't worry, with your strength there will be no shortage of quests. If you want to take on quests, it's best to come between the 7th and 10th of each decade. Alright, I understand. By the way, Old Wolf, is that fragrance from inside coming from your alchemist making potions? Lin Xiao pointed at the inner door. Oh. No, they're roasting snake meat with medicinal herbs in there. Then let's leave it at that. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll come to you for the next mission on the 29th. Save a good one for me. Lin Xiao hung his knife at his waist and smiled at Old Wolf. Of course, rest assured. Pleasure working with you, Yini said as he extended his hand. Lin Xiao shook Old Wolf's hand a few times before letting go and said solemnly, Pleasure working with you. He'll be off now. See you next time. See you. Lin Xiao has been gone for quite a while. Wu Kun grumbled, leaning against the carriage. Maybe something delayed him. Don't rush. No one told us to move the carriage. No rush, Li Qianghua said, holding the reins. It's not that I'm in a hurry, but waiting is really boring. If only. Ah, Xiao. You're finally back. Li Qianghua suddenly smiled and said toward the front of the carriage. Wu Kun turned his head and indeed saw Lin Xiao not far ahead of the carriage. Have you been waiting long? I got delayed because there were quite a few people looking for my friend. I bought some baked cakes on the way. They smell great. Have a try. Lin Xiao said, handing a paper package each to Li Qianghua and Wu Kun. Not too long, actually. Li Qianghua took the package and smiled. This is the payment for the cloud leopard. Captain, please check it. Lin Xiao said, taking a leather pouch from his chest and handing it to Li Qianghua. Li Qianghua took the pouch, counted, nodded, and said, That's right, Ah Xiao. I didn't expect you to have so many connections. It's nothing much. Just earning a bit of hard-earned money. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Li Qianghua took out 5 gold coins from the pouch and handed them to Lin Xiao, then said, Ah Xiao, do you have any other plans today? Of course, I always have a lot of things waiting for me when I get back to town. Actually, some of them are related to our money-making channels. If handled well, everyone can make money. Lin Xiao said, taking the gold coins and tucking them into his chest. Then you've worked hard. Ha! At this rate, I feel like my monster hunting team will be established ahead of schedule. Li Qiong looked very happy. everything will go smoothly. Heaven will not disappoint those who have dreams and steadfastly march toward them. Lin Xiao said seriously. Then Captain Old Wu, get going. Ah Xiao sure knows how to talk. Go ahead, get busy. Li Qianghua smiled gracefully. Wu Kun had already finished half a baked cake and hearing Lin Xiao's words hurriedly swallowed the cake in his mouth. Then he quickly said, Lin Xiao, go ahead with your business. Actually, I really need to thank you for helping us earn so much. When you're free, I'll treat you to a good meal at the tavern. Alright, see you later. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Xiao headed straight to Zhou's weapon shop in the square. Li Qianghua wanted to change her bow, so he planned to duplicate more rank enchanted longbows. Actually, duplicating weapons was incredibly easy. Spending a few silver coins could duplicate a bunch. The problem was still that his energy value was too low, Lin Xiao thought to himself. As soon as Lin Xiao stepped into the weapon shop, the shop assistant came up. Sir, you're here to patronize our business again. Still looking at longbows today? Lin Xiao saw that there was no one else in the shop, so he immediately took out 20 silver coins and handed them to the assistant, then said, I'd like to see some longbows with at least 2nd level divine blessing enchantment. Please bring a few more. The assistant skillfully took the silver coins and said with a smile, Sir, you're a regular customer. Please go and sit over there. They'll be right back. Lin Xiao found a chair and sat down. After a short while, the assistant came out carrying 5 long wooden boxes. He gently placed the boxes on the table beside Lin Xiao and said, Sir, please take your time. Lin Xiao took the top box from the stack, placed it in front of him, and opened the lid. It was a bow made from some kind of animal bone, entirely gray-white, but the patterns on the bow body were pure black, particularly striking. He checked the information in the shop. Heavy strike longbow category equipment enchantment, heavy strike rank E attributes arrow, heavy strike 2 evaluation. Now, am I being hit by a big hammer? Shop price 100 energy points. This bow looks good. Lin Xiao nodded inwardly. He put the bow back into the box, closed it, and set it aside. Then he took the second box and opened it. This time it was a pure black bow, its surface polished very smoothly with dark red patterns that were almost invisible. The shop information displayed Blood Knight longbow category equipment enchantment, Blood Knight rank C attributes arrow, damage 4, arrow, flight speed 3, evaluation, Blood Knight descents. Shop price 3000 energy points. Good heavens, this guy really treats me like family. A crank enchanted longbow. Today I've truly seen something. Lin Xiao became excited. If the second one was this impressive, the rest might be even better. He quickly put the bow back, closed the lid, and placed it on top of the heavy strike longbow. He took the third longbow, not even bothering to examine it closely, and directly checked the information in the shop. Tearing longbow category equipment enchantment, tearing rank E attributes arrow, tearing damage 2, evaluation, blood gushing, can't stop. Shop price 100 energy points. Not bad, nothing special. After seeing the Blood Knight longbow with crank enchantment, Lin Xiao found these rank enchanted bows rather ordinary. Although he himself didn't have a single piece of rank enchanted equipment from head to toe, he packed the bow and casually set it aside. He picked up the fourth bow, piercing longbow category equipment enchantment, piercing rank E attributes arrow, piercing 2, evaluation. You ask, why not wear armor? Shop price 100 energy points. Not bad. Let's take a look at the last one. Lin Xiao opened the last box with great anticipation, picked up the bow and checked the information. Swift longbow category equipment enchantment, swift rank E attributes arrow, initial velocity 2, evaluation. Ever wonder why this arrow reaches your eyes in an instant? Isn't this an upgraded version of Li Qianhua's current bow? I wonder if she'll like it. Maybe she's used to the swift enchantment. I'll ask her when I get back. Lin Xiao picked up the box containing the Blood Knight longbow, looked up at the assistant, and asked, Brother, how much is this bow? Sir, you have excellent eyes. You must often observe divine blessing patterns in various shops. This bow is priced at 1,000 gold coins, but it's actually not for sale. This is the treasure of our shop, one of the best bows in the entire Lanqi town. The assistant said proudly to Lin Xiao. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the warehouse keeper is my uncle and the shop owner is my maternal uncle, I wouldn't have been able to bring this bow out for you to see. The shop assistant grinned smugly. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, handed him another gold coin and said, You've gone to great trouble, my friend. Have a cup of tea on me. Easy. You're a good fellow, little brother. Otherwise I wouldn't have shown you the shop's treasure. The shop assistant took the gold coin and nodded. Brother, do you have any better shields here? I'd like to take a look. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that his bronze shield had been shattered by the azure fireball. We do have shields, but they're just ordinary stock to keep the shop's inventory complete. Turn right outside, walk a few steps, and there's a shop specializing in shields. The assistant inspected the bow Lin Xiao had looked at and smiled. All right. They'll go check out the shields. They'll come back another day to look at equipment with you. Lin Xiao stood up, exchanged a few pleasantries, and walked out of the shop. Take care, sir. Lin Xiao turned right outside, and as the assistant had said, after a few steps he saw a shop. Its style was similar to Zhou's weapon shop. The shop sign read, Chen Shield Shop. It seemed that equipment sellers all liked to use surnames as shop names. Lin Xiao entered the shop and saw no one. He walked around the shop looking everywhere, but there really wasn't a single person. Where was the shop assistant? Lin Xiao was a bit confused. Oh well, he was just browsing anyway, so he didn't bother looking for anyone. He noticed a large shelf on the left with 2 rows of shields and walked over. The bottom row of shields were all large square shields, even bigger than the bronze square shield Lin Xiao had used before. He touched one of them and checked its information: fine steel large square shield. That was all. It seemed to be an ordinary piece. He carefully examined the 2 rows of shields but saw no enchantment patterns on the front. Unless the patterns were hidden in some corner, these shields were probably just ordinary equipment. Undeterred, Lin Xiao touched all the shields on the several shelves in the shop. In the marketplace under ordinary equipment, a bunch of miscellaneous shields appeared. Why are they all ordinary equipment? Are the enchanted items all kept in the warehouse? Where did the shop assistant go? Lin Xiao grumbled to himself, but still sat down in the shop to wait. After about 10 to 20 minutes he still hadn't seen a single soul. He had no choice but to get up, leave the shop, look around for a moment, and then head towards the Gear Association. Nothing was said along the way. When Lin Xiao reached the entrance of the Gear Association, he saw 3 people in the shop gathered around a table with Sun Daoqing talking about something. After a moment's thought he decided to use Sun Daoqing's code name. So he smiled, walked in and greeted, "Brother Lightbulb. You're busier than usual this morning." Sun Daoqing looked up and saw Lin Xiao enter. He stood up and greeted with a smile. "So it's Mr. Old Bear. You've come at the right time. We have an item here. Could you help us identify it? It counts as one sharing task." "Oh. What is it? Let me have a look." Lin Xiao became interested. "Come over and see." Sun Daoqing then invited Lin Xiao to sit at the table, took an object from a box on the table, and placed it in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao focused his eyes. Whoa. Isn't this a shoe dryer, an electric one? However, the metal parts were severely corroded. The power cord was relatively well preserved. Although Lin Xiao recognized it at a glance, he still pretended to pick it up and examine it carefully from beginning to end several times. After a long while, Lin Xiao lifted his head and put the item back. He pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Lightbulb, where did you get this object?" Sun Daoqing quickly replied, "This object was brought by our 3 members here. They asked me to take a look, but I couldn't figure it out. Luckily, Mr. Old Bear, you've come to save the day." Lin Xiao sized up the 3 association members. Seated on his left was a young man in a black outfit with a crew cut and rather ordinary facial features. On Sun Daoqing's right sat a middle-aged man in a Chinese tunic suit with a square face, sharp eyes, and a very proper posture. Across from Lin Xiao sat a young woman with shoulder-length short hair, wearing a brown trench coat, looking quite heroic and spirited. At this moment the 3 were also staring at Lin Xiao, their eyes full of suspicion. Lin Xiao noticed their doubtful looks and knew that these 3 must not have been present when he identified the sewing machine last time. So he smiled and said, "Brother Lightbulb, since your code name is Lightbulb, you must know that in ancient times there was such a thing as electricity." "Of course I've heard of it. It is said that electricity like lamp oil can make a light bulb glow. Quite amazing." Sun Daoqing replied with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded lightly, coughed twice, and touched his mouth. Then he said, "Exactly. As you said, this object works the same way. It's similar to a light bulb. As long as there's electricity, it generates heat." "Mr. Old Bear, right. I'm called wheelchair. Could you tell us what this object is used for?" The middle-aged man in the Chinese tunic suit pointed at the dryer and said, "So it's Brother Wheelchair. Pleased to meet you. This item is yours, isn't it?" "This is a dryer. After applying electricity, you place the severely corroded part inside the shoe and it heats the shoe, gradually drying out the moisture. Very convenient." Lin Xiao turned his gaze to Wheelchair and explained with a smile. "A dryer. Used to dry shoes. So there is such an object." Sun Daoqing chimed in thoughtfully. "Mr. Old Bear is truly an expert on ancient daily necessities. I sincerely admire you. If you hadn't spoken, who would have thought such a marvel existed in the world? You flatter me. The ancients were far more intelligent than we imagine. They had many practical everyday items beyond our imagination." Lin Xiao said softly, his tone slightly impassioned. The young man then asked, "Mr. Old Bear, do you mean this object is indeed a genuine antique handed down from ancient times? Not a modern imitation? Ordinarily I only identify the function of items and don't comment on authenticity. But this time I'm certain it's genuine," Lin Xiao replied with certainty. The reason he was so sure was that he actually recognized the brand of this dryer. Lin Xiao himself owned an identical one. This thing was especially useful for him, a delivery driver on rainy days. Could you tell us about the secrets of this object? The young lady asked softly. Actually, there's not much to it. I've seen this mark on such objects many times, so I can tell its authenticity at a glance. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and replied. You can call me Screw. I still don't understand how you can tell the authenticity of this item. The girl scratched her head and said, how to put it? It's like when you see someone often, after a while you can recognize them at a glance. I know a lot about what an object is used for, but I don't have systematic knowledge about authenticity appraisal. Lin Xiao Oh, I see. So you've seen many ancient items, so you can tell the authenticity of some things at a glance. Screw girl said with sudden realization. You could say that. Where did you get this desiccator? Lin Xiao still wanted to clarify its origin. So you can call me Lead Ball. We acquired it from someone else. At the time I thought it looked genuine and wasn't too expensive, so I bought it. That young man explained with a smile. Generally speaking, these ancient items come from ruins, though there are occasional pieces whose origins are unknown. Wheelchair touched the ring on his finger and said to Lin Xiao with a smile. So that's how it is. Brother Wheelchair, are there any conditions for going to the ruins? He'll go to the ruins and get some valuable things when I'm free. When it comes to ruins, Light Bulb and the President are the experts. He'll spare myself the embarrassment. Wheelchair immediately waved his hand upon hearing this. Sun Daoqin smiled and said, actually, there are no special conditions for going to the ruins. The main thing is strength. Basically, with a 7-bottle strength you can wander around the ruins and pick a weak ruin monster to practice on. Okay, thanks Brother Light Bulb for clearing that up. If you can go alone with 7-bottle strength, then for a group 5 or 6 bottles would be enough, right? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and asked. You'd need very well-coordinated cooperation. One wrong move and the whole team could collapse. If you hastily form a team with strangers, it's even worse than going alone. At least no one will stab you in the back. Sun Daoqin said seriously to Lin Xiao. I understand, thanks for the advice. What activities are there in the association this afternoon? This afternoon there's another free appraisal session by Mr. Sand. Last time it was Mr. John, this time it's Mr. Sand. Mr. Sand specializes in ancient art. Sun Daoqin replied. I know nothing about art, haha. It'll pass. Lin Xiao said with an awkward laugh. You all carry on, I'm going to eat. See you. With that he stood up and walked out of the association with a smile. Sun Daoqin hurriedly saw him out. Lin Xiao thought the snail probably wouldn't come, so he didn't keep asking about him. Why hasn't Lychee Girl come yet? Lin Xiao looked at the clock in the square, which already showed 2 o'clock. No choice, he had to continue waiting near the entrance of Lanchi Tavern. He'll give Lychee Girl a pair of withered tree monster eyeballs later and tell her some interesting stories about them. Taking her to hunt a withered tree monster for fun in the future would be a simple matter. Take it slowly, 1 bite at a time. First kill a few withered tree monsters, then 2 tiger-headed monsters. That should be about enough for Lychee's novice training. Between the withered tree monsters and tiger-headed monsters I can also take down a bear as a transition. He'll just follow this plan. While Lin Xiao was formulating a training plan for Lychee Girl in his mind, he saw Miss Jiang, whom he had met twice before in the tavern, walking past him. He glanced at Miss Jiang and found she was also looking at him. Their eyes met for a moment before quickly looking away. When Lin Xiao turned his head again, Miss Jiang's back had already reached the entrance of Lanchi Tavern. Having lunch this late, she must be starving. Old bear. Sorry I'm late. Lin Xiao turned around and saw Lychee Girl standing behind him apologizing. He casually said, It's fine. Be on time next time. Let's find a secluded spot. Lychee Girl obediently followed Lin Xiao and they walked to a quiet corner of the square. Lychee Girl was wearing a white robe embroidered with a qilin with a light blue vest over it. Her heroic and spirited appearance made Lin Xiao pause in admiration. He quickly regained his composure and asked, How did the goods sell? Oh, almost forgot. They all sold out, of course. Old bear, our guild's goods are very popular. Can you give me more stock? Lychee said as she took out 10 gold coins and handed them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the gold coins and put them in his pocket, then took out the withered tree monster's eyeballs. He handed them to Lychee Girl and said, This is the monster part 1 promised you last time. These are the eyes of a withered tree monster. After Lychee Girl took the eyeballs, Lin Xiao continued, Can you handle more stock? Lychee, your current credit limit with me is only 10 gold coins. That means if you want more goods you have to pay up front. Oh, I see. Then I'd like to get some bullets first. I only have 20 gold coins left. Old bear, can you advance me 50 rounds? Lychee said pitifully. It's not impossible. Wait a moment. Lin Xiao checked his backpack. He still had 90 rounds, and then checked the shop. Indeed, bullets could be purchased without limit. At that moment he suddenly noticed that the previously sold out C07 automatic pistol and standard automatic pistol now each had one in stock. What's going on? The shop restocks. He suddenly thought of the black iron chest which could be opened 10 times a week. Could the restocking cycle be 1 week? If that's the case, then the guild truly lives up to its name, shipping goods every week. But now he only had 53 energy points left, and he still needed to buy a bow for Jiang Ziliang. For now he didn't have enough energy points to buy anything else in the shop. With that thought, Lin Xiao reached into his pocket pretending to fish something out but actually took 50 rounds from his backpack. He held the 50 pistol rounds in his hand, concealing them with his sleeve. He extended his hand to Li Qi, signaling her to take the goods. Li Qi understood and reached into Lin Xiao's sleeve to take the bullets, then put them away directly. Then she took out 20 gold coins and handed them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the coins and his gold coin count reached 56. After one more delivery to Li Qi, he would almost have enough to buy a house in town. The thought filled him with inexplicable excitement.